Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku had Villainous sleep quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was all too familiar with how unfair the world is. Like many others, he developed a quirk at 4 years old, but unlike others, he wasn't praised for his quirk. Izuku's quirk allowed him to put people to sleep with the scent he gave off. It started small with people saying they fell asleep in class because of Izuku's quirk, but it escalated as he got older. People accused him of stealing things after he put them to sleep, and once he became a teenager, girls accused him of putting them to sleep and doing things to them. It didn't help that his parents had died when he was a child due to a villain attack and left him an orphan. The only solace he found was in heroes. He loved them and obsessed over them, taking notes and analyzing how they fought. His dream was to become a hero, especially when he heard of Midnight and saw how her quirk was the same as his. Izuku panted as he slipped away from the boys chasing him. They ran off in the wrong direction, and Izuku was thankful that Katsuki wasn't part of the group, or else he probably wouldn't have been able to give them the slip as easily as he did. It was the same as always. After school, someone accused him of knocking them out and doing something or other. Izuku wasn't sure about the specifics. He had stopped listening to what they actually said a long time ago. Some guys would then chase him down, and if he was fast enough or lucky enough, he would get away. If not, then he would get beat up and left to hobble back to the orphanage. Izuku sat down and pulled out his hero notebook to look over the notes he took. He wasn't going to organize them now while in a back alley, but he needed to calm down and kill time till the bullies gave up the search and left. Izuku was so deep in thought as he read what he wrote about MT Lady and Kamui Woods that he didn't notice the long, thin fingers reach over his shoulder and pluck the notebook from his hands as a woman spoke. Now what do we have here? Oh, notes on MT Lady? My oh my, what did a young boy like yourself write about a girl like her? Izuku panicked as he shot to his feet and tripped over his tongue, trying to tell whoever it was that he didn't write anything weird, but his brain stopped as he saw who had his notebook. The R-rated hero Midnight stood there smirking as she read the notes on a lady. Oh, a little too showy, and why did she set up in a city when her quirk would work so well out in the countryside? The hero laughed as Izuku blushed and tried to formulate his thoughts. His favorite hero was in front of him. The person who showed that just because everyone said it was a villain's quirk doesn't mean it's true. He had the same quirk as Midnight, and she was a hero, so he could be one as well. Izuku noticed she was staring at him, and he hadn't actually said anything yet. His brain panicked. Uiaya wrote that this morning. I saw her fight and thought it was weird. I promise there's nothing bad in there. Midnight laughed and snapped the book shut. Oh, I'm sure there isn't. You seem like a sweet kid, but I gotta ask, why are you hiding back here? You didn't perhaps do something bad, did you? Izuku shook his head and waved his hands. No, I didn't. I just was. Let me guess. Midnight tapped her chin in rhythm with her foot. You're hiding from those 3 boys who were chasing you. I'm guessing bullies, right? Izuku clutched the hem of his shirt and nodded as he stared at the floor. So what were they bullying you for? Was it this? He looked up to see her wave the notebook back and forth. And not this time. Bakugo usually bullies me about the notebook, but he wasn't with those guys. Midnight sighed, seeing how shaken and meek this boy was. She never understood how schools could let bullies run rampant like they seemed to do. So then what were those particular mini-villains after? The moment of truth. Izuku knew he shouldn't feel nervous. She had the same quirk as him, so she would understand, right? Right? Even if she's a girl and he's a guy, that difference shouldn't be enough for her to not understand. And my quirk. That piqued Midnight's interest. He didn't have any mutations. In fact, he was kind of plain-looking, so it wasn't that. Maybe it was a gross quirk, or perhaps it was similar to a recent villain's quirk. What is your quirk? It's like somnambulist, but different. I have slight telepathic control over the cloud. It helps keep it close to me, and I managed to co-condense it into a liquid before that's more potent than the gas. The doctor called it narcolepsy. Izuku screwed his eyes shut and braced for the worst. But it never came, just a gentle hand patting his head. Slowly he looked up to see Midnight giving him a sad smile. It must be hard. I'm sure people have made plenty of assumptions about you and what you do with your quirk. I dealt with similar things while I was in school. She removed her hand from his head, and he felt a tug of sadness at the missing contact. Tell me. Well, first I suppose you should tell me your name, then tell me what you want to do with this quirk you have. Izuku took a deep breath and stood up a little straighter. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I want to be a hero. I've always loved heroes than when I saw you and how you have a quirk like mine. I took that as proof that I could be a hero and help people with my quirk. You're my favorite hero because of that. Midnight smiled and laughed. I have to say, Midoriya, that's quite the reason to have me as your favorite hero. Not one that most people have. The hero chuckled as the boy's face turned red, and he sputtered. Calm down now. Here, you should have this back. She returned his notebook to him. How about I make sure you get home without running into any more bullies, and you promise to go to UA when you're headed off to college. Izuku took the notebook and nodded. I've always wanted to go to UA, so that's easy, but before we go, can I get an autograph? Midnight laughed again and signed his notebook before leading the boy out of the alley he had hidden away in. As they got to the street, she looked at him. So which way, kid? This way. Izuku stuttered as he started walking. Midnight smiled and followed shortly behind. This was weird. He felt like everyone was staring at him as he walked, but he guessed they would since Midnight of all heroes was right next to him, just smiling and commenting on shops or restaurants she enjoyed visiting while in the area. It didn't take long till they were standing outside the orphanage that Izuku called home. Well, thank Dash. Izuku, a feminine voice yelled before someone barreled into Izuku, pulling him into a hug. Oh my god, there you are. But you didn't answer a single text or phone call I sent. Midnight held back laughter as a woman taller than herself picked up Izuku, who was fumbling for his phone. Her bright green hair went down her shoulders on one side but was buzzed on the left. Midnight saw that despite calling him a butt and the reason she's going to develop a heart condition, the woman's teal eyes were full of nothing but kindness and worry for the boy. The woman noticed Midnight and promptly dropped Izuku. Holy sure Dash. The crap. Yep, holy crap, it's a Midnight. The woman looked at Izuku. Yo Izu. Why do you have our favorite lady hero following you home? Midnight smiled and chuckled at the question. Yes, it is. It's nice to meet another fan. I ran into Midoriya on patrol. He was hiding from bullies. Yusuke shrank back as the woman's eyes darkened. Those stupid brats. Were they picking on you because of your quirk again? Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I slipped away before they caught me, and that's when I ran into Midnight. The woman's face softened. Good, you didn't get hurt. She turned and bowed to Midnight. Thank you for getting him home safe. I'm Yasuda Izuki. I mainly look after the older kids. Which is just Izuku. It's quite alright, Izuki. I was simply doing my job as a hero. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should get going. I've got a prattle to finish and projects back at UA to grade. As Midnight left, she heard Yasuda squeal and give Izuku a high five when she saw he got Midnight's autograph. The hero chuckled before picking up the pace to make sure no villains were acting up. Izuku quickly sat down on his bed as Yasuda sat in his desk chair and grinned at him. So Izu, let's talk about how you had freaking Midnight walking you home. Izuku sighed and looked around his barren room. Across from the door to his room was a window that looked out onto the garden behind the orphanage, and to the right of the door was a bookshelf with his various journals and books on heroes. Next to the bookshelf was the desk he used for schoolwork. Just another old piece of furniture that had been here since the orphanage started. Across from his desk was the bed with its dark green sheets that he was currently sitting on. If Izuku could afford to, there would have been hero merch covering every inch of his relatively small room, but alas, the orphanage didn't have the funds to give him enough allowance to afford that stuff. He kept his money for when he wanted a treat, or clothes that weren't hand-me-downs, or when he wanted to get something for the younger kids. They looked up to him since he was the oldest kid, so he treated them to little things that would make their faces light up with joy. Yasuda snapped her fingers. Come on, boy, I got laundry to get to, but I want to hear details first because oh my god, she's so much hotter in person than TV, and her hero merch does not do her justice. Izuku chuckled and thought about how much he wished his room could look like Yasuda's apartment. She had shown him pictures of all the merch she got for all her favorite heroes. She claimed to be the one who set him down the path of being a huge nerd when it came to heroes. He had quickly caught up to her and surpassed her in some aspects of hero knowledge, much to her joy. All the staff were wonderful, but his bond with Yasuda was special in a way no one else had managed, so he told her about what happened and how he ended up meeting Midnight. Yasuda bit her tongue and tried not to curse. She was finding it hard to not let a storm out about how shit his school was and how she wished they could send him to a different one, but the government was clear on how the orphanage had to operate and where they could send their kids so that they kept getting funding. This green-haired bean sprout of a boy had been here since before she started working, but they quickly got along, especially with how he would help around the orphanage doing chores and keeping the younger kids occupied. They knew he wouldn't get adopted. He was 14 already, so the chances new parents would take the risk of raising a teenager who's lived in the system was slim to none. Yasuda would consider it, except she didn't make enough money, and she also didn't think she would be a good mom. She was much better as an older sister who annoyed and checked in on him. Yasuda laughed as he nerded out and started muttering about Midnight and her quirk. She let him go on for a bit before snapping him back to reality and telling him to go check on the other kids while she finished the laundry. Izuku smiled brightly as his woes were temporarily forgotten, and he rushed to go find the younglings who were probably terrorizing one of Yasuda's co-workers. A week went by, and Midnight still found her thoughts drifting back to a plain-looking middle school boy who looked too sad and fragile for someone his age. He had a fire in his eyes when he said he wanted to be a hero, but it was like that flame was constantly being attacked from all sides, threatening to go out at any moment. She knew what it was like to be bullied for your quirk. She had dealt with it growing up as well. Despite the changes, quirks brought some things stayed the same, like how cruel people could be towards something that made them uncomfortable or feel vulnerable, and what is that better than a person who could put you to sleep at any moment? She shook her head and looked over the city from the rooftop she was perched on. It was a slow day. Apparently, All Might had passed through while she was in UA teaching and rounded up a lot of villains, so she could expect a few quiet days until word spread that he had moved on. A clattering of metal hitting concrete got Midnight's attention. She looked down and saw a familiar mop of green hair tumbling over as 3 boys descended on him. Midnight frowned and made her way down to the group who had grabbed Izuku and were trying to get him to stop struggling enough to start beating him. Midnight landed with a soft thud and took a deep breath before speaking. "Hey, what do you think you 3 are doing?" The 3 boys trying to pin Izuku down stopped and looked back in shock at Midnight's stern face. They scrambled off Izuku, who moved away from them. Midnight huffed. "You 3 best explain what's going on." The boys started stammering over each other, trying to explain how. Izuku was getting punished because some girls said they caught him trying to knock them out with his quirk. Midnight's eye twitched, and she snapped her whip, shutting them up. "Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded frantically, and Midnight continued, "Is it true what they said?" "And no, it's not. I didn't do anything like that. I was just trying to go home." Izuku stuttered out. A stern glare from Midnight kept the other boys from speaking. "How about next time you go talk to a teacher instead of trying to take matters into your own hands? You 3 run along now, and don't let me catch you trying this again." Once the boys ran off, Midnight sighed and looked at Izuku, who was still sitting on the ground. "Getting bullied for your quirk again?" The boy nodded and flinched as she held her hand out for him. "Come on, let's get you home." Izuku took her hand and was yanked up to his feet. Midnight shook her head. "You know you're kinda scrawny for a boy trying to be a hero." I was hoping to get a job during high school and maybe save money for weights or something." "You should go on a jog in the morning or something. Start doing push-ups and stuff. It'll be better the sooner you start." Midnight smiled. "Also, if you start getting stronger, you can beat those punks up if I'm not around to save you." As the 2 got onto the main street, Izuku stammered, "Should a hero really be telling me to get strong, so I can beat people up?" Midnight waved her finger. No, I'm not telling you that. I'm saying get strong, so you can defend yourself without your quirk. That way, it's self-defense, and you don't break any quirk laws." "Oh, I guess I could start exercising more. Though maybe I get enough running in as it is," He thought his attempt at making light of his bully situation was going to fall through, but Midnight chuckled before quickly catching herself. Midnight cleared her throat and tried to look serious. Bullying is not a laughing matter, kid. Do your teachers not do anything about it? Or have you not told them? She watched him tense up and started taking an interest in the sidewalk. I told them, but they don't seem to see care. Midnight growled, Quirk discrimination most likely. Those stuck-up ifs. How are there still people like that around nowadays? She took a breath to calm down before speaking. What about Izuki? It seems like she knows all about it. Izuku nodded. She wants me to go to a different school, but Aldera is the only middle school the orphanage can send kids to due to regulations. If they try to send them somewhere else, we could lose our government funding. Midnight scoffed at what seemed like a ridiculous requirement for an orphanage. She noticed Izuku chewing his lip, so she set aside her complaints. What's on your mind, Midoriya? Izuku jumped a bit. Well, I was just thinking. You're not acting like you usually do on the news and stuff. Midnight grinned. Oh, are you saying you want me to be flirty with you? Honestly, some boys these days are too bold for their own good. She laughed as Izuku blushed and sputtered. After a moment, she patted his head. Midnight is just a persona I use while being a hero. Midnight explained as they got closer to the orphanage. It's a way to bring some comedy and a little fun to the aftermath, and it's surprising how much flirting with a villain can throw them off in a fight. She chuckled, seeing Izuku's eyes light up at the reason. I use it when I need to, but sometimes it's better to drop the act and be more like myself. Like with you. I can tell you'd probably be too much of a mess if I spoke to you like Midnight. Izuku nodded, still with a blush on his face. Why probably? I see the use for a persona, but I always thought heroes were just themselves. You'd be surprised, kid. Personas are actually really common in the hero community. It just helps us manage the stress of the job. Now run home and tell Izuki what happened, and don't let the bullies dampen your spirit. I'm sure you'll be a good hero, once you get some muscle on you. Izuku's smile made Midnight smile as he ran off home to speak to Yasuda about today. After his talk with Midnight and then talking to Yasuda, Izuku started going on jobs before school and watching videos on Yasuda's phone to learn how to do some exercises at home. It was hard work to keep himself motivated and on track, but it got easier as he dedicated a notebook to tracking his progress. His muscles ached and burned the day after his workouts, but he found himself sleeping better and he focused better in school. The new motivation and energy that came with his workouts led to him pouring himself into his hero analysis and his studies, and he rose in the ranks at school. Sadly, the bullying didn't let up. People had new accusations every week, and Izuku found himself running more and more to escape his tormentors. Thanks to his workouts, though, more times than not, he would get away. Unknown to him, a certain hero smiled proudly every time she crossed paths and saw him escape. Midnight felt like she should do more, but she wasn't sure. She had some contacts with the police, but she would need more proof to get them to act. She could go to Nizu. He specialized in systematically dismantling organizations that weren't up to snuff. That was part of why she hesitated to bring him in. He was terrifying, and if he got involved, who knows where he'd stop. He could end up targeting the entire Japanese school system, or when he found out Izuku was in an orphanage, the rat may target that system for reform. The more she thought about it, the more it sounded kinda like a good idea. Maybe she would run it by Shota and the others first. Shota groaned as he laid in the corner of the teacher's lounge. He could hear the click of heels getting closer. He knew any second now. The door swung open, and Namuri smiled. What's up, fuckers? I got a situation I need your advice on. 13 set down their tea, and Namuri took in the rare sight of her fellow teacher. 13 was seldom seen without their costume on, but whenever they were, Namuri made sure to memorize the hero's features. Soft silver eyes like stars and a face framed by deep blue hair kept short, so they wouldn't struggle with their helmet. Shaking herself free of the staring contest, she accidentally entered with the space hero. She saw Hizashi nudging Shota to make sure he paid attention. The voice hero spoke. So what's the deal, Namuri? Namuri sat on the couch and sighed. Well, it started a few weeks ago. She explained how she met Izuku and the couple run-ins they had. 13 nodded. I can see why you're hesitant to bring Nizu in on this. He does get pretty intense. Hisashi snapped his fingers. Oh, I got it. Just do what Shota did and adopt the kid. Then you can move him somewhere safer. The room went quiet as Shota glared at Hisashi. I hate you so much. The voice hero laughed. No, you don't. Nemuri waved her hands. Hold up, Shota. You have a kid now? Like you actually adopted a kid? You didn't just kidnap them, did you? Shota scoffed and sank into his sleeping bag. No, I didn't. I was on patrol and heard a ruckus. I found a kid Shinso Hitoshi getting abused by his parents because of his quirk, so I saved him and then. Yeah, kept him around. He's got potential and he needs a good place, so I gave him one. Nemuri felt like her worldview was shifting. Grumpy old Shota was a dad now, and he hadn't told anyone except Hisashi, which made sense. Those two were basically joined at the hip no matter how much Shota claimed he didn't like it. Wow, how long ago did this happen? The Erasure hero grumbled. 3 months ago. Nemuri gasped. 3 months. How could you keep such a sweet story from me for so long? Because I know how you get. Now let me sleep. I have a class to teach in a few hours. Shota said, curling up in his sleeping bag and closing his eyes, effectively ending the conversion. 13 asked, so any idea on what you're gonna do? Nemuri shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't think adopting the kid would be a good idea. I mean, she gestured to herself, unlike Shota, I'm a spotlight hero, and you know how the media love to find any reason to dig into me. If I got a kid, I don't know, it feels like that would just be bad for both of us. 13 shrugged as Nemuri started to leave. I'll figure something out, I'm sure of it. I'm as smart as I am secretary. Nemuri tried not to blush as she was pretty sure she wasn't supposed to hear 13 mutter, yeah, you are. Several days after her talk with the others, Midnight sat on a rooftop and saw Izuku come running down the alley. This time his pursuer was a single boy with ash blonde hair. He looked extra angry compared to the usual bullies. Part of her nagged that as a hero she should step in every time Izuku showed up with bullies on his tail, but the more logical side, as Eraserhead would put it, said he needed the experience of slipping away from others and that if she saved him every time he wouldn't be prepared for when she wasn't there. Not that she let them beat Izuku up, she just wouldn't interfere unless he was caught, then she would jump in and save him. It was looking like it would be one of those days. The ash-blonde boy was catching up, and Midnight stood up, ready to make her way down until she heard an explosion. Her eyes shot down to confirm that yes, the boy had just used his quirk on Izuku and was standing over the green-haired boy with his palms setting off tiny explosions. Midnight descended quickly. It was one thing to try and beat someone up with your fist, but to use your quirk? Either he was several ignorant of quirk laws, or he thought he could get away with it. Both were concerning options. As she got down to the ground and rushed around the corner, she could hear the boy shouting, "You stupid Deku! I told you to stop with those creepy FING notebooks, and what's with you, huh? You're still a scrawny F, but don't think I don't see you putting on muscle. What you think some useless villain F, like you could ever be a hero." Midnight was already tearing her sleeve as another explosion rang out when Izuku tried to stammer a response. Both boys looked confused as her quirk washed over them. Much to Midnight's surprise, Izuku didn't pass out. He simply seemed half asleep as his head bobbed slightly. And Midnight smiled, having trouble? Izuku's head lolled back for a moment before going forward again. Why, Bakugo. Saw my notebook. He doesn't like that I'm trying to be a hero. Midnight pulled Katsuki off Izuku and pulled out her restraints. She made sure his palms were pressed against his back as she restrained him and pulled her phone out. Izuku was regaining his senses and asked, what are you doing?" Midnight blinked, calling the police to bring a car over. "This kid just used his quirk to assault you. He's going to get in trouble for this." She saw the pensive look on his face and worried that he was going to be against it. She'd seen it plenty with victims. They would try to protect their abusers out of fear of what could happen if it didn't work. Izuku surprised her, though, as he nodded. I wish it didn't happen, but... Why, I know he has too. But... Now come on, they'll need your statement. Izuku scrambled to his feet, grabbing his backpack and following Midnight as she dragged a still-out cold Katsuki. Katsuki woke up slowly. The first thing he noticed was a lack of Deku cowering below him. The next thing he realized was that he was staring at a steel table, and he had Quirk's suppressant cuffs on. What the hell? Where am I? And where the F is the useless Deku? A man in a beige trenchcoat and hat stepped in. You're awake. That's good to see. I'm Detective Tsukachi. Your name is Katsuki Bakugo, correct? Katsuki strained against his cuffs. FNG, obviously. Why the hell am I cuffed? Where the F is that liar Deku? Tsukachi sat across from him. Deku? Oh, do you mean Izuku Midoriya? He's given his statement on the event. We're just awaiting your parents then dash. The door opened, and Masaru and Mitsuki walked in. Mitsuki bristled. Why is my son cuffed? Tsukachi stood and motioned to the seats on either side of Katsuki. Please have a seat, and we can discuss what happened. Katsuki's parents sat down, and Mitsuki glared at Katsuki. What the hell did you do? I saw Izuku as we came in with a pro. Tsukachi cleared his throat. Yes, about that. The pro outside is Midnight. She found both your son and Midoriya. It appears your son was assaulting Midoriya. With his quirk. Katsuki's parents tensed as a string of curses and rants were forcing their way to his mouth. They died at the sight of his mother's expression. Most people would say she was neutral, but Katsuki could see the fury behind her mask. He had seen it only a few times, but it always made him stop. Tsukachi continued, Katsuki Bakugo is being charged with assault, public use of a quirk without a license, and using a quirk to cause unnecessary harm or injury. Katsuki turned back towards the detective. That's bullshit. Mitsuki smacked him upside the head so quickly he nearly hit the table. Shut your mouth, Brett. You don't talk unless we need you to. Do you not understand the severity of this? They can try you as a villain even if you're a minor. You can say goodbye to your dream of being a hero. If this happens, you'd be lucky to get a job at a fast food restaurant. Tsukachi spoke. That brings me to a point I wanted to mention. Katsuki Bakugo, you're in luck. Since this is the first recorded incident, and Izuku Midoriya wasn't hurt too badly, we can offer you an alternative. He looked to both Katsuki's parents as he continued, these crimes won't go on his record, but he will have to attend therapy twice a week for 6 months, and if the therapist is satisfied with his progress, then that will be it. The Bakugo parents started to relax until Tsukachi continued. But if he doesn't show improvement that satisfies her, he will be punished, and if he has any other incidents, he will not get another chance. You're his parents, so you need to make sure he takes this seriously. Mitsuki sighed a tired and defeated sigh. All her fury had run cold, and now there was just regret. Masaru and I had strict childhoods. Masaru's was worse than mine, so when we had Katsuki we thought. We hoped giving him more freedom would keep him from the issues we both had. It looks like we went too far in the other direction. We weren't attentive enough in raising him, and now he's done something like this. Mitsuki forced Katsuki, who was still reeling from the whole situation, to bow his head as his parents did the same. His mother spoke with none of her usual sass or fire. Thank you, sir, for allowing us this chance to correct his mistakes. We promise to keep him in line and will endeavor to make sure this never happens again. I promise. Tsukachi nodded and slid a packet of papers over. This has everything you'll need. The officer outside will take you to the paperwork you need to sign. Once you're home, I suggest looking over all the info as a family and setting up his first appointment. The Bakugos bowed again as they stood and left with the officer waiting for them. As they walked, Katsuki was still trying to rationalize how Deku had done this to him. He saw the green nerd sitting with that slot hero the nerd always admired. Katsuki's palms itched. He wanted nothing more than to charge after that useless nerd and show him why it was a mistake to do this to him, but he couldn't. Not here anyway. Midnight watched as Izuku tensed his eyes full of fear as Katsuki walked by with his parents. She didn't like the look in the blonde boy's eyes, but staring wasn't an actionable offense, so she simply laid her hand on Izuku's back and felt him relax slightly before all the tension left him when the Bakugos rounded the corner. Yasuda rushed in a few minutes later with murder in her eyes until she saw Izuku was okay. Her features softened, and she ran over to him, kneeling as she took his hands. "Izuku, are you okay?" Izuku sniffed and nodded. "Wait, I'm fine. My uniform needs to get a thorough cleaning, but it'll be okay." "Dummy, I don't care about your clothes. I need to know you're scrawny but is okay," Yasuda said as she let out a breathy laugh. Midnight smiled. "Midoriya is okay, Azuki. I got to him before anything bad could happen." Yasuda looked like she was going to cry as she looked at Midnight. "Thank you, ma'am, for helping him. I don't know what I can do to make it up to you." Midnight waved her concern away. "It's nothing, Azuki. It's my job as a hero to help people in need, and Midoriya was in need, so I did my job and helped him." Tsukachi came over. "Are you Izuku Midoriya's guardian?" Yasuda stood up and bowed. "Yes, I work for the orphanage and care for Izuku. My name is Yasuda Azuki." Tsukachi looked over a paper in his hand and nodded. "All right, then we can release him back to you." As Izuku and Midnight stood, Tsukachi said, "Keep safe, kid. I hope we don't have to see you in here until you're working as a pro." Izuku laughed weakly and smiled. "I hope so too." Izuku felt awkward walking with Yasuda on his left and Midnight on his right. Both women were talking about Izuku being bullied with barely contained fury. Yasuda was recounting the times Izuku had come home hurt, and Midnight was telling her about the times she would watch Izuku and step in if he got caught. At first, Yasuda wanted to be upset that Midnight didn't always step in, but after the pro explained her reasoning, the green-haired woman calmed down. Through their conversation, both learned that Izuku hadn't revealed how much bullying happened and often hid his injuries, which luckily were limited to bruises and scrapes with the occasional burn. Izuku felt incredibly small under their combined gaze, but it softened almost immediately, and Yasuda spoke. "We worry about you is all ya big nerd. I told you a million times you don't need to hide things from me." Midnight nodded. "We may not know each other very well, Midoriya, but I understand what you're going through, so please don't be afraid to talk with me when we run into each other." Izuku blushed hard as the two rubbed his head. "I'll be more upfront about what goes on." The two women smiled, satisfied with his answer. The rest of the walk was peaceful and less awkward for Izuku. Once they were back at the orphanage, Midnight stopped before she left. "Midoriya, if you want, I can train you in self-defense. Nothing fancy, but if you get caught, it'll keep you from getting beat up until help can come." Izuku looked at Yasuda, who smiled. "I told you I would teach you if you wanted, and now you've got a hero offering to teach you. I promise to not be too offended if you choose her over me." Izuku blushed and stared at the sidewalk before saying, "See, can both of you teach me? I get the feeling you two have different ways of going about self-defense. I should probably learn both." Midnight smiled. "Are you good with sharing, Azuki?" Yasuda laughed. "I suppose I can let him out of my sight for a bit if he's with you. Come by some time, and we can work out a schedule for him." Midnight nodded. "I'll be sure to stop by when I can." It was nearly 2 weeks after that day before Izuku saw Katsuki again. In that time, Midnight and Yasuda started teaching him self-defense. Izuku was right. They were different but also surprisingly similar in how they taught him. Midnight, being a pro, had mixed and adjusted several fighting styles to best suit her quirk. Her style included lots of flowing movements and precise strikes. Meanwhile, Yasuda, who definitely didn't brag about all the fights she had gotten into when she was in school, fought like a boxer and preferred to be on the defensive. Both were taskmasters, and they gave him little rest and expected much from him. He enjoyed learning from them. Izuku was feeling more confident in himself after the first few lessons. His workouts adjusted to fit his new focus, and for a time, even the bullies at school backed off. Until Katsuki came back and Izuku could feel the tension in the air. The blonde didn't even look at him or register his existence. Instead of making him feel safer, Izuku just felt dread building up. The day was spent worrying about when and where Katsuki would strike from, but it didn't happen. For 3 days, Katsuki Bakugo ignored the existence of Izuku Midoriya. The other bullies felt emboldened by Katsuki being back at school, but he never joined in for those 3 days. It was the fourth day when Izuku started to think he may be able to relax that Katsuki struck. Izuku was shoved against the wall hard. Katsuki had dragged him out behind the school during lunch. He knew no one would be back here, and the back of the school had a small forest of trees behind it, so there was no chance of a random passerby seeing them either. Katsuki didn't look angry, which scared Izuku more than normal. Izuku had seen this look on Katsuki's mother's face once back when they were still friends, and it terrified him. Izuku flinched as Katsuki spoke in a dull tone. "You think you're hot shit, don't you, Deku? You tick me off, so I chase you down, then you get that slot hero you're always going on about to swoop in and start making claims. Now I have to go FNG therapy like some kinda weakling. It's all your fault. You put my dreams at risk, so I'm gonna beat the shit out of you until you understand where you belong in this world." Izuku tried to press himself against the wall and think of a way out of this, but it was hopeless. Katsuki was blocking his only way to escape, and he knew even with his lessons, Izuku didn't stand a chance. Katsuki seemed to have a sixth sense for fighting and wasn't afraid to act on it. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but Katsuki descended on him quickly and punched Izuku to the ground. Izuku tried to get up and defend himself, but Katsuki broke any resistance he put up and forced Izuku back into the ground. Eventually, Izuku simply curled in on himself, trying to minimize the damage to anything important. Katsuki noticed this and seemed to start hitting harder and aimed several kicks at Izuku's head. With each hit, it felt like all the progress Izuku was making in his goal was stripped away until it was just little Deku sitting on the ground. Izuku felt something break inside him. He wasn't sure if it was mental or physical, it all just hurt. The blood that leaked out of his mouth showed him it was physical. Katsuki knelt by his head and spoke quietly as Izuku tried to breathe properly. "Remember, you're just a Deku. You'll never be anything more. Now if off and never bother me again." Midnight sighed as she walked the streets. Usually, she stuck to the roofs so she could avoid any weirdos or the press. Both were always looking for any and every shot they could get for various reasons. The pro stopped in her tracks and blinked several times because what she saw in front of her just didn't compute. It made her brain freeze and skip. The sight was just... Izuku was limping down the barren sidewalk, his backpack clutched to his chest with one arm while the other hung by his side. There was blood leaking from his mouth, and his eyes were half-lidded and unfocused. His uniform was tattered, and she could see bruises forming all over his neck and face. From how his body flinched with each step, she knew there were even more. Izuku started to fall forward, and Midnight rushed over and caught him. "Midoriya, what the hell happened?" Midnight kept her panic in check as he seemed to go limp in her arms. She checked his breathing and pulse, making sure he still had both. His breaths were shallow and ragged, but they were there. As gently as she could, she picked him up and pulled her phone out as she rushed down the sidewalk. They weren't far from where she parked her car. As she ran, the phone rang twice before an elderly woman answered. "Kayama, why are you calling me? You're not in Todi Dash. Chio, I need you in the nurse's office now. Send medical bots and a stretcher to the teacher's parking lot. I'll be there soon. I've got an urgent case." "Alright, it's done. What happened?" Midnight laid Izuku in the back of the black sedan UA, provided so their teachers could get to patrol grounds easier. "The boy I told you and the others about, Midoriya? He's been seriously injured." She heard the woman grumbling as Midnight hopped into the driver's seat and started the car. "Was this because of your training him?" "No." Midnight took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "I have no idea what happened. I was on patrol and stumbled across him." "Alright, the bots are at the parking lot. How long till you're here?" Midnight tore out of the parking space and down the road. 5 minutes. I'll have to apologize to the police later for the reckless driving." The car screeched as Midnight came to a stop and helped the robots get Izuku onto the stretcher. As they moved through the halls, the students of UA quickly jumped out of her way. The usually flirty and happy-go-lucky art teacher looked to be on the warpath, and no one wanted to be the one to stall her progress. Even if the barely conscious kid next to her on a stretcher raised a lot of questions. Recovery Girl opened the door before Midnight could even get close enough to open it. "Lay him on bed 3. As Recovery Girl got to work, Midnight pulled her phone out and took a deep breath. This was going to hurt. Midnight hit the call button, and the phone rang 3 times before Yasuda answered. Hey Kiyama. What's with the call? You miss hearing my voice that much? Azuki. I'm at UA. I've got Midoriya here. Wow, he must be stoked, but why'd you take him out of school? Also, the school should probably only let me do that. Midnight clenched her teeth. I don't know how or why, but I found him outside school. He was beaten. Just walking aimlessly. Recovery girl is looking him over and will heal him. The line was quiet for 30 seconds before Yasuda spoke. I'm on my way. Midnight let out a breath. I'll make sure you have a guest pass waiting. Thank you, Kiyama. The line went dead, and Midnight turned as the door opened and Nizu walked in. Sir Dash. He held a paw. Power Loader is heading to the gate. He'll escort this young boy's guardian to the nurse's office. The president stopped by her. So this is young Midoriya. The boy you're training? He has a quirk like yours. Yes, sir. The president sipped a cup of tea he seemed to always have on him. What school does he go to? Aldera Middle School. Midnight said as she watched Recovery Girl do her thing. I'll look into them. Midnight nodded. Thank you, sir. Yasuda ran up to the front gate of UA, where she saw a hero waiting for her. Power Loader waved. Izuku Midoriya's guardian Yasuda Azuki, right? Yasuda nodded. Yes, sir, and your Power Loader, aren't you? That's me. Here, this is your guest pass. Yasuda slipped the pass on and followed Power Loader to the nurse's office. Her stomach was in knots as they approached. She entered, and dread filled her as she saw Izuku lying too still on the bed. He was wrapped in bandages, and she could see his school uniform with blood on it. She turned to see Midnight sitting with a small rodent Yasuda recognized as the President Nizu. Kiyama, what happened to Aizu? Namuri sighed as she took her mask off. I don't know. I got lucky and we ran into each other. It had to have happened at his school, that much I'm sure of. I asked Nizu to look into the school. Yasuda was familiar with the president's exploits. He took down many groups and individuals who tried to hide their discrimination from society. She knew what he was going to do to Aldera, but it didn't matter. It won't make a difference. If that school goes away, they'll just all get shoved into another one together. Even if they're not all together, the ones with Aizu will spread their hate of him. He needs to get away from this area of Tokyo. Namuri agreed. She knew that when Aldera went down, Izuku would just get put somewhere else, and his bullies would be right behind him. Part of her brain had an answer already. It had been there since she learned about Shota and his kid, but could she do that? Did she want the responsibility of raising a kid? It was one thing to train him and make sure he had confidence. It was another thing to become his guardian. She had an image she curated for hero work, the R-rated hero Midnight, a dominating personality in a DMNTRX outfit with a sadistic side. She flirted with reporters, took a CC pose for the cameras after a fight, and made crude, perverted comments. Not that she cared. Midnight was just a means to manage the stress and make her feel powerful. No, her concern is how Izuku would handle the media being all over him because of her. She didn't have a right to put a scared kid through what those vultures could do to a person. Yasuda had a pleading look in her eyes. In the short time they've known each other, the orphanage worker had subtly and not so subtly made it known that she felt Namuri would make a great mom. Midnight not so much, but Namuri would be perfect for Izuku. Namuri looked at Izuku again. Something had been stirring in her since seeing him beaten and hobbling down the street. Sure, she was concerned for him, but it felt more than the concern she felt for an injured civilian. It felt so much worse than anything she had felt on the job. The pro was pulled from her thoughts as Izuku stirred and groaned. Recovery Girl kept the boy from sitting up as everyone stood nearby. Aizu, you awake, buddy? How are you doing? Yasuda asked as she moved to his side. Izuku groaned. Everything kinda hurts. Recovery Girl spoke up. I healed your most serious injuries and bandaged up what was left. You're gonna have soreness and bruises for a while. Izuku blinked slowly. Recovery Girl. He looked around and said, I have a notebook somewhere. Can you sign it? The nurse shook her head as Yasuda smiled and sat near the head of the bed, getting Izuku's attention. You rest up, you little nerd. I'll get her and Nizu to sign your book, okay? Before I do that, though, I need you to tell me who did this. Izuku blinked and stared at the ceiling. I don't know. I can't remember. Yasuda looked at the assembled pros, and Recovery Girl spoke. It's okay, dear. You took a few hits to the head, so you may not remember right away. If you do, make sure to tell us. Izuku nodded silently. Nizu climbed up onto the bed. Hello, young Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, sir. Nizu smiled. I just wanted to inform you that I will be personally looking into your school, and should I find anything, I will not hesitate to bring it to light. You don't need to go through all that trouble just for me. Izuku stammered out. Nizu just smiled his usual smile. Oh, trust me, young man, it's not just for your sake that I do this but for everyone's sake. Now you rest up and head home once you're feeling up to it. Izuku nodded again and watched the mouse-like creature leave. Once he was gone, and Recovery Girl had gone to her desk, Yasuda stood. Izuku, rest up. Kayama and I are gonna talk for a minute. We'll be back soon. Yeah. I'll be here. Namuri led Yasuda to a meeting room so the two could talk privately. Once they were sitting, Yasuda looked at her with pleading eyes. Kayama, I know I've joked about it, but I'm serious. I think you should adopt him. You can help him so much more than letting him live in the orphanage. He needs to get away from this area of Tokyo. He needs a fresh start. You can give him that. Namuri sighed and looked at her mask. Can I really though? I'm a fairly controversial hero. I knew that from the start, and it's part of why I made Midnight the way she is. I wanted the controversy. I wanted people to talk about me and what I stood for. The media had a field day when I joined the UA staff. They harassed students for months trying to see if there was a story of me coming onto one of my students. Namuri looked at Yasuda. How can I willingly bring Izuku into a life where he will be barraged by people wondering what I'm like or what I've done to him? They'll make accusations, and his face will be plastered all over the place, and I'm not even sure if I would be a good guardian. I've never even considered having kids before. Yasuda smiled sadly and leaned back in her chair as she twiddled her thumbs. You know, I've worked in an orphanage for a while. Even before then. In one. Namuri's eyes widened. Yasuda hadn't really shared anything beyond being a bit of a punk and a fighter back in high school. The woman laughed at her expression. Yeah, I never got adopted either. My attitude as much as my quirk made sure of that. What is your quirk? I don't think I've ever seen you use it. Namuri knew they should stay on track, but honestly, she wanted to delay whatever point Yasuda was going to make even just a little. Yasuda smiled. It's called shockwave. I can absorb impact and send it out in all directions as a shockwave. The backlash is kinda harsh, so I never could be a hero. Also, it can be pretty destructive, but enough about that, back to my tale. She gave an over-the-top flourish as she started again. I aged out and had to live on my own starting at 18. It was rough. I got into some bad things and ended up making a lot of mistakes, but I turned it around when I realized I didn't want other kids like me to end up where I did. I got certified and started working. That's when I met Izuku. He's bright, full of life, and surprisingly a decent artist. Though his fashion sense drives me up a wall sometimes. Yasuda sighed. I don't know where I'm going with this. Maybe I just want you to know that I've seen parents pass up kids they'd be perfect for because they have so much self-doubt about whether or not they'll make good parents. I don't want Izuku to make the mistakes I made, and I don't want you to make the mistakes others have made. Take some time, Kayama, but please just bring it up with Izuku. He may surprise you with how he feels on the matter. Namuri nodded after a moment. Okay, but not today. I'll let him rest up and next time we train, I'll bring it up. Yasuda smiled. Good. Now I'm gonna go see if he's okay to leave. Izuku grunted as Namuri put him on his back again. It had been 3 days since his emergency visit to UA, and he hadn't been back to school yet. Yasuda told him he wouldn't be going back and that they'd find another way for him to continue school. Today was also the first day back training with Namuri. Izuku was happy to be doing something that would keep him completely distracted from unnecessary thoughts like how he remembered who attacked him and the fear that gripped his chest whenever he thought about bringing it up. Come on, get up. We'll take a 5-minute break, Namuri said, tossing a towel on his face. Izuku sat up and whipped the sweat off his face before joining Namuri on one of the garden benches. Since she didn't want to deal with the media, they trained in the orphanage's garden area. There were a few clear spots of grass that were perfect for sparring. Though his sparring session felt different, he wasn't sure what, but he knew something was on Namuri's mind. Your midnight dash. Namuri waved a finger at him. I told you if I'm not in costume, you call me Namuri or Kayama, not Midnight. Izuku blushed and took a drink of water. Sorry, ma'am. Ms. Kayama, is everything okay today? You seem to be lost in thought. Namuri drank some water before sighing. I've just got something on my mind. Who knows, maybe your opinion could help me figure it out. Izuku pet his head to the side in confusion. Wh, what do you need my opinion on? If it's training, I can handle whatever you think I should do. You're more experienced, so I think it'd be best to follow your lead. No, it's not that. Namuri rubbed her face, and her eyes flicked to the porch. She could see Yasuda with a few of the younger kids watching them. They had all taken an interest in watching the pretty lady, and Big Sis Yasuda beat up Big Bro Izuku. Namuri caught Yasuda's eye, and the orphanage worker gave her a smile and 2 thumbs up. Izuku watched Namuri stretch and scratch the back of her head. I'm trying to save someone. They're in a bad situation and I want to save them, but if I do it, the media will pester them. Namuri sighed. Maybe I should try to find someone else to help them. Someone who won't get as much attention for doing it. I think you should save them. Izuku's sudden response caught Namuri off guard. If you know them, I think it'll be better for you to save them. I know if I needed to be saved, I wouldn't care if the media took an interest in me because of who saved me. Izuku chuckled. They'd probably lose interest after a week anyways. Izuku stretched and missed Namuri going through several emotions at once. The pro-hero took a deep breath and opened her mouth, only to stop when her phone pinged. Namuri picked it up as Izuku looked over and saw her eyes darken for a moment. Midoriya, go get changed. Nizu found something and he wants to talk with us. Izuku got up. Okay. As he ran off to his room, Izuku felt his stomach twisting in knots as he wondered what the president of UA could have found. He hoped it was just some dirt on Aldre in general and not anything specific to him. It didn't take long for Namuri, Yasuda, and Izuku to make it to UA and get up to the president's office. Izuku looked around the office as they entered. One wall was a large window that looked over the UA campus. In front of the window was a plush leather chair and a large dark wooden desk with a few chairs in front of it. Nizu smiled and climbed onto his desk. He spoke as he walked over to a teapot. I'm glad to see you're all here. Would you like some tea before we get started? The group all agreed, and once the tea was poured, Nizu sat back down. Now onto what I found. If you would direct your attention to your left. I found some security footage that may prove insightful to what happened to young Midoriya. Izuku tried not to geek out about the windows as they tinted, and a screen descended on the left wall. It flicked on, and Izuku felt himself tense seeing the back area of Aldra. Izuku's stomach dropped as the video showed Katsuki dragging Izuku out back. The two of them entered a blind spot. Nizu fast-forwarded a couple minutes until Katsuki left. It took Izuku a full 5 minutes to hobble out after him. 2 chairs were practically thrown across the room as Yasuda and Namuri stood up with fire in their eyes. That little FAE sheet. He couldn't even go a month. I knew they should have just locked him up. The little psycho needs to be arrested. Izuku shrank back more. Yasuda was cursing, which meant she was furious, which was something Izuku had rarely seen. Namuri wasn't much better. While Yasuda was like a red-hot fire raging out of control, Namuri was a cold blue flame focused and devastating. Izuku was sure whatever she was thinking was worse than what Yasuda was saying. Nizu clicked a few buttons, and the screen retracted while the windows lost their tint. As you can see, it seems this Katsuki Bakugo broke the terms of his deal with the police. Now this, plus the other evidence I found, is more than enough to bury the school. I have not informed the police yet of Katsuki Bakugo's actions. Nemuri spoke up. Why not, sir? This should be reported immediately. Nizu held a paw up. I wish to speak with Mr. Midoriya before taking action. Huh. Izuku looked around. Me, sir? Why do you want T to talk to me? I wish to know if you remembered that young Bakugo was your attacker or not. I also would like to know what action you think should be taken against him. Izuku felt nauseous. He didn't want to be here. Nemuri and Yasuda were looking at him with concern, and he hated it. Nizu sighed. Kiyama, could you take Ms. Azuki and step outside for a moment? Nemuri looked like she wanted to argue, but something in Nizu's beady eyes made her decide it wasn't worth the fight. Come on, Azuki. Let's do as he says. Yasuda huffed and all but stormed out as she continued to fume. Izuku hoped she calmed down soon. Once they were gone, Nizu smiled. Now, Mr. Midoriya? Did you remember this before I showed it? Izuku hesitated before nodding. Yes, I did. The day after it happened. And you didn't tell the others? Why not? Nizu sipped his tea as Izuku squirmed in his seat and tried to think of an answer. After a moment, Nizu spoke again. Could it be that you felt scared? That if you spoke against him again, the payback would be worse? Izuku nodded silently as he trembled and held back his emotions. Nizu simply smiled and sipped his tea before continuing. Rest assured that any action we decide to take against Mr. Bakugo will not result in you being punished. You do not deserve to be treated the way you were, and you deserve justice, so I ask again. What action do you want to take against him? Izuku sat frozen to his chair as the question echoed in his mind. He could get his revenge on Katsuki for all the hurt and suffering he caused. It would be easy just to tell Nizu to do whatever. Report it to the police and the public. Let all of Japan know Katsuki Bakugo is just a bully who hurts people. But that's not what he used to be. It wasn't an overnight thing. It was gradual. As they got older, he got worse. Izuku knew it wasn't entirely Katsuki's fault. People did nothing but praise Katsuki and look the other way when he did something wrong. It escalated, and now Katsuki thinks he's God's gift to the world and that nothing he does is wrong. Katsuki needs to be punished, but he also needs to be saved. A hero wouldn't abandon him, and Izuku is going to be a hero. Nizu smiled as the boy found his resolve and looked up at him. Izuku chewed his lip before speaking. I don't want him to go to jail or be barred from being a hero. Bakugo is. He was a good person. He's just strayed down the wrong path. I think if he was kept from being a hero, he would become a vigilante, which is a slippery slope to becoming a villain, and Bakugo being a villain would be bad for a lot of people. You believe Mr. Bakugo could be saved? Izuku nodded. I think therapy, community service, and stuff like that will help him. Heck, if you could get All Might to sit and talk to him, it'd help. Bakugo only really respects him as a hero. To Bakugo, All Might's the best because he never loses. I think that's part of what sent him down the wrong path. Nizu scribbled down a few notes as Izuku took a moment to collect himself. I guess if he keeps up good behavior and is monitored closely, you can tell if he changes, and if he does, then you can decide to let him take the entrance exam or not. You would give him another chance despite all he's done to you? Izuku nodded. I want to be a hero, and heroes save people. Bakugo is someone who needs to be saved, so I'll do my best. Nizu nodded and finished his tea. Then I suppose I will call him in and make things clear just how thin the ice he stands on is. I will also bring Aldra down for their negligence and discrimination. Thank you, sir. I think with some corrections, Bakugo could be a good hero. We will see. You still have many years till you're able to attend my university. I hope by then he is worthy of your kindness. Nizu said as he stood up and walked around his chair. Now, let me explain things to Kiyama and Azuki. I think it would best. Izuku nodded. Why? I agree, sir. The car ride home was awkward, to say the least. Yasuda didn't think Bakugo deserved any of it, and maybe he didn't. Only time would tell. Nemuri, on the other hand, seemed to agree partially with Izuku's decision, though her mind had been elsewhere all day, and so Izuku sat in the back of Nemuri's car in an oppressive silence, wondering if he did the right thing. As they got out of the car, Nemuri sighed. Midoriya, are you free tomorrow? Izuku looked up, surprised. He didn't have training, and he was sure Yasuda wouldn't let him go back to Aldra, not that he wanted to, Why? Nemuri winked, a date of course. Izuku's face flushed, and Yasuda snorted with laughter. Nemuri joined in as well, clutching her sides. I'm sorry I had to. Nemuri pulled herself together and took a deep breath. I just have something to talk to you about, and don't worry, it's not about today. It's something else. I'll come by tomorrow morning and we can go get some breakfast. Sound good? Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I'll make sure to be ready. Nemuri patted his head. I'll see you then. Izuku didn't sleep well that night. He was constantly bouncing between second-guessing himself with his decision and wondering what Nemuri could want to talk about. All in all, he stayed up late and woke up often in a cold sweat with panic gripping his chest and stealing his breath until it settled, and he drifted off to his restless sleep again. Nemuri stood outside the orphanage in her civilian clothes. A pair of black skinny jeans, simple black sneakers, a gray shirt, and a black leather jacket. She sighed when she saw Izuku walk out. Midoriya. I'm gonna be honest, what the heck is that? Izuku looked down at his outfit. He had on his standard red sneakers and a pair of jeans as well as a green shirt and a gray hoodie over it that had sweater written on the front. It's my jacket. Do you have more clothes like that? Izuku nodded and lifted his hoodie to show that his shirt had suit printed on it. Pretty much all the clothes I bought myself are like this. Nemuri pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, we'll work on your fashion sense later. For now, come on. Nemuri attracted considerably less attention walking around in her civilian clothes, so they didn't run into any trouble on their walk. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. Ms. Kiyama. Where are we going? There's a cafe nearby. It's a good date spot, so remember it for when you get yourself someone special. She laughed as Yusuke blushed and followed her to the cafe. It didn't take long, and Izuku took in the sight of the cafe. It was a small little building on the corner of the street. The inside was a welcoming and calm environment. A pastry case ran along half the store's length full of various cakes and sweets. Behind the other half of the counter, a small kitchen bustling with a couple of employees cooking away. There were several tables inside and a patio outside where a few patrons were enjoying the fall weather. Nemuri led him to a corner farther from the rest of the people eating inside. They placed their orders, and Nemuri groaned as she stretched before leaning forward to look at Izuku. You know Izuki cares about you a lot. That's why she acted how she did yesterday. She just wants what's best for you. Izuku nodded. I know, but sometimes what's best for the people isn't what's best for you. That's a real hero ideology, but you're a middle schooler, Midoriya. You shouldn't have to think like that. Izuku shrank back at her pointed look. Nemuri sighed and sat back. I'm just saying this, so you don't develop some suicidal levels of self-sacrifice. Her eyes scanned over him again. She saw the bags under his eyes and knew he hadn't slept well. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I don't think I've ever been that bad. I just want to help people. I know. It's just you won't be able to help people if you're dead, so we'll make sure you know your limits well before you actually start hero work. Izuku nodded. I'll try my best, ma'am. Their food arrived and the two dug in, enjoying the quiet and the food. Izuku's continued to wonder about school and his future. Nemuri, on the other hand, was trying to ignore the knots in her stomach and just eat the food. She felt ridiculous. How could she be nervous about something like this? She had faced down villains who had an advantage over her and still didn't feel as worried about what she was planning now. After they finished, Nemuri pointed down the road. Let's go this way. Izuku nodded and followed her. So ma'am, what are we doing? Other than breakfast. Which by the way was really good. Thank you for showing me that place. Nemuri nodded, no problem. Try not to break too many hearts there, okay? Izuku blushed. See, come on, Ms. Kiyama, that's not gonna happen. Nemuri smirked. Well, certainly not with that fashion sense. Come on, I like them. Isn't that what's important when it comes to clothes? Izuku said with a pout. Nemuri waved her hand dismissively. To a point, but that's not important right now. Izuku noticed they turned and walked into a small quiet park. Another date idea, ma'am? Namuri laughed. Good, you're learning. This park is pretty quiet most days, so it's a good idea for a simpler date. Izuku grumbled but felt himself relax as the two walked in silence till they came upon a bench and Namuri sat down. Let's sit here for a minute. This is a good spot to talk about what I wanted to talk about. Izuku got nervous again as he shifted in his seat as Namuri took a deep breath and looked at him with her signature serious look. Midoriya. You know Aldra is gonna go down soon. You'll have to find a new school. Izuku nodded. Yeah. I'm not really looking forward to it. I just hope the people there are nicer. Though, with people from Aldra ending up in the same place as me, it won't last long till it's like Aldra again. About that. Namuri scratched her cheek. If you moved far enough away from this area, you wouldn't have to worry about your old bullies. You could have a fresh start. Izuku laughed. That'd be nice, but that won't happen. Not unless you get adopted, right? Izuku nodded and smiled sadly. Yeah, but I'm 14, and I'm halfway through my last year of junior high. No one is gonna adopt me and go through all that trouble. I would. Namuri said it in such a plain tone that Izuku thought he must have heard her wrong, but before he could ask her to repeat that, Namuri continued. I've given some thought and listened to what you said about wanting someone to save you. I care about you, kid. I want what's best for you, and I think adopting you, making sure you're safe and have a home will do that. You mentioned the media during our training. Are you worried about how the media will react to Midnight having a kid and how they'll treat me? Namuri nodded. I don't want to cause you to suffer or dash. I won't. Izuku said a little louder than he meant. Sorry, I don't care about that. If I can have a home away from everything around Aldra, I'll be happy. I like training with you and learning from you. It's fun and challenging and I don't mind. If dealing with the media is the price to pay to get to live with you, I can handle it and no problem. Namuri definitely wasn't about to cry. Seeing Izuku with tears in his eyes wasn't going to make her cry either. Then. If you're fine with it, I'd like to adopt you. Izuku smiled as tears streamed down his face. Why, I'd like that too. Namuri turned away as tears started to spill over. I need to find a new place to live, though. And my apartment isn't big enough for 2 people to live there. Izuku chuckled. Can I help you look? He yelped as he was pulled into a hug. Of course you can, Midoriya. It's gonna be your home too, so you get a say in it. Izuku blushed and kept crying as he hugged Namuri back. The two sat like that, silently waiting for the tears to subside. Once they had pulled themselves together, Namuri smiled. Come on, Midoriya. Let's get back to Izuki. She's probably pulled together all the stuff so we can start the process. Then tomorrow, we can start looking for a new place. Izuku nodded. Okay, ma'am. Namuri groaned as she stood up. You don't have to call me ma'am or Ms. Kiyama. You can just call me Kiyama or Namuri if you want. She chuckled as Izuku's face did an impression of a tomato. I'll try, but I think today has been a lot. Namuri patted his head, and it's not even 10 in the morning yet. Izuku groaned. As the two started walking, all his issues seemed so small right now. There was a lightness in his chest as he walked alongside Namuri. Neither could contain their smiles as they made their way back to the orphanage. Katsuki was feeling great. Sure, he had to do stupid therapy, but that would be easy to bullshit his way through. He'd beaten up that BSRD Deku, and now the nerd wasn't at school, so he must have learned his lesson, and now to top it off, UA's president wanted to meet with him. He wasn't even in high school, and his dream school was taking an interest in him. He just wished his DMN parents would get off his back, then everything would be perfect. Katsuki and his parents got escorted up to the president's office by some hero. He didn't really care. The guy was short and looked like a piece of construction equipment. Once he entered, he wasn't impressed by the layout. There wasn't much, but the view was decent, so he'd give them that. Nizu swiveled his chair around. The Bakugo family. It's wonderful you could show up. I'm President Nizu. It's a pleasure to have you here. Katsuki would scoff at the fact that the president is a rat, but his mother had been watching him like a hawk, and he knew she'd smack him if he did anything. Mitsuki smiled. We're thankful for the invitation, sir, but what is the meaning of this meeting? Nizu smiled and sipped his tea as his windows tinted and a screen lowered to their left. Katsuki scoffed internally, thinking the president was just showing off. Now, as his parents, please be calm. I'm going to show you a video, and then we will discuss how things will proceed. Katsuki could feel his mother's annoyance. He ignored it. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there's nothing for him to be worried about. The screen clicked on and showed Aldra and Katsuki dragging that nerd out back. The video fast-forwarded to show Katsuki leaving, then skipped ahead again to show Izuku limping away. Before he could even comprehend the idea of why or how the president of UA had this video or why it mattered what he did to that villain Deku, Katsuki's mother had the back of his neck in a death grip. What the actual F, Katsuki? Do you think you can just do whatever you want and dash? Nizu held a paw up. Now Ms. Bakugo, you can discipline him later. For now, I would like to inform you of all that has and will happen. Young Midoriya was brought in with bruised and cracked ribs, a concussion, minor internal bleeding, and severe bruising across most of his body. Luckily Recovery Girl is the best for a reason, and he has recovered fully. Nizu refiled his tea as Mitsuki glared at her son. The president took another sip before continuing. It only took a few days to find this footage and oh so much more evidence. It seems Aldra practices and promotes Quirk discrimination amongst its faculty and students. I will be revealing this information and making sure that school is closed. Masaru sighed. That's good, but what about Katsuki? He broke his deal with the police. Why have you not informed them? Nizu smiled. Because Izuku Midoriya is a kind young man who decided that instead of letting your son suffer the consequences of his actions, Midoriya decided your son is worth another chance. Mitsuki sighed. That boy. Just like his mother, far too kind for his own good. Nizu nodded. He is quite kind. Though let us stay on topic. The president looked at Katsuki, who was fuming with rage. From this day until you graduate high school, you will be monitored by me. If I do not see any significant changes in your behavior by the time you apply to UA, I will not allow you to take the entrance exam. Any questions? So the police won't be informed about Katsuki's actions? Mitsuki asked. Nizu nodded, though your original deal with the police still exists, so young Bakugo may not even make it to high school. Will we notice the monitoring or dash? Nizu smiled. I, along with my assets, are very good at making sure the target doesn't notice. Your day-to-day life won't be affected by this. I promise you that. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at each other, then their son, who was shaking with visible anger. The only reason Katsuki hadn't blown up was that he didn't want to hurt his chances of UA. If I ever see that Vendetto. No, I can't because he did this shit to me again. Once I'm in UA, he is dead. Masaru sighed as he put a hand on Katsuki's shoulder and squeezed it tightly enough to make his son wince. I'm sorry for his actions and that we failed yet again. I am thankful to Midoriya for giving our son another chance. My wife and I understand that by all rights, our son doesn't deserve this, but we have it, and we will make the best use of it. I can only hope Katsuki will be put back on the right path before it's too late. Nizu set down his tea, wonderful to hear. Now before you leave, there is someone who wishes to speak privately with young Bakugo, if that's all right. Mitsuki looked up. Who wants to talk to the brat? Nizu's office door opened, and All Might stepped in. The family gasped, and Katsuki shrank a bit under the #1 stare. Young Bakugo, I believe we need to have a chat about what it means to be a hero. Katsuki felt like his head was spinning. First, that slot hero drags him to the police, and they have the audacity to threaten him all cause he was putting a villain in his place. He had to go to therapy like some weakling, and then that BSRD Deku did something, so now UA and All Might were on his side. Even though he's a villain waiting to happen, even if his quirk is shitty. He ground his teeth as his parents and Nizu left him with All Might. He wasn't even sure if All Might was talking. All he could hear was the blood rushing through his veins. Deku had hurt his chances and his reputation before he even got the chance to start hero school. He was going to kill that demon nerd when Katsuki's head snapped up as All Might gripped his shoulder. Young Bakugo, take a deep breath and listen. I have several things you need to hear. The tone in his voice brought Katsuki back around, and the young boy begrudgingly paid attention. All Might smiled. Good. Now I've heard about everything from Tsukachi and Nizu. I heard you're a fan of mine as well. Katsuki scoffed. Of course I am. Anyone who isn't a villain or an idiot. Then why do you practice quirk discrimination? The question caught him off guard. Quirk discrimination? Does he mean by that? What? You consider young Midoriya and others lesser because of their quirks, do you? Not. That was a stupid question, and he didn't even get why All Might was bringing it up. So what? They are lesser. They're just extras who will get in the way of me winning when I'm a pro. You think winning is what's important to a pro hero? All Might asked, the disappointment evident on his face. Of course it is. Your number one cause you don't lose. Victory over the villains is all that matters. All Might scoffed. The number one hero scoffed at him before saying, if that was the case, Endeavor would be number one, and I would be number 8 at best. Most of the top 10 solve more cases and arrest more villains than I do. What? You're stronger than all of them combined. And yet they would still rank higher than me if it wasn't for the other factors that go into the Billboard charts. The only reason I'm ranked number 1 is that I do interviews, charity work, and visit with people who are fans. I interact with the people I'm sworn to protect. If you ask me, victory over villains is not the most important part of being the symbol of peace. Making people feel safe and letting them know I will do my best to keep their fears at bay is what makes me the symbol of peace. All Might shifted and sat across from Katsuki, who was looking at him in confusion. All Might continued speaking. From what I can tell, young Bakugo, you value victory over your opponents, you view others as beneath you and believe physically assaulting them will teach them a lesson and make them stay in line. All Might's eyes sparked with an intensity that made Katsuki stiffen. That sounds more like a villain than a hero to me. Katsuki's hands popped. What? I'm not some FNG loser villain like Deku's going to be. All Might sighed. You remind me so much of a boy I knew in high school, so much passion and that same desire for victory over others. I looked up to him and thought he would be a great hero. Do you know where he is now? Katsuki crossed his arms and scoffed. Like it matters. He was obviously some extra who didn't matter if he's not a hero now. All Might shook his head. You and he are so much alike it's scary. The boy who I looked up to is gone. He strayed down off the path of the hero, and now he's in Tartarus paying for his crimes. I would hate to see you end up there too. All Might stood and looked down at Katsuki. As you are now Katsuki Bakugo, you can never be a hero, but people have been kind to you, so you have the chance to change and hopefully become a true hero. With that statement, Katsuki sat feeling shattered and numb as All Might left. Katsuki stared out the window with his thoughts going a mile a minute but also felt sluggish and slow. Yasuda smiled and stacked up the papers. All right, I'll get these to the old lady upstairs. Once it's processed, you'll have to do an interview with her and a rep from Child Services. I'm sure you'll be fine, but it'll take a couple days to find someone, so in the meantime, you got some time to find an apartment. How's that going, by the way? Izuku smiled as Namuri groaned. I hate it so much, but we've got a few that look good. We're gonna check them out later. Hopefully, this time, the landlord doesn't recognize Kiyama, Izuku said, making his future guardian groan again. Kiyama rubbed her face. It was so embarrassing. I could barely keep a straight face. Yasuda and Izuku laughed as Kiyama stood up. I'm going to work. I'll be back after school, so Midoriya and I can go check out the apartments. Have a good day at work, Kiyama, Izuku said, making the woman smile as she left for you. 13 took their helmet off in the teacher's lounge and sighed. Those third years, I swear. Midnight blinked and forced herself to stop staring and actually talk to them. What did they do this time? 13 started making tea as they spoke. They decided rescue training wasn't hard enough, so they started challenging each other to complete the rescue ops with various handicaps. Midnight chuckled. How did that go for them? 13 smiled, and Midnight committed it to memory. Oh, they were having a blast till I turned up the difficulty to second semester 4th years. Then suddenly they were scrambling all over the place. That's so mean. I love it. Midnight said between laughter. 13 chuckled as they sat down. So, how's it going with Midoriya? That's his name, right? Midnight nodded. Yeah. I filled out some forms this morning, and I'll have an interview in a few days so they can decide if I'm fit to be his guardian. We'll also be looking for a new apartment later today. 13 smiled. Honestly, I'm kinda surprised you went through with it. I never would have thought Namuri Kayama would adopt a kid. Midnight blushed but did her best to appear confident. Well, I'm just full of surprises. Maybe you'll get to learn some of them. She bit her tongue as 13 giggled and sipped their tea. Guess I'll just have to keep a better eye on you so I can see some of these surprises. Midnight took a breath and felt a surge of real confidence. Maybe now would be a good chance. The door slid open as Midnight's loudest friend entered. Yo Kayama, how's it going with the kid? Midnight sighed and rubbed her face as Present Mike entered. Mike, please don't shout that where students could hear. Present Mike laughed as he closed the door and started chatting like he didn't just kill Midnight's best chance. Namuri's heart warmed as she saw Izuku smile when she approached. How was work today, Kayama? Namuri sighed. I had some interesting essays turned in today. I think a few of the Hero Corps students could use a refresher on their art history. Izuku laughed as he followed her towards the first apartment they were going to check out today. Apartment hunting had been a bust over the past couple of days. Most didn't feel right, some had issues, and a few were just not as advertised. They both felt good about today though. It only took 3 apartments before they found one they both thought was good. It was twice the size of Namuri's current apartment and in a good neighborhood. That also meant it was twice as expensive, but Namuri didn't really care, her hero check could cover it, and UA paid their teachers well, so expenses wouldn't be an issue. There were apparently other heroes who lived here, so the apartment complex had security to keep reporters and other nonsense away. The apartment was on the 5th floor. A short hallway from the door led to a living room and kitchenette. To the living room's right was a short hallway. On the left was a bedroom, and across from it a bathroom. At the end of the hall was the master bedroom that had its own bathroom. The walls were painted a soft gray, and a window in the living room looked out over the street and would be a pretty nice view of the sunset. Namuri whistled. What do you think, Midoriya? 'Cause I kinda like this one. Izuku looked around a bit before nodding. Yeah, it looks good. The price isn't bad, right? I don't want you spending more than we can. Namuri rolled her eyes. I know I give off this wonderful, fun vibe, but I am an adult. I can manage my money, and besides, I'm a hero and a teacher. I make more than you think. Okay then yeah, I like this one. Izuku stammered out as he walked over to the window. Namuri smiled. All right then, let's get it. The day of the interview was coincidentally the day Namuri finalized her move to her new apartment. Now I just need to secure my child and move him in, and we'll be set. Namuri choked on her tea and nearly spilled it. The thought had hit her out of nowhere. She knew technically, as his guardian, he would be in a legal sense her child. She had also been avoiding saying or thinking that because it felt strange. She had never thought about a family before, and now she was getting one. It was small, just the 2 of them, but still, it would technically be a family. Namuri just hoped she could be a good guardian and make Izuku happy. The boy deserved some happiness after everything he suffered through. Yasuda came in and nodded. Old lady is ready for you. Are you ready to go? Namuri stood and nodded. Let's do this. Yasuda led her up to the office and let her in. Waiting for Namuri was an elderly woman in a simple pale gray blouse, with thin black-framed glasses resting on the top of her gray hair. She sat behind the sturdy dark desk. Kayama, it's good to see you again. The older woman motioned next to her. This is Miss Sayaki from Child Protective Services. She'll be speaking to you today. Miss Sayaki wore a pristine black suit with a skirt. Her black hair was tied up in a bun, and Namuri shivered under the fiercely stern gaze of the child services worker. Sayaki gave a polite nod as Namuri sat down. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Kayama. Shall we get started? Namuri nodded. Of course, ma'am. The interview was fairly standard. Sayaki had done a comprehensive background check on Namuri before coming and brought up various things from her past, some Namuri had kind of forgotten about. Nothing was incriminating, but there were plenty of reports from her time in school. Incidents where students said she had used her quirk on them, but since they were lies and no proof was provided, she never got punished for it, but she didn't need to be. The bullies were enough punishment as is. There were quite a few accusations during your time in middle and high school, though no actions were taken and no proof was found. Why was this? Nemuri huffed. Discrimination. My quirk wasn't and still isn't seen as very heroic, and as such, bullies were prevalent in my life. I looked at Midoriya's records and noticed his were similar. I also received a call from your boss, President Nizu, in which he provided me disturbing evidence of just how poorly Midoriya was treated. Sayaki adjusted her seating. Nizu has informed me of his plans for Aldera, but I'm also worried about what will happen with Midoriya when his old school goes down. As it stands now, he is simply not attending at all. Nemuri nodded. I have an apartment. She handed over a thin folder with the details of her new home. It's in a much better place, and it's far from Aldera, so when he rejoins school, none of his old tormentors should be there. Sayaki nodded and looked over the details. This is a good neighborhood. Nemuri felt good. The interview was going fine, and Sayaki seemed to approve until, but I have a concern. It's to do with your hero identity, Midnight. Nemuri blushed a bit. I can assure you that Midnight is just a persona I use for hero work. I drop it when I don't need it. Sayaki raised her hand. I understand that. This isn't my first time dealing with a hero who wanted to adopt a child. It's not so much the persona that has me concerned. Your character may be inappropriate at times, but there is plenty of evidence to show you dropping it when it is unneeded. My concern has to do with you being a hero in general. Nemuri felt a little relieved but also incredibly worried as Sayaki continued. As you know better than anyone here, a hero's life is not an easy or safe one. The risk to you and those close to you is great. While you aren't as high on the list as others, you are a well-known hero. Not only would there be media attention on you for adopting a child, but there will also be villains who may have a grudge against you. Sayaki leveled her stern red eyes at Nemuri. My top concern is Midoriya's physical and mental well-being in that situation. Nemuri nodded. I understand. In regards to the media, Midoriya knows already and has told me he doesn't mind. As for villains who may target me, you saw that my new apartment houses several heroes and has increased security as such. I am also a UA teacher, which allows me access to several resources that I can employ to help secure my home even better. Sayaki nodded and scribbled something down before moving on to other topics. Nemuri wasn't sure how much time went by, but eventually, Sayaki seemed satisfied and stood up. Well, Ms. Kiyama, I had my doubts. Heroes often wish to do well by the kids but often fall flat. As of right now, I can't see any reason to not allow you to adopt Midoriya. Once all the paperwork is finalized, I will stop by several times over the next year to assure everything is being taken care of properly. Nemuri stood. I hope I don't disappoint Miss Sayaki. I will do my best to make sure Midoriya has a good life. Sayaki smiled. I hope you do. Now here are the last of the documents to sign. Once that's done, you will be the guardian of Izuku Midoriya. Nemuri took the paperwork and smiled. Thank you, Miss Sayaki, for allowing this to happen. Sayaki shook her head. This is because of you. I hope you both have a wonderful future as a family. Sayaki bowed before leaving. The elderly head of the orphanage smiled. Well done, Kiyama. Now, why don't you run off to Izuku and Yasuda? She can take care of that paperwork once it's signed. Nemuri bowed. Of course, ma'am. Thank you for everything. She all but ran out and back downstairs. Nemuri was surprised to find Yasuda and the others set up for what looked like a party while Izuku was swamped by the younger kids who were all crying to varying degrees about big bro Izuku leaving them. One girl in particular with a long tangled mess of teal hair had attached herself quite firmly to Izuku's chest. Izuku smiled up at Nemuri. How did it go? Nemuri chuckled. It went well. Just gotta sign this, then you're stuck with me. The young girl wailed. Aiza's leaving. Izuku patted the girl's head. It's okay, Moabi. Just 'cause I'm getting adopted doesn't mean you'll never see me again. I promise I'll come by and see you all. Moabi sniffled her sea-green eyes, staring up at him. You promise? Izuku nodded. I promise. Nemuri was a little startled when Mawabi smiled, showing off a terrifying number of shark teeth. The children seemed in better spirits knowing their big brother wouldn't leave them forever when he moved out. Yasuda chuckled and pulled Nemuri over to a table so she could finish the paperwork. It's gonna be different not having the little nerd around all the time. Be sure to come with him when you can, okay? Nemuri nodded. I'll try to. Once the paperwork was signed, Yasuda whisked it away, and once she returned, the young woman clapped her hands. All right, everybody. You know why we're here. Our wonderful little hero nerd has found a home and a family for himself, so let's give him a proper send-off to his new life and hope he doesn't forget about us when he makes it big. Everyone cheered as Izuku blushed, but the smile on his face never faded as they got into things. Nemuri couldn't stop smiling as the party went on. All of the kids had pulled their allowances and got Izuku a gift. A dark green hoodie that said family found in white letters. Izuku chuckled, and Nemuri shook her head at his odd taste in clothes. Yasuda patted her shoulder. No matter how much you try, he will never stop wearing that. Nemuri sighed. I just want him to know when to wear something else and to have something else to wear. Yasuda shook her head. The boy is hopeless in some aspects. I'm just glad it's someone else's problem now. Nemuri smiled. How hard are you gonna cry tomorrow when he leaves? Yasuda shoved her lightly. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an uncaring orphanage worker forced to look after all these dastardly children. The two women quickly broke down into quiet laughter. Yasuda sighed. It will suck not having him here. He helped out so much around here and loved talking heroes with me. He did promise to come back, and the boy loves you and everyone else here, so there's no way he'll back out of that promise, Nemuri said as she watched Izuku pick up a couple of the kids. They giggled and several climbed him, causing him to fall out as they swarmed him with hugs. The next morning was spent packing the few things he owned and loading them into a moving van. Yasuda cried as she pulled Izuku into a tight hug. Be safe, you little nerd, and make sure to keep in touch, okay? Izuku cried just as much as he hugged her back. Sure thing, Yasuda. I'll be sure to. Don't let the other kids cause too much trouble. Yasuda laughed. I'll keep them in line, don't you worry. Now get going. You gotta get moved in today. Another round of hugs and tears later, Izuku was in the van next to Nemuri, who smiled as she started the van. You ready? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I'm ready. The ride was quiet as Izuku thought about how different things were because one day, he ran down an alleyway and ran into the woman who is now his legal guardian. It was interesting and the weeks felt like they flew by. His life changed so quickly that he kind of hoped things mellowed out for a bit to let him process it all. Nemuri sighed internally. How had she ended up here? A few weeks ago, she had to take a different route from her normal patrols to avoid some annoying paparazzi that were around because of some singer that was in town. Now she had a kid, and they were moving into a new apartment. She'd have to make sure there was actual food in the house, and she needed to get him into school so he could finish and move on to high school. Oh God, why did she agree to this? Her eyes flicked over, and she saw Izuku smiling as he scrolled through some hero news. Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, I can handle this. Probably. Most likely. Izuku woke up and was confused. The ceiling wasn't right. He looked around the room, and it was larger than his room should be until it clicked that this was his new room in his new home where his guardian? Or mom? Izuku shook his head. No, that's it. Not yet. He jumped a bit at the short rapid knocks on his door. Midoriya, you up? I'll be out in a minute. Nemuri sighed. It's all right. We got a bit of stuff to look over and finalize, but you can take your time. Izuku got ready for the morning and met Nemuri in the kitchen. She finished signing some papers then looked up to him. Midoriya? There are a couple things you need to sign. All right, what are they? He asked nervously as he sat across from her. This one is for medical stuff. Basically allows me access to your medical records and such. Izuku signed it after a quick glance and nodded. And the other? Nemuri blushed a bit and cleared her throat. It's on the issue of your name. You can keep it or take mine. If you want. Izuku looked over the papers. The longer he took to do anything, the more nervous Nemuri felt. Eventually, something clicked in Izuku's eyes. Can I have your last name as my middle name? Namuri blinked, and Izuku blushed as he elaborated, well, I like my last name. It reminds me of the few memories I have of my parents, but I want to be part of this family, and I think a middle name would be good because most people don't ask for it, and it doesn't show up on official records, so it'll be something for myself, you know. It'll be something for just me to remind me of who's my family now. Namuri wasn't about to cry, and if anyone said differently, she would hurt them. She shook her head yes as she didn't trust her voice. Izuku smiled as he tried not to cry either. He filled out the paperwork and double-checked it before handing it back to Namuri, who put it in a folder. A comfortable silence fell over them as they looked at the folder. After a moment, Namuri clapped her hands. Let's make some breakfast. Izuku nodded and was surprised by how well Namuri could cook. It wasn't that he thought she would be bad at it. It's just Namuri didn't seem like the type to like cooking. After breakfast, Izuku realized he still didn't have a school to go to. What do I do today? Namuri double-checked her bag. Your usual workout routine and whatnot. I've started the process of getting you into a school so you can finish junior high. You should be able to start going in a couple days. Until then, I guess learn about the area and try not to get lost. Izuku nodded, okay. Have a good day at work then. Namuri smiled. Have a good day as well, Midoriya. Since he still didn't have anything to do, Izuku went through his morning workout minus a jog since he planned to wander around for a bit. Once he was dressed in his usual red sneakers, jeans, and new hoodie, he started learning the area. Izuku thought about his new neighborhood as he walked around. The orphanage he grew up in wasn't in a bad neighborhood, it was just closer to the bad ones than this area was. He spotted a few stores he'd have to check out more another day. As Izuku walked, he noticed a few school uniforms passing by and realized junior high students were probably heading to school now. It would be interesting and weird since they were in the final months of school. It would be odd to get a new student. Izuku hoped he would make friends or at least keep new bullies from showing up until high school. His thoughts were interrupted as he bumped into someone. Izuku immediately felt panic rise up in him as he stepped back and ducked his head. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. He felt worse as a girl spoke. Hey, it's okay, I wasn't looking where I was going. No harm done, so yeah. Izuku risked a look and saw nothing. He stared at where her head should be for a second too long as the girl stepped back. You're staring at me. Izuku blushed. I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting this. He saw a floating silver bracelet fly back and forth. It's fine. I'm used to it. And no, I'm sorry it's rude to stare at people. Even if your quirk seems really cool. The girl stopped her attempt to walk around him and said a little defensively, wait, what? You think this seems cool? Izuku blushed and stepped back reflexively. Sorry, it's just, it seems really useful for hero work and stuff. You could do a lot of infiltration and scouting. It would make it easier for heroes going into unknowns to have someone who can walk around mostly freely and not be spotted. He clenched his eyes shut against the deafening silence between them. The girl spoke quietly after a moment. You think I could do hero work? Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah. You'd excel at stealth and ambushes. He risked a glance up, not that it mattered since he couldn't tell what kind of face she was making. After another moment, the bracelet extended towards him. Toru Hagakure. Thanks for what you said. Izuku relaxed a bit and spoke as he reached for where he was pretty sure her hand was. Izuku Midoriya dash. Dread filled him as he grabbed her closed fist, and the two stood there for a moment before Toru started laughing and took his hand, giving it a firm shake. Sorry, Midoriya, I can't help myself but give people the awkward fist bump handshake mix-up. Getting his hand back, Izuku took a shaky breath as he clutched his chest. Her laughter didn't hurt like he was used to. Instead, he smiled a bit and chuckled. I'd probably do the same with your quirk. Toru looked at her other wrist, which had a pink watch on it, and sighed. Well, I better get going. Don't want to be late for school. Izuku nodded. Sorry for bumping into you, Hagakure. Have a good day. You too, Midoriya. Hope you don't get in trouble for skipping. She was gone before he could correct her on that. Not that it mattered. He probably wouldn't run into her again. Toru sighed as she sat at her desk. Yesterday morning had been interesting, and she was surprised that she was still thinking about it. That random guy she bumped into had been so scared. He looked like a kicked puppy, and she wondered if he was suffering. Then when he saw her and she prepared for all the jokes or stupid comments about her invisibility, but they never came. He just got this glint in his eye and told her what she always hoped people would say, that she could be a hero and that she could do a good job at it. Toru felt great the rest of the day and even this morning. The comments and jokes at her expense had stung less yesterday, and she felt hopeful that she could keep these good vibes going, but as her usual tormentors approached, she felt that maybe the vibes wouldn't stay as good as she hoped. The middle girl, who stood a few inches shorter than the other two, smiled down at Toru. Her icy blue eyes shone with malice as she spoke. "Hey little thief, have you seen Shira's wallet? She can't seem to find it anywhere." Toru looked up, her eyes flicking to all three girls, then to a girl in the front of the class with a mutation quirk that gave her reptilian features. She was frantically searching her bag and desk as everyone packed up to leave today. "I don't know. I've been back here all day." The center girl smiled as the other two moved to either side of Toru. "But how can we know that for sure? Someone like you could be anywhere, and we wouldn't know it. Why don't you come clean, little thief, and I'm sure Shira will forgive you. We don't want to have to get a teacher involved in this, right?" Toru sighed. "I told you I'd on dash." The girl to her left scoffed and grabbed her bag while the other quickly put a hand on her to keep her from getting up. The girl with her bag pulled Shira's wallet out of her pocket, then dropped it into Toru's bag. She turned with a grin as she pulled it back out and said, "Hey Shira, isn't this yours?" The lizard girl brightened but still looked nervous. Toru knew they picked on her as well. "Why, you found it?" The girl tossed it to her. "Looks like Hagakure had it in her bag. Though can you blame her? She's got a thief's quirk, so it only makes sense." A few people looked at her with mixed expressions, and Shira looked conflicted but said nothing as she quickly grabbed her things and left. The three tormentors laughed and made comments about Shira as they left. Toru just sighed and picked her bag up off the ground before moving to the exit. Another day done, and more people who'll avoid her from now on. She considered just skipping school tomorrow. Maybe she'd run into Midoriya. No, if she did that, her parents would get on to her. It was bad enough with how much they fretted after she told them about the bullying. They had gone to the school, and the teachers had made attempts to curb the bullying, but the bullies just backed off until the teachers were satisfied and stopped paying so much attention. It wasn't that bad, though. They just accused her of being a thief, bump into her on purpose and say it was her quirk's fault for making it so hard to notice her, and occasionally pull stunts like they did today with Shira's wallet. Toru jumped a bit as the girl she was just thinking about popped out from around a corner. Shira's green scales reminded her of the scared-looking guy she had run into. Oh, Shira, what can I do for you?" The lizard girl twitched nervously, her yellow eyes flicking around as she wrung her hands. "I'm sorry, Hagakure. I know you didn't steal my wallet, but if I said anything..." Toru shook her head. "It's fine, Shira. I'm used to their antics. Keep yourself safe, that's all that matters. I can manage on my own." She didn't look happy, but Shira nodded. "Oh, okay, and I'm sorry again." The two girls parted ways, and Toru sighed as she walked down the streets. Once she was getting close to a convenience store, she decided to get something before heading home to try and make the day feel better overall. As she approached the doors, they opened, and Toru came face to face with a pair of emerald eyes she recognized. Izuku eeped and stepped out of the way. Sorry? Hagakure, right? I didn't mean to dash." Toru waved her hands. "No, it's fine. Wow, I didn't think I'd run into you again." "Midoriya?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah. I got some errands to run, so I'll see you around." Toru raised an eyebrow. Not that he could tell. "You'll see me around?" Izuku blushed. "No, sorry. It's just an expression dash." He stopped his frantic apology as Toru giggled. "I'm messing with you, Midoriya. I'll see you around as well." Toru slipped into the store as Izuku gave a small wave before heading his own way. Toru smiled as she walked down the aisles, looking for a snack to get. She felt lucky to run into Midoriya again. He still looked like a kicked puppy, but somehow not as sad as yesterday, though she wondered why both times she ran into him, He was in street clothes and not a school uniform. Maybe he's homeschooled? She wondered aloud as she grabbed a candy bar and headed back to the register. Another day at school, and Toru's mood was souring. Her mom bugged her about buying candy on the way home, which wasn't an actual issue since she knew her mother loved her and loved to give her grief. This morning, though, her older brother had seen fit to eat the food she had claimed the night before, and then she ran into the trio of bullies on the way to school, and they had their usual round of insults to hurl at her. The only thing of note was the whispers about a transfer student, but they were in the last semester of their 3rd year of junior high. Who the hell would transfer schools at a time like that? Maybe they were at the school that got busted for discrimination. She sighed, not really wanting to deal with someone who went to a school like that. Their homeroom teacher came, and everyone quieted down. He smiled tightly, and Toru could tell he was baffled by what he was doing. So we have a transfer student. Treat him well, all right? The door opened, and Toru's eyes widened as a familiar mop of green hair and emerald eyes walked in. Izuku smiled nervously. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Izuku shrank back from the murmurs, and the teacher raised his hand to quiet them. Shush. Midoriya, take the empty desk by Hagakure. Izuku nodded and found his way to the desk on Toru's right. He smiled a bit nervously at her as he sat down. Toru gave a small wave and whispered, "So you weren't just skipping school when I saw you?" Izuku blushed. "No, just waiting for paperwork to finish." Toru nodded. "Tell me more at lunch." Izuku's brain froze as the teacher continued going on about their final semester. Ignoring the fact that it was a girl, this was the first time in longer than he could remember where someone wanted to talk to him during lunch. He smiled a bit and felt hopeful. Lunchtime rolled around, and as Toru and Izuku stood, one of Toru's main bullies spoke up. "Hey, new kid, better be careful. You're sitting next to our class's resident thief who knows what'll go missing when you're not looking." Izuku looked at Toru and could tell even without being able to see her face what was going on. Izuku looked at the girl and said, "I'll keep my eye on you then." He turned and looked at Toru. "Hagakure, can you show me where the cafeteria is?" Toru nodded as she spoke. "Why, Midoriya? This way." The two walked in silence to the cafeteria. Toru wondering how the guy who looked like a kicked puppy, I need a better description for him, suddenly hit them with that confidence. Izuku was mentally freaking out about suddenly saying something like that. What the hell was that? I've never talked like that to someone my age, and I didn't even stutter. Izuku jumped a bit as Toru giggled. He relaxed and started to chuckle as well as they made their way into the cafeteria. "Wow, Midoriya. I had this impression of you being kinda shy and stuff, but I see you've got more going on." Izuku shook his head and arms. "And no, I don't know why or how I said that. It just slipped out." Toru laughed again, and as they got their food she asked, "So you just moved to this area?" Izuku nodded. "Why am I? Guardian, and I just moved here a few days ago. I'm still settling in and learning the area." Guardian? Not mom or dad? Or even parent? Well, that convenience store where we bumped into each other has the best selection. There's also some pretty good arcades and cafes around it. Izuku followed her to a table near the corner where he noticed fewer people tended to sit. He felt some comfort and concern that she basically did what he did whenever he ate in the cafeteria. As they sat, Toru asked, "So I gotta know, did you come from that one school that's all over the news?" Izuku felt a pit in his stomach form as he nodded slowly. Aldra. It wasn't a nice place to be." Toru's shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up." Izuku waved his hands. No, it's fine. Aldra is in a lot of ways, and I'm glad it went down." Toru nodded, and the conversation kinda died a bit until Izuku spoke quietly. Your Quirk. How does it work?" She stared at his entirely serious, if nervous, looking face for a moment. That moment stretched, and she watched him fidget. But before he could backpedal, she spoke. "I'm not sure actually. My dad can turn parts of his body invisible, and my mom can change the color of her skin, but it's all at once, so like she can only turn one color." Izuku perked up. Did you turn invisible when you got your quirk, and you've been like this the whole time?" "Yep," Toru said, adding a pop to the P. I remember waking up and going to the bathroom one day and not being able to see myself. Best guess that doctor gave was that my parents' quirks combined, and now I'm stuck as this. Izuku nodded, that must suck a bit. I mean not being able to see yourself and all. Though I wonder, how does your dad's quirk work? Toru shrugged. I never asked him. I kinda haven't tried anything with my quirk. It made me invisible and I don't need to focus on it, so I decided to dedicate my time to other skills. That annoyed Izuku slightly, but he also understood why she wouldn't try to mess with her quirk since it seemed to be a constant that took no effort, so it made sense for her to focus on other skills. Also, he had to remind himself that not everyone wanted to be a hero. I want to be a hero, so I'll need to be pretty stealthy and know how to throw a punch. Toru watched as Izuku's eyes lit up and he asked, You want to be a hero? Yeah. Ever since I can remember, I've always loved the idea of helping people and being a hero always felt like the best way to do that, and I'm guessing by your reaction you want to be a hero too. Izuku nodded, Why yeah, I've always wanted to be a hero. Saving people and proving that people are more than their quirks. Ah, he must have a quirk people don't like. Maybe that's why he said Aldra se. Could he have gotten bullied for it? Toru chewed her lip and decided to go for it. So what is your quirk, Midoriya? Izuku slumped a bit, it's called narcolepsy. Do you know the hero Midnight? Even though he couldn't see her, he knew she was giving him a look. Izuku waved his hands, be before you start thinking the usual thing. I look up to her and whatnot because our quirks are basically the same. Toru blinked and chuckled, oh that's pretty cool actually. You'll do great as a hero with that kind of quirk. Izuku felt the tension leave his body. He hadn't realized how tense he had felt when she asked about his quirk. Wow, you mean that? Toru nodded, I mean, there's already a hero with that kind of quirk, so if she can do it, I don't see why you can't. Izuku smiled, and Toru decided that fit his face better than the scared puppy look. The two chatted idly as they finished their lunch. Nemuri sank into the couch in the teacher's lounge and yawned as Shota placed some coffee on the table in front of her and sat at the other end of the couch. Nemuri eyed the white mug suspiciously. Who are you and what happened to Eraserhead? Shota grumbled. I tried to be nice to you one time. Nemuri wrinkled her nose. You think bringing me black coffee from the machine in here counts as being nice? I could have brought you nothing. Shota huffed as he sipped his own coffee. I think I'd prefer that. Now I have to get up. You could always not. Adding things to coffee is irrational and does nothing to help the coffee do its job. Nemuri was already dumping cream into her cup. It makes it bearable. Some of us like to have some flavor in our lives. It can't just always be bitter coffee and lychee jelly packs. They're peach actually. Nemuri raised an eyebrow at him. Then why did you have lychee last week? Shota looked away while Hitoshi had to do the grocery shopping cause I had a case to wrap up. The store was out of peach flavored and he didn't know where else to find them, so he got lychee. Nemuri chuckled, and like a good father, you thanked him and to see it up even if you didn't like it. Shota shrugged and sipped his coffee. The two fell into a comfortable silence that lasted several minutes as they simply sat and drank their drinks. Eventually Shota spoke up, how's it going with Midoriya? He's starting to go to school again, right? Nemuri nodded, yeah. Spit it out, Nemuri. You have something to ask. It's just. Nemuri sighed and twirled a few strands of her hair around her finger. Does Shinso have nightmares? Shota glared at his empty coffee cup. Yeah, it makes his insomnia worse. Some nights I think he sleeps less than I do. How bad is it for Midoriya? Nemuri shook her head. Nothing bad, but sometimes I can hear him talking in his sleep when I pass his room. He sounds so scared, and I'm just waiting sometimes for him to wake up in a panic, but it hasn't happened. I want to ask but you feel like you aren't close enough to ask about that and get an honest answer from him, Shota stated bluntly, making Nemuri slouch in her seat more. The Erasure hero sighed as he got up. Give it time. You care about him, he'll pick up on that and open up to you. Don't be afraid to open up to him either. Trust goes both ways. Nemuri smiled a bit as Shota headed for the door. Wow. You've got this parenting thing down pretty well. Shota scoffed and said before leaving, It's just the logical way to do things. 13 had been teaching at UA for several years and figured they knew their coworkers pretty well. At least they thought they did until Namuri actually adopted a kid. That had surprised them. What didn't surprise them was how much time Namuri spent in the teacher's lounge trying to figure out how to raise the kid. The R-rated hero was currently laid out on the couch looking at her phone, probably looking at an article related to raising a child. 13 didn't like taking their helmet off. The more they did it, the more people would recognize them outside of hero work, but they didn't mind the idea of Namuri seeing their face, and if all the staring that happened when they took their helmet off was anything to go by, 13 was pretty sure Namuri didn't mind getting to see their face either. So, how's it going now that you're a mom? Namuri yelped as her phone slipped and landed on her face. 13 was fairly confident that the red was a combo of the phone smack and a blush. Namuri sat up and huffed. I don't know. It's going okay, I think. 13 put their helmet on the table and sat across from Namuri in an armchair. Is everything okay? Namuri scratched her cheek. I got home past midnight last night. I was surprised to find dinner waiting, but before I could eat, I heard Midoriya was up. Guess he had a nightmare or something. I could hear him crying and trying to hold himself together. I wasn't sure what to do. 13 smiled. It must have hurt to just stand there and listen. Namuri nodded. It hurt, but I don't know. I panicked, I guess. It's kinda stupid to think I can comfort civilians all day, but I freeze up when the kid I'm supposed to raise needs help. Sounds like you're scared of messing up. I see it a lot during rescue training and new heroes who do rescues. You freeze up because you're scared that if you step in, you'll make it worse. 13 said as they gave their best reassuring smile. Remember your training for crisis management and just apply it to the next time, but try to make it more personal. Namuri sighed dramatically. You're too good at this. 13 laughed. I would hope so. Rescue ops are my specialty. Namuri smiled and said with a dramatic flourish, well, thank you for saving me, hero. However, can I repay you? Would you mind getting tea with me this weekend then? As payment for my helping you. The question caught Namuri off guard, and she blinked, huh? 13 cleared their throat, looking a little flushed. I said you can repay me by getting tea with me this weekend. Namuri's mind went from being frozen to screaming as it clicked. 13 just asked her on a date? Is it a date? They didn't say date, but it's our day off, and they want to have tea. Should I ask? No, they said it's paying them back. Come on, Namuri, you aren't a schoolgirl, stop reading so much into it. Should I take your silence as a no or? Namuri waved her hands. No. I'll do it. I'd like to have tea with you. 13 giggled, and Namuri felt her heart flutter. I'll text you the details later. Namuri nodded slowly as 13 put their helmet back on and headed out. Namuri waited a few beats before squealing loudly and pumping her fist. She jumped up and felt like she was overcharged with energy as she did a little dance in place until the door suddenly slid open as Shota and Sekijiro walked in. Both men looked at her questioningly as Namuri slowly straightened out her posture and cleared her throat before quickly walking past them without a word. Hey Midoriya, you wanna hang out tomorrow? Izuku choked on his lunch and chugged some water as he tried to process what was asked. What? Toru poked at her own lunch. I don't have anything to do, and you're kinda the only person who talks to me in school, so I figured we can hang out outside of school. Izuku swallowed. Yeah. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, so yes sure. He couldn't see her smile, but her body language perked up, so Izuku was fairly certain she was happy about the decision. When was the last time I hung out with someone my age? Oh, I'll need your number so I can text you when and where to meet up. Toru giggled, seeing Izuku's face do an imitation of the tomatoes in his lunch as he shakily pulled his phone out. He's so nervous. Is it just cause of how he was treated in Aldra, or is it cause I'm a girl? Maybe both, actually. He looks like the type of guy to be shy around girls. Toru snatched up the phone and quickly put her info in and got his, I'll text you later today. Izuku nodded robotically as he took his phone back and started eating slowly. Toru swayed side to side. It had been a few days since Izuku started school here, and he hadn't stopped hanging out with her. Her bullies were a bit hesitant to mess with her while he was around. Despite his meek appearance, his initial statement on his first day seemed to keep them at bay, but sadly she couldn't hang around him all the time. It was during those times the tormentors stepped in and reminded her how they felt about her. It hurts being told you're a thief and a liar almost every day. That just made it that much better every day Yusuke hung around her, though she felt the looming dread that one day he would distance himself from her. She hoped hanging out outside of school will help reinforce their friendship so he wouldn't drift before the year was over. She could worry about summer break when it came around. Izuku sighed internally as they ate in silence. He was worried that Toru would avoid him after finding out about his quirk, but she hadn't. No one else had approached him since his first day either. He found some comfort and a lot of concern in that. Toru had proved over the past couple of days to be an interesting and kind person. He got along well with her, and even when she teased him about starting or poked fun at him, it didn't hurt like in Aldera. He hated how others avoided her because of a few lies. If they gave her a chance, they'd see what a good friend she is. As the bell rang to end lunch, Toru walked alongside Izuku back to class with a pep in her step, and Izuku stood a bit straighter as they both thought about getting to spend time with an actual friend. Izuku yawned as he came home. "I'm home." Silence greeted him as he took his shoes off and dropped his pack in his room before heading back to the kitchen. As he did, his phone buzzed with a message, and he saw Toru had put her last name in as well as a string of seemingly random emojis as her contact name. Izuku sighed and was glad that it was fairly normal. In the short time he had known Toru, the word energetic came to mind. Despite what she had gone through, she was still in high spirits as far as he could tell. Izuku unlocked his phone and checked the message. "Hagakure, hey Midoriya, hope I put the numbers in right." Izuku gulped as he realized this was the first time he had texted a kid his age. Her being a girl made him more nervous. He hated that. After taking a deep breath and shoving his thoughts away, he responded. "Midoriya, yes you did." "Hagakure, oh yay. Alright, you remember the convenience store? The best one around." "Midoriya, yes, I remember." "Hagakure, good, meet me there at 10. Izuku sent his confirmation and continued to text as he grabbed a snack. Gradually, as they talked about nothing in particular, he relaxed. He noticed a lot more time passed than he thought as Namuri came home. "I'm home." "Welcome home," Izuku said as he shot off a text. Namuri smiled. "Talking with Izuki?" Izuku blushed. "I know." He regretted his stutter and his face's betrayal as Namuri got that smug look in her eye that meant she would tease him. "Oh, could it be that Hagakure girl you've mentioned? Finally, got her number, huh? I expected it to take longer. Color me impressed." Izuku's face flushed. "Harder, W? No, it's just that she wanted to hang out tomorrow dash." Namuri grinned, and Izuku cursed internally. "Wow, looks like both of us are gonna be busy tomorrow." Izuku blinked. "Huh. I'm heading out to have tea with a friend from work tomorrow. I promise not to embarrass you if I run into you." Izuku straight up said, "I'll try to do the same." Namuri chuckled. "Glad to hear it. Can you get started on dinner? I've got to rest a bit before patrols tonight." Izuku nodded as he got up. "Sure thing." Izuku was nervous, and he could tell she was as well. "Why are you nervous?" Namuri smoothed out her shirt. "I don't want to mess this up. It's just tea, but it's a start. Why are you nervous?" "You know, other than normal teenage boy nerves." Izuku blushed. This is the first time since I was 4 that I'm going to hang out with a friend." "And they're a girl," Namuri whispered, making Izuku swat her away. "Not helping. I don't want to mess up and lose the first friend I've made since, well, everything." Namuri smiled sadly and patted his head. "You won't mess up, and even if you do, friends forgive each other. Hagakure sounds like a good kid, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Just be yourself and have fun today, alright kid?" Izuku smiled. "Thanks, Kiyama. Sometimes I forget you can give good advice." She pulled him into a headlock and ruffled his hair aggressively. "Who taught you to be sassy?" Izuku laughed. "Yasuda did direct your complaints to her." Namuri huffed as she let him go. "I will when we go back to see her." She smiled as he adjusted his hair. Not that it mattered since the mass of fluffy hair seemed untamable. Have a good day, kid. I'll see you around for dinner, alright? Izuku nodded. Why you too? The two headed out and went their separate ways. Toru was excited for today. Izuku didn't seem like he did much outside the house, so she'd have to make sure to show him all the cool stuff out there. She checked her phone and saw it was 10 now. She may have shown up a little too early and had been standing outside the store for 15 minutes. Oh, Hagakure, you're already here. I'm not late, right? Toru turned to see Izuku. He was wearing those red shoes he always has on, a pair of jeans and a green hoodie. Toru was dressed similarly in a pair of black and pink sneakers, skinny jeans, and a rose-colored jacket over a black t-shirt. Nope. Also, your hoodie says family found. What's that about? Izuku blushed and scratched his head. It was a gift. I was an orphan and I got adopted recently. This was a gift from the young K-kids. Toru grinned. I like it. It suits you. Izuku's face reddened more. Thanks, our outfit looks good as well. Toru giggled. That's good, but do you think this shade of pink matches my eyes? 'Cause I'm not sure. She nearly doubled over in laughter at Izuku's hesitant face. Eventually, Izuku chuckled and started laughing as well. She waved him along with her silver bracelets shining. Come on, I'll show you the best place to kill a few hours. Izuku nodded and followed her as they walked down the street. He felt a little bad about not helping plan today, but he still didn't know a lot about the area yet, so he could do nothing but hope Toru knew what she was doing. It only took a few minutes before Toru stopped and spun around, gesturing grandly to the building behind her. First up today is the best arcade around. They got the best pieces, games, and prizes. I hope you're ready for me to kick your butt at everything here. Izuku chuckled. You're pretty confident. I guess you come here a lot. Toru gave a full-body nod. Yep. My older brother showed me this place and beat me thoroughly, so I keep coming here so I can beat him one day. I hope I'll be a good enough training partner. As they entered, Toru asked, have you never gone to an arcade? Izuku was assaulted by lights and sound as he tried to form a response. Dozens upon dozens of arcade games were strewn about, blaring noise and flashing colors to draw people in. Izuku's brain skipped a beat. No, I haven't. I usually avoid these places. Toru slumped a bit before bouncing back to her usual energy. Well then, I hope today helps you realize what you've been missing. This is gonna be so much fun. Izuku gave his best smile and followed her deeper in. There was a bit of a learning curve with each game they played, but Izuku was a smart kid and a quick learner. Toru was also surprisingly good at explaining things despite how her personality would usually say otherwise. Izuku admitted Toru was better than him, but he managed to secure a few victories as they moved from game to game, and before they knew it, a couple hours had gone by. Izuku had lost track of Toru for a second and looked around as the bubbling start of panic surfaced in his stomach, but it quickly vanished as he saw the floating clothes by a crane machine. What are you looking at? Toru poked the glass. That green rabbit looks so cute. It would look great in my room. Are you gonna try to get it? He asked as her shoulders slumped. I want to, but I'm kinda really bad at these. Izuku smiled a bit. I can try. I've never done this, though. Toru bounced up as her energy came back, and she quickly explained how it worked. Izuku paid, and Toru saw his face shift to a more serious and less timid look as he concentrated. She shivered a bit, feeling like it would be intimidating to have him actually direct that look at a person. Then she giggled internally, seeing how serious his face got because of a stuffed animal. It took a couple tries to get a feel for it, but by the third attempt, the rabbit was freed from their glass prison and swept up in Toru's arms. The invisible girl clutched her rabbit as they left. You should have gotten one for yourself. Izuku waved his hand. No, he never been big on stuffed animals. I'm also pretty used to my room being kinda empty. Toru's shoulders slumped. That sounds like a boring room. What do you do to distract yourself if there's nothing in your room? Do homework. Toru groaned at that one. Look at my phone. Or organize my notebooks. So schoolwork or playing on your phone? That's all you got going on in your room? Toru asked as she took the lead to who knows where. Izuku blushed. The notebooks aren't for school. Toru pet her head to the side, not that it would convey her confusion any better than if she didn't. What are they for then? I write down stuff about heroes. When I see a hero in action live or see it on the news, I write down the stuff about their quirks and how they handle situations. I theorize about the use of their quirks and possible improvements and stuff. Then study it and see what I can learn from them. Toru was quiet, and Izuku feared the worst. People had called his notebooks creepy and then called him a stalker or a villain. He was starting to worry that Toru would do the same, but the girl spoke before his fear could choke him. That sounds super useful. You gotta show me sometime. I wanna see it, alright? Izuku blushed and nodded. I'll bring my most recent one to school. Toru pumped her fist. Can't wait. Oh hey, since you're such a big hero nerd, do you know any heroes with a quirk like mine? I've looked before, but I'm pretty sure they'd all be underground. Izuku nodded. I have heard of a couple, but they're from different countries. I don't really remember their names. It was quite a while ago when I heard about them. Toru bounced a bit as she walked. That just means I'll be leading the way for people like me. I'll show them that I can be a hero even with a quirk as simple as mine. Simple quirks are really good, and not to say there are quirks that aren't good, they're all good in my book. I just mean once you get a handle on a simple quirk, you can actually get really creative with how you take advantage of its strengths and weaknesses. Toru nodded. You're really smart when it comes to quirks and stuff, aren't you? Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he blushed. I don't know, I guess. Yasuda got me into analyzing quirks and heroes when I was young. Yasuda? Who's that? Yasuda Izuki. She works at the orphanage I grew up in. She was like a big sister to me, and she's a huge hero nerd. Toru giggled before suddenly gasping, making Izuku jump. Oh, do you want to get some bubble tea? This place has some good choices. Izuku nodded and followed her into the shop. It was a small and homey place with a few plush booths and small tables. It was quiet, with only a few customers sitting and enjoying their drinks. The two ordered and paid separately and sat to wait for their drinks. As they did, Toru asked, So what's your guardian like? Izuku thought for a moment and decided it was probably best not to blurt out that his guardian was a hero while in public. She's really kind and protective of me. She also teases me a lot and questions my fashion sense. Toru titled her head. It doesn't seem bad to me. Izuku chuckled. You just haven't seen most of my shirts. They all say something strange. Really? Let me guess, you have a shirt that says shirt on it or something. Toru stared at Izuku as he blushed and scratched his cheek before laughing. Wait, really? Izuku nodded. It's my favorite shirt. Are you wearing it now under your hoodie? Izuku shook his head. No. He lifted his hoodie to reveal a black shirt with bold white letters that said, Hot Soup. I'm wearing one of my soup shirts. One of? The other one says Cold Soup, Izuku mumbled, causing the invisible girl to laugh again. Once Toru had gotten herself under control, she asked, So what's your guardian's name? Oh, and what does she do for a job? Namuri Kiyama, and she's an art history professor at a university. Izuku stammered out as Toru hummed. Art history? She said, and Izuku could imagine she was probably scrunching her nose up at the idea. Despite her very playful personality, she is very serious about art history and its importance in the world. I questioned her on it at one point and ended up sitting through an hour-long lecture about it. She said it would have been longer, but she didn't have her laptop or a projector to show the various PowerPoints she had made. Izuku sighed as Toru dissolved into giggles again. Izuku cleared his throat after a moment and hesitated before asking, What about why your family? Toru grinned. Well, it's me, my mom, dad, and an older brother. My mom is a lawyer, and dad works computers and stuff. My older brother is in his last year of high school, so he'll be heading off to college or something, I guess. Their orders came up before Izuku could work up the courage to ask follow-up questions, and they left the establishment. Toru was drinking something that smelled like the embodiment of the word fruity and chewed on the jellies she got instead of the typical tapioca. Izuku sipped his rose milk tea, and the two walked in relative silence that was broken usually by Toru pointing at shops and commenting on them. Oh, there's a nice park around here. I figured a quiet guy like yourself would enjoy that kind of thing. Izuku blushed but nodded. Why, that sounds dash. Izuku? A voice from behind caught his attention and he stopped. Panic briefly filled his chest as he saw a head of ash blonde hair, but it subsided quickly and a nostalgic sort of feeling replaced it. Aunt Mitsuki? The older woman smiled as she approached. It is you. Come here. Toru took his drink as he got swept up in a hug that crushed him. After a moment, the matriarch of the Bakugo family pulled back. Before anything else, I wanted to apologize for everything. Her eyes flicked to Toru. You didn't have to be as forgiving as you were, but I'm thankful, and so is Masaru. Izuku nodded. Why, it's okay, Auntie. Mitsuki smiled as she stepped back. You're looking better as well. That's good. Izuku gulped as she got a grin he usually saw on Namuri or Yasuda before they teased him. Now, are you gonna introduce your favorite aunt to your friend, or not? Izuku blushed as he took his drink back. Hagakure, this is Mitsuki Bakugo. She's basically like an aunt to me. My mom was good friends with her before. She passed. Auntie, this is Toru Hagakure, a friend of mine. Mitsuki's smile faded a bit as she remembered her best friend. It's nice to meet you, Hagakure. I hope Izuku's behaving himself. Toru giggled. Oh yeah. He's a great friend. A bit quiet, but I can more than make up for the difference. Mitsuki laughed good. He's always been a shy boy. Now I better get going, I don't want to be late. She paused before stepping away. Also, I heard about your adoption, Izuku. I'm really happy for you. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Auntie. Have a good day. With that, Mitsuki took her leave, and the two teens started for the park again. By the time they got there, Hagakure had finished her drink and disposed of the cup. As they walked, she played with the green stuffed rabbit's ears. So that was your mom's best friend? Yeah. She's a nice lady if a bit intense at times. And crude with her language. So, this may be rude to ask, but why didn't she adopt you? Izuku smiled sadly. I would have liked that back then, but to put it simply, they couldn't afford to. The Bakugo house is Auntie, her husband, and their son. All three of them have quirks that let them secret somewhat volatile chemicals, so they spend a lot on special clothing, furniture, and neutralizing agents to keep their house from going up in a fireball. They're not in danger of losing everything, but they also don't make enough to add one more growing boy to the mix. Toru nodded. Quirks can make things expensive sometimes. It's because you couldn't live with them. Izuku shrugged and fought against the knot in his throat. It's for the best. Their son and I don't get along. Toru nodded. That would complicate things. Though having an adoptive mom that hot might make up for it. The sound of a hand slapping a mouth echoed as Izuku stared, shocked at the floating clothes. Toru slowly lowered her hand. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle a bit even as Toru punched his arm and told him to shut up. The two continued their walk through the park, with Toru groaning about developing her brother's bad habit of blurting things out. It's okay, Hagakure. I have a habit of mumbling what I'm thinking. It's pretty embarrassing sometimes. Toru perked up a bit. Well, I can't wait to see that happen. Izuku blushed and groaned as his friend laughed. They spent some time in the park simply walking around and talking aimlessly about whatever crossed their minds. Topics like heroes, funny videos or memes they'd seen, stuff on the news, and random memories that came back to them. Izuku smiled inwardly as he thought of how relaxed he was. He didn't usually feel this relaxed except around Yasuda, and to some extent, Koyama though. He had to admit he was still fretting about the possibility that she would somehow change her mind about him, and he'd be back with Yasuda in the orphanage or worse because of where he was now they'd put him in a different one. One that could be worse than what he was lucky enough to grow up in. Midoriya. Hey Midoriya. Izuku flinched and looked at Toru. Echa? What happened? Toru tilted her head. You were mumbling. Which while cute was concerning because it didn't sound like anything pleasant. Izuku couldn't even be bothered to worry about his blushing face as the dread set in that he mumbled about his insecurities while his friend was nearby. Oh, it's nothing. I'm still adjusting. I had pretty much given up on ever getting adopted, so I'm still a little shocked it happened. I think I get what you mean. It must have been pretty surprising that this Kiyama lady decided to take you in. Izuku nodded. Yeah. I knew she cared about me, but, well, there's caring about someone, then there's taking the time and effort to find a new place so you can take care of them kinda caring. She's a wonderful person, but I hope it's just that she's nervous too. I don't think either of us really thought this would happen to us. Toru giggled. I think as long as you're honest with someone, it'll work out. Izuku nodded and watched as Toru pulled her phone out and groaned. My mom wants me to pick some stuff up before she gets home. I gotta go so I can make sure to get back before her. You gonna be able to get home? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I'm gonna stay here a bit longer. I had fun today. Toru bounced in place. Yeah, this was great. We gotta make sure to do it again or something different. I'll see you at school, Midoriya. Why? I'll see you at school, Hagakure. Later that night, Namuri sighed as she came home. Her totally not a date with 13 had gone almost perfectly right up until a villain attack happened, and she had to help, which led to her spending the rest of the day talking to the media and civilians, then having to go do paperwork at the police station. She was glad that 13 had texted her later, saying they had fun and should do it again without the villain attack. Namuri found it hard to not grin the whole way home. Now she just needed to make sure Izuku's day went well, and it would all be good. She entered the apartment and smelled dinner cooking. Namuri frowned a bit, realizing she hadn't been the one to cook in a few days. I'm home. Welcome back. Dinner's almost ready. Izuku called back as she entered the kitchen living room area. How was your day, Midoriya? Namuri asked as she placed her bag on the dining table. Izuku smiled, and Namuri's heart clenched at how genuine it was. I had a great day. Namuri smiled and sat at the table. Well then, tell me about it, and I'll tell you about the villain I fought today. She watched his eyes light up before he dove into his story. Namuri smiled and teased him at points, making the boy blush. When Mitsuki was mentioned, Namuri huffed, but seeing that Izuku still thought fondly of his pseudo-aunt, she didn't voice her opinion on the Bakugo family. Once he was done, he practically vibrated with excitement as Namuri started talking about her day. Meanwhile, in a room full of various shades of pink and complementing colors, a single green rabbit stuck out like a sore thumb at the head of the bed as an invisible girl talked to her brother about how much fun she had with her friend. Final exams were 2 weeks away, and Toru was freaking out. Her grades weren't the worst, but they weren't the best either. These were also the last tests of junior high. She would need good grades to make sure she got into a good enough high school to boost her chances of getting into UA. Naturally, this meant she was panicking, but there was a ray of hope in her best friend, Izuku Midoriya. He had quickly proven to be what she called a smart cookie, so on their walk home, Toru groaned loudly. Midoriya, I need your help. Izuku smiled. Finals? Toru nodded. Dip. I need a study buddy, and you're a smart cookie and my only friend, so teach me to be smart like you. Izuku blushed and scratched his cheek. I wouldn't say I'm that smart dash. You'd be top of the class if you hadn't transferred over so late in the year. Now come on, let's study before I lose motivation. Toru pumped a fist, desperately trying to keep her spirits up so she wouldn't bail and slack off like she usually did when it came to studying. Izuku pulled his phone out and tapped a few times before frowning. I was gonna suggest the library, but there's a villain attack nearby, so no way we'll be able to go there. A brilliant and slightly nerve-wracking idea struck Toru, and her fat mouth blurted it out before her brain could dismiss it. Why don't we study at your place? She bit her tongue and cursed internally. Why would I say that? I mean, I want to hang out with him and all, but come on, we haven't been friends that long. I can't just ask to come over. Right? Izuku blushed a bit. Why I don't think Kiyama W would mind. Toru nodded and pulled her phone out as they walked. I'll text my mom and let her know. Toru's mom was fine with it, and the two headed towards Izuku's place. Internally, Izuku panicked about the state of the apartment. Namuri wasn't a messy person, at least not outside of her own room, but sometimes after a particularly long night on patrol, he would wake up the next morning and find her hero costume and other bits on the couch or kitchen table, which would raise several questions and be incredibly embarrassing. Izuku sighed a bit louder than he meant to as they approached his apartment complex, and Toru turned her attention to him. You good? Aha. Izuku laughed nervously. Why yeah, just hoping Kiyama didn't leave anything embarrassing out. Sometimes she gets home late and leaves a bit of a mess. I don't remember if I saw anything this morning, so I'm hoping it's clean. Toru giggled. I understand. I promise I won't judge you like some old lady if your place isn't spotless. Izuku chuckled as they started up the stairs. Thanks. He took a deep breath and unlocked the door before stepping inside. Quickly followed by Toru, who muttered, Pardon for the intrusion. They took their shoes off and made their way into the living room, and Izuku sighed, seeing it was clean. Make yourself at home. Why, you want some tea? Sounds good, Midoriya, Toru said as she made her way to the couch, and Izuku went to get the tea started. Toru sat down and started pulling some of her school work out when she noticed a notebook on the table already. She pulled it over to see what was written on the top, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 15, by Izuku Midoriya. Toru squinted as she inspected the notebook without opening it. It was obviously used, and this was number 15. The one he had shown her was 14. Maybe this one isn't finished, so he didn't bring it. Or there's someone in here he didn't want me to see. She grinned before quickly checking to see Izuku still in the kitchen. She could take a quick peek. It's not like he ever said she couldn't look at the other notebooks he wrote. Toru quickly flipped it open, seeing some notes on new heroes in the area that she had heard Izuku talking about before. She was surprised and a little disappointed that MT Lady didn't have any comments about her looks or costume other than a note about how cool the advancements in clothing were. She had hoped there'd be something to tease him with, and she got her wish as she flipped past another hero and landed on a page dedicated to her and her quirk. Toru totally didn't blush reading the praise Izuku had written when it came to her various skills aside from her quirk. He praised her stealth and physical skills while also theorizing about her quirk and possible ways it worked and things she could do depending on how it made her invisible and the level of control she could have. She stopped reading and looked at the drawing on the side depicting the clothes she had worn the first time they hung out outside of school. Unlike the other entries, she noticed hers wasn't a bust shot. It was a full-body shot, but there were clear eraser marks around where the head would be. I wonder how he drew my face. Oh no. She looked over to see Izuku's blushing face as he brought in 2 cups of tea. I left that out, didn't I? Toru grinned. Yeah, you did. I gotta say I'm impressed with all the stuff you thought of when it came to my quirk, and you're a really good artist, you know that, right? Toru was satisfied as Izuku's face did an impression of a tomato while setting the tea on the table. Kiyama and Yasuda both said the same thing. I just draw what I see. I mean, yeah, it's gotten better, but I wouldn't consider it that great. Well, I think it's great, Toru said as she took her cup of tea. I wouldn't dash. Izuku flinched as an invisible hand flicked his cheek. Take the compliment, Midoriya. Izuku nodded meekly. Thanks. Good, now on to math where I am. Completely lost, Toru said, deflating on the spot. Izuku chuckled a bit and got started by going over the little bit she did know before helping her understand what she didn't know. Namuri sighed and stretched as she walked up the stairs to her apartment. It had been a long day at UA. The support course and hero course had joined up to test out some inventions which had gone horribly. She got caught staring at 13 while they were walking by as Namuri was supervising some outdoor training, and then to top it off, someone finished off the ice cream she kept in the teacher's lounge. Namuri clenched her fist. She knew it was Hisashi, she would just need to get proof so she could out him as the food thief he is. As she entered, Namuri started to say she was home till she saw the extra pair of shoes and heard someone in the living room. No, that's a stupid word, and it shouldn't count. Izuku chuckled. The game recognized it, so you have to deal with it. The voice huffed. Well, English is a stupid language and Scrabble is. Namuri slipped her shoes off and crept up the hallway. Izuku was in the living room with what sounded like a girl. If she could get a picture and send it to Yasuda, Midoriya? Why is the hero Midnight creeping in your apartment? Namuri enjoyed the panicked look on Izuku's face as his head whipped around to look at her. Namuri leaned on the wall, trying to act like she hadn't just been caught sneaking up on them. Midoriya. I didn't know you'd be having a friend over. Izuku stuttered and rubbed his neck. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you, Kiyama. Toru choked. Wait, Kiyama? She's Kiyama? Your guardian. Izuku nodded, and Namuri laughed. Yes, I'm Namuri Kiyama, also known as Midnight. I guess Midoriya didn't say I was a hero. Toru shook her head. No, he said you were a professor of art history. Namuri tapped her chin. You know that's not a lie. I do teach that at UA. This is so weird. Oh, sorry. I'm Toru Hagakure, a friend of Midoriya's. Oh, you're Hagakure. Midoriya has mentioned you a bit. It's nice to meet you. Namuri studied her appearance as best she could. She really is totally invisible. That's so cool. Likewise, ma'am, Toru said, giving a small bow. Namuri smiled and was about to head to her room to change when she stopped. Oh, Midoriya. Nizu is having us change up the final exam for the 4th years, so I won't be able to go with you this weekend. Say hello to Izuki for me. Izuku smiled, but Namuri saw the bit of disappointment in it, and it clawed at her chest. Alright, I'll tell her, but just know she'll be super annoying about you not coming, so be ready for that. Namuri laughed as she went to her room. I'll be prepared, I promise. Once Namuri was gone, Toru punched Izuku's arm, making the boy nearly fall off the couch. Oh, what was that for? You didn't tell me Kiyama was Midnight, Toru whispered loudly. Izuku rubbed his arm. Well, we never hang out somewhere private, and I didn't want someone overhearing. We got lucky, and the media hasn't realized I live with her. They just know she moved for some reason. I guess that makes sense. Still, it's pretty cool, but Izuku looked at her curiously. What? Toru bit her lip. She calls you Midoriya? Yeah. I call her by her last name too. Toru waved her hands. I just mean. Well, I guess I didn't expect you to be so formal. I mean, you two are family now, right? Sorry if that's rude. Izuku rubbed his arm. Yeah, we are. I guess I'm still nervous about all this. It feels too good to be true, you know? Toru patted his arm and watched his phone slowly start to slide away. Hagakure, why are you stealing my phone? The phone shot up as she jumped from her seat. This game is terrible and full of lies. I won't let it hurt my friend. I'm deleting this evil from your phone. Izuku sighed and rubbed his eyes as a chuckle escaped him. You said you wanted English studying to be more fun. Toru tapped away before tossing the phone to him, satisfied. That was before I remembered English is stupid. Namuri chuckled as she came back in. I agree, but it's important to know. Now Hagakure, would you like to stay for dinner? Toru grabbed her phone. I'd like to, but I gotta ask my folks first. Of course. I'll get started on it. You two can relax or keep studying. Namuri said before making her way to the kitchen. Toru reported her parents were okay with her staying for dinner, and the two teenagers decided to take a break from studying and just talked like they usually did when they left school. Namuri smiled and managed to stealthily steal a couple pics of them when neither was paying attention. She quickly shot off a text to Yasuda before getting back to cooking. Once dinner was ready, the three sat down, and Namuri listened to them talk and threw in the occasional comment, usually to Izuku's embarrassment. She enjoyed Toru's energy and her attitude. Namuri encouraged her to be a hero and gave her a few tips on things to look into when Toru admitted she didn't know what she would do about a hero costume. Eventually, it was time for Toru to go, and Izuku walked her to the gate. When he came back in, Namuri smiled. I like her. She's even nicer than you said she was. She's a good friend for you. Izuku smiled. Hey, she is. I'm surprised you aren't teasing me about this more. Namuri smiled and held her phone up, showing the photos she sent to Yasuda. I'm leaving that up to Yasuda. You should invite Hagakure to go with you, by the way. Azuki wants to meet her. Izuku blushed and groaned. Alright. I'll ask her tomorrow at school. Namuri nodded. Good. Now I'm gonna get some rest. I'll have to head in early tomorrow. Due to years as a pro, Namuri was a light sleeper, so the sudden noise in her apartment woke her up immediately, but she was slow to move. On instinct, she subtly made sure her room was empty before sitting up as her mind cleared more. The noise happened again, and she realized it was coming from Izuku's room. Panic gripped her as she flew out of bed and down the hall to Izuku's room, her quirk stirring to life as the haze lifted off her exposed arms. She heard him scream as she opened the door in time to see Izuku wake up with panic in his eyes. Nemuri ran over to him and knelt after seeing no one was in the room with him. Midoriya, he didn't respond. Instead, his eyes flicked around as he tried to make himself smaller. Nemuri bit her lip and thought about what 13 had said before she whispered, "Izuku, calm down. It's okay. It was a nightmare. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm here and you're safe now." Izuku stopped shaking, and his eyes slowly focused as he looked at her in the dim light. "Kayama?" Nemuri smiled and slowly reached out and ran her fingers through his hair. "I'm here. It's okay now, you don't need to worry." Tears welled up in his eyes, and Izuku shuddered as a sob racked his body. Nemuri sat on the bed and continued to gently pet Izuku's head as he ran through his emotions. Slowly, like he was scared she would stop him, he grabbed the edge of her shirt. Nemuri sat in silence and let him calm down at his own pace. Once his tears had dried, and the last few shuddering breaths had been taken, she spoke. "Do you want to talk about it?" The silence was tense as she waited for him to answer. She desperately wanted him to, but she knew she couldn't push it if he said no. Izuku took a deep breath before saying, I haven't dreamt about it in so long. I almost hoped I had forgotten." She watched him take several deep breaths before continuing, I told you how my parents died when I was 6. I never told you I was there. When it happened." Nemuri's breath stopped before she gently pulled Izuku into a hug and rubbed small circles on his back as fresh tears spilled out. "I had run a bit ahead. I was so excited 'cause a hero was nearby, and when I turned, I saw the villain see coming." Nemuri shushed him gently as he sobbed, and her free hand started running through his hair again. She wasn't even sure what to say now, so she let him cry and hoped her quiet comfort was what he needed until she could find the right words. Izuku's tears dried, and Nemuri patted his back gently but tensed as he asked, "I'm not gonna lose my family again, alright?" Nemuri's eyes went wide as she realized he was afraid she would abandon him. It wasn't uncommon for kids to get sent back if the foster parents decided they couldn't handle an older kid. "No, of course not. I'm your family now, and I'm not letting you go ever, okay? I'm never giving you up. You're Izuku Kayama Midoriya now and forever. Unless you change it to Hagakure. Which I would understand. She does seem to have you figured out fairly well for how long you two have known each other." She could practically feel his blush as she kept talking. "I can only imagine what it'll be like when she ropes you into confessing dash." "Gah." Izuku pulled back, his face bright red. It's not like that. We're just friends." Nemuri chuckled and wiped away some tears from his cheek. "I know, but I gotta tease you, remember? It's my job now." Izuku pouted, "You teased me before you adopted me." Nemuri found his pout adorable and pinched his cheek, making him squirm. "That's 'cause I like you. I tease the people I care about." Izuku rubbed his eyes as he chuckled before falling silent. Nemuri looked at him as he spoke quietly, "Why you called me Izuku? When you started calming me down." Nemuri's cheek flushed a bit. I'm sorry dash." "Noah, it's fine. I don't know, maybe I was worried you didn't want to be informal. I thought if neither of us relaxed, then it would hurt less. If you gave me up. I don't know if I'm making sense." Izuku was pulled into another hug which he returned as Nemuri said, "I'm sorry. I was unsure of how to talk with you. I wasn't sure how I should speak to you now that we weren't just a teacher and student, so I stuck to formalities despite being your guardian. Foster mom." Izuku muttered. Nemuri smiled, "You can call me Nemuri if you want." Izuku nodded against her shoulder. "I'll try." She tightened her hug, which got a groan out of him before saying, "I'm fine with that." Izuku held her as she tried to move. "See, can you stay just a minute longer?" Nemuri smiled, "Of course." The two sat hugging for several minutes before sleep started to crawl back into Izuku's brain, and Nemuri left to let him it. Toru felt almost giddy as she got to her usual meeting spot so she and Izuku could walk to school. Yesterday had been great. She had gone to a friend's house to study and had dinner with them. Toru couldn't even remember the last time she had done that, though her mother did insist that next time she bring Izuku over so her family could finally meet Toru's friend. She bounced in place a bit as she psyched herself up. Midoriya was okay with me going to his place, so he should be fine with coming to mine, right? Yeah, it'll be fine, I'm sure. Hopefully. Toru was pulled from her thoughts as the familiar green mop of hair made its way over to her. Izuku smiled, but she saw the bags under his eyes. Hey Hagakure. Toru smiled despite her quirk. Hey. You okay, Midoriya? You look like you didn't sleep well. Izuku's smile faltered as he thought of whatever it was that had kept him from sleeping before suddenly becoming brighter. I just had a rough night, but Namuri helped me out. Toru grinned at the development as they started walking. Oh, you're using her first name. I guess you two talked. Izuku nodded a bit. Why? We talked a bit. It was good, and I think some of my fears have been dissuaded. Toru squealed and jumped, giving him a quick hug. I'm glad to hear it. Izuku blushed a bit before saying, since Namuri can't come, do you want to go with me to the orphanage? I know Yasuda would like to meet you. She's pretty much my big sister. Toru felt her face heat up a bit. Why yeah, but you gotta do something for me. What? Izuku asked cautiously. My mom was bothering me when I got home last night and said since I studied and had dinner at your place, it was only right that I introduce my friend to them, so we gotta go study at my place today, Toru explained as they got to the school. Izuku's face looked like a tomato which Toru still found endless enjoyment in. He nodded. Okay, that's fair, but why you didn't have to make it a deal? I would have been fine with it anyways. Toru shrugged. Well, I just had to make sure. You're a shy boy and a bit squirrely sometimes. I figured you might explode at the idea of going to a girl's house. She turned to see Izuku doing his best to keep a neutral face. Would I? Why, you're a friend, and we're just studying. Toru giggled. That's the spirit now, come on, let's hope today goes quickly. I'm already tired of being here. Izuku was nervous, not that he'd let Toru know that. The two were standing outside the Hagakure household as Toru chatted about some game her brother had started playing. As they entered, Toru announced she was home and had brought a friend. A woman a few years older than Namuri poked her head into the hallway and smiled. Her green eyes lit up, and she stepped around fully. She was wearing a sleeveless green sundress with a gray apron over it, and her brown hair pulled up into a bun. You must be Midoriya, right? Toru has said so much about you. Izuku smiled. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Toru's mother led them inside to the living room. Would you like some tea? I'll bring some snacks as well. Toru sighed but smiled. Thanks, Mom. The two set up, and by the time they started going over the first subject, Toru's mother brought out some tea and snacks to help them along. Izuku relaxed as they studied and went over the work they covered today. Izuku saw Toru tense as a door closed in the house, and she grumbled, Oh great, he's coming out. Izuku quirked an eyebrow before hearing Toru's mom chuckled. Well, looking who decided to leave his room. What do you need, more water or a snack? You know dinner will be soon. Izuku looked over as an older boy in gym shorts and a black shirt walked in. He rubbed his hand through his short pink hair. It was a soft color that reminded him of coral that he saw in a documentary. The older boy's eyes were the same color, and they locked onto him as he said in a tired voice, I was getting water. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine as the boy grinned, but it seems my baby sister brought a friend over, and a boy no less. When did she go and grow up? Toru groaned, and her head thumped against the table. Don't you dare start, Achi. I will sell all your collectibles. Achi laughed as he walked towards the kitchen, but it's my brotherly duty. I need to embarrass you and scare him. Toru huffed but smiled as she heard her mom chided Achi for teasing them while they're trying to study. Sorry about Achi. Izuku smiled. It's fine. That reminds me you should be ready when we visit the orphanage. I know Yasuda is gonna tease me while I'm there, and she might drag you into it too. Toru laughed. Don't worry, I can tease you even without someone pushing me to. Izuku covered his face as he groaned. I know, and that worries me. Toru chuckled as she nudged him as they got back to studying. Eventually, Toru's father came home, and Izuku noticed his hair was the same as Achi's but with a few graying streaks. He introduced himself and was a pleasant man who managed to ruffle his daughter's hair without even looking at her. Izuku stayed and ate dinner with the Hagakure family before saying his goodbyes and heading home. All in all, it was a perfectly ordinary visit that left him feeling relieved. He had been so nervous about going to a friend's house and messing something up, but he didn't. Izuku's mood dipped as he saw reporters outside his apartment building. The vultures descended on him as he approached the gate, keeping them out. "Boy, do you know that the hero Midnight has moved into this building recently? Is there anything you can tell us?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I could tell you a whole lot." "Oh, look, I just want to go home and sleep. I've had a long day." "Excuse me." Izuku slipped in as they all kept asking questions and headed for the elevator, his chest pounding as his nerves caught up with him. Yet another incident of him not stuttering while saying something with way more confidence than he had any right to. Maybe having a friend like Hagakure and a foster mom like Nemuri were doing more for Izuku than he thought. Toru stood outside the train station wearing her favorite black and pink shoes along with blue jeans, a light pink cami with a pastel yellow cardigan over it. She smiled since she liked this outfit, but she hadn't had a chance to wear it recently. She saw Izuku coming up in a black jacket and dark green shirt that read, suit, jeans and his usual red shoes. He grinned sheepishly. "How are you always waiting for me when we meet up? Guess I'm just more punctual than you. Also, really a shirt that says suit?" Izuku smiled a bit more steadily as they walked. "Yasuda got it for me last year. She likes my weird shirts and how much Nemuri gets annoyed at them." Toru shook her head before asking, "So what can I expect when we get there?" Izuku tapped his chin as they waited for the train to show up. Yasuda being a big sis and the younger kids get really excited. They don't know I'm coming to see them." Toru chuckled. "I can handle some excited kids. They'll probably be super weirded out by my quirk, though." Izuku groaned. I forgot to ask your dad about how your quirk and his works." "Oh, I asked him yesterday. Here you go," Toru said as she pulled a folded-up piece of paper from her pocket. "I know they're not Midoriya-level notes, but it's what he said to me." Izuku took the paper and unfolded it before quickly reading it. His eyes widened. "Oh my, Padas, Toru, if you could. That would be so cool." Toru chuckled as Izuku started mumbling. She let him go down whatever rabbit hole he had found before gently prodding his side, making him jump and blush. Sorry. I thought maybe your quirk made you transparent, but no, your cells just passively refract light, thus making you invisible. If you could learn to control that, you could do so much stuff with it." Toru listened to him go on about her quirk, something about flashing people and lasers. Neither of his explanations made much sense as she could barely keep up with his talking. Their train showed up, and Toru jabbed him again so he would board. The ride was relatively short, and the two sat in comfortable silence. In no time, they were off the train and headed down the street to the orphanage. Yasuda grunted as she picked up the laundry basket. Honestly, some days she wished Izuku still lived here. She had gotten spoiled by having him help with chores, but she was happy that he had found a family to call his own. A really hot family that Yasuda had some questionable fan-made content of. Yasuda shook her head, dismissing the thoughts. It was already hard to look Kiyama in the eye. She didn't need pervy thoughts, making it harder. As Yasuda hung the laundry out on the clothesline in the garden, a small girl with curly teal hair and bright green eyes came up to her. "Yasu." Yasuda smiled and knelt. "Hello, Moabi, do you need something?" The girl gripped her sea green shirt and frowned. "I was wondering if Aizu said anything about coming back to see us." Yasuda smiled sadly and tried not to ruin the surprise, but this girl was so cute and seeing her pout broke Yasuda's heart. "I don't think he has, but I haven't checked my phone in a bit, so maybe he said something this morning. How about we go check it together?" The young girl smiled, showing off her shark teeth. Maybe he said something." As they passed by the front entrance, it opened, and Moabi gasped loudly as Yasuda chuckled at the timing of it all. Izuku smiled as he walked in. "Hey, I'm back." "Wow. It's Izuku, I can't believe it," Yasuda said in an over-exaggerated way before Moabi tried to tackle Izuku in a hug. Moabi sniffled. "Aizu." Izuku smiled as he got his shoes off while Mawabi still clung to him. "Hello, Mawabi. How have you been?" She giggled as he picked her up but quickly put on a pouting face. "Super lonely. I miss my big bro. We all do. Though Rue got adopted while you were gone, so she's got a new family to love her." "That's wonderful news, and I'm sorry you felt lonely, but guess what, I'm not alone today. I couldn't bring Nemuri cause she was busy, so I brought a friend of mine. This is Toru Hagakure." Mawabi looked around where Toru's face was most likely at. Toru stared as the girl's eyes grew wide as she let out a soft wow. "So cool." Yasuda chuckled as she came up and gave a slight bow to Toru. "It's nice to meet you, Hagakure. I'm Yasuda Izuki, basically Izuku's big sis. I took care of this little twerp while he was here. He's told me a lot about honestly it's embarrassing dash." Izuku shoved his hand over Yasuda's mouth while he gently let Mawabi down. The little girl ran over to Toru, who was laughing, and tugged her shirt. "Hey, big sis, can I introduce you to the others?" Toru nodded. "Sure thing. I'd love to meet all the others." Mawabi led the group as Yasuda chuckled. "You know, Izuku, if you didn't want me to embarrass you, then you shouldn't have brought her with." Izuku's blush still hadn't gone down as he spoke. "I wanted to introduce my friend to my family, and you guys are all still family even if I don't live here anymore." Yasuda put a hand on her chest. "Ah, that's so sweet." She hugged him. "You're still such a softie. Never let that part of you change." Izuku's face was discovering new shades of red as Toru and Mawabi both giggled. He was spared more embarrassment as a chorus of kids gasping sounded before the pitter-patter of feet as Mawabi smiled and introduced Toru to the small crowd of staring kids. They were amazed by her quirk and very excited when they finally noticed Izuku standing beside Yasuda off to the side. Toru and Izuku sat down on one of the couches and were surrounded by the kids who took turns asking questions about either Toru or Izuku's new home. Yasuda smiled at Izuku, grinning with much more happiness than she ever saw before. She couldn't be happier as she came over to join them. "All right, settle down, you little demons. Mawabi, get these little punks in line and go get some games to play." Mawabi grinned. "Yes, big sis. Right on it." Izuku watched with surprise as Mawabi got her fellow children to back off and go search for board games. When did little Mawabi start being in charge? Yasuda smiled as she sat across from the two teens. "Pretty quickly after you left. She started helping out as best she could to make up for you not being here now. Though we don't let her do as many things as you did." Izuku chuckled. "I'm glad to see they're doing okay. I was worried about how much Mawabi and the others would fare with how much they cried when I left." Yasuda chuckled. "You cried more than them, and I have the video to prove it. Hagakure, you want to see it?" "Heck yeah." Toru bounced out of her seat and sat by Yasuda before Izuku could try and stop her. Yasuda played the short video showing Izuku on the floor swamped by the kids, all of them crying their eyes out as the orphanage staff watched with a mixture of concern and amusement. Toru giggled, and Izuku's face flushed as he hid it in his hands. "Wow, I don't think I've seen Midoriya tear up like that. The boy's a leaky faucet. Just be ready if you ever get him a gift or praise him heavily for something he'll break," Yasuda said as Izuku groaned louder. The two girls chuckled, and Yasuda asked, "So Hagakure, Izuku said you want to be a hero. What kind of work have you put into that already?" Toru grinned. "Well, my quirk is pretty passive, so I've been focusing on staying in shape and even learning how to be sneaky. It started with some YouTube videos, but I found a lady near my house who's teaching me. She's also teaching me how to fight. Midoriya has some ideas about my quirk that I'm gonna test with my dad later." Yasuda grinned. "Oh, did he tell you the ideas, or have you seen his notebooks?" "I saw my entry in his notebook. It had a lot of detail about me and my quirk." Izuku felt like his face might actually explode and kill him. He wouldn't mind if that happened either. Yasuda was grinning, and he could tell by Hagakure's posture she was probably just as excited. "He's been making those notebooks since he was 6. You'll have to check his next one and see if you're in that one as well. His favorite people always end up getting put into the new notebook before he adds new heroes." Toru giggled. "I'll be sure to snag it from him." The two chatted about Toru's training while Izuku let his face return to normal. Once Yasuda was satisfied, she looked at Izuku. What about you, Izuku? How's your training going? Izuku nodded. It's all right. I've been staying in shape and going through the basics that you and Namuri taught me. And what about your quirk? The question itself was a totally innocent one that would make sense to ask any hero hopeful, but for Izuku, it made him tense as he looked away. I haven't done any training. Since when? Yasuda asked as her eyes narrowed. She knew the answer, and she didn't like it. Izuku hadn't used his quirks in such a long time because of the bullying. She wasn't totally sure he remembered how. Izuku stared hard at the floor. It's been a while. Toru saw how uncomfortable Izuku looked and made her way to sit by him. She kinda got the whole not wanting to use your quirk to avoid the bullies thing. She had hated how she couldn't turn her quirk off no matter how much she wanted to. Yasuda watched as Toru lightly tapped Izuku's shoulder, getting him to look at her. Why don't you ask Kiyama for help with quirk training? Izuku sat up, still not looking at either of them fully. I know I should. It's just hard to try and use it. Yasuda smiled. I know you went through a lot, but you're gonna need to train your quirk for a chance at UA. I promised to bring it up with Namuri. Good now, Hagakure, you wanna see some embarrassing photos of Izuku when he was a little kid? The invisible girl gasped with excitement as Izuku hid his face in his hands again. He was saved by the kids finally coming back with half a dozen board games they had found. Izuku quickly dragged Toru away from Yasuda, and they spent several hours playing games and eating snacks with the children. When the end of the visit came, the kids cried and made Izuku promise he'd bring big sis Toru back again. The invisible girl was glad no one could see her blushing face as she agreed to come back with Izuku again. As they walked to the train station, Izuku sighed heavily, thanks for coming with. Toru smiled as she walked with a noticeable pep in her step, no problem. It was fun getting to meet all of them. You've got a pretty big family, huh? Izuku smiled, yeah, and they're all over the place. Izuku looked up from his notes as Namuri came home. It was late, but he felt like he needed to ask now, or he'd keep avoiding it. Namuri smiled worriedly, you're still up. Did something happen? Izuku shook his head. And no, not really. Yasuda asked when the last time I had used my quirk was, and I realized how long it's been since I had even tried to use it. I'm doing physical training, but I haven't trained my quirk. So I was wondering if you'd help me out when you have some free time. Relief washed over Namuri as she smiled and relaxed. Of course I will. School is almost over, so we'll have plenty of time for quirk training. Though I will also be increasing your physical training. Izuku sighed and rubbed his face. That's fair. Thank you, Namuri. It's no problem, Izuku. Now go on and head to bed. You need your rest. Izuku nodded, and the two said goodnight. Namuri was about to head to her room when her phone buzzed as she got a message from Aizawa about a case he was working on. Namuri sighed and headed to her room to grab some supplies. She could always not agree to help him, but he was one of her best friends, and she was a hero, so there was no way she wouldn't. Namuri informed Izuku she'd be heading out to help Eraserhead and laughed a bit as he geeked out and wished her luck. Toru was running behind. She had texted Izuku to go on ahead and not wait. Of course, the day finals were going to start. She messed up and slept through her alarm. Now she was rushing to get to school. She ground to a halt as she saw something that made her stomach churn. Near the entrance to an alley, two older guys were obviously harassing a girl with a mutation, and no one was stopping them. The people just looked away or pretended not to see it. Toru ground her teeth and ran over, intent on stopping it. The invisible girl used her few lessons on stealth to get close to the boys who had their backs to her. She could hear them poking fun at the girl's pink skin and the small horns poking out of her curly hair. Toru waited till she got up right behind them before shouting, "Hey! Why the heck are you two harassing this girl for?" The boys jumped and started to spin around to look at Toru, but the pink girl had other ideas. Toru watched as a clear liquid pulled in her hands before she threw it on them. The two boys staggered, then started whipping off their faces, but their skin started turning red, and Toru heard them cursing up a storm about how much it hurt and how it was all over them now. The pink girl grabbed Toru's hand and laughed as she ran. "Serves you right, dis. That'll teach you to mess with me." Toru felt a giggle bubble up in her chest as she was dragged along. She didn't notice the skeletal man shaking his head. He was disappointed by those boys harassing someone just because of how she looked, but he was also proud to see that some people still stuck up for others. The two girls stopped running and caught their breath. Toru noticed the pink girl's black and gold eyes and couldn't help but stare. She hadn't seen someone with eyes like that before, and it distracted her to where she almost missed the girl speaking. "I'm Mina Ashido, thanks for the save back there." Toru blinked. "Oh, yeah. I'm Toru Hagakure, and no problem. Though it looks like you can handle yourself. What was that stuff you threw?" Mina giggled. "Just some weak acid. It'll burn and leave red blotches all over them, but nothing permanent." Toru was gonna keep talking till she saw her watch and nearly shrieked, "Oh, I'm gonna be late. It was nice meeting you. Stay out of trouble, bye." Mina laughed and said goodbye as the invisible girl ran off. Toru barely made it to school on time. She didn't even have a chance to talk to Izuku before the final started. Toru was expecting the worst, but she was surprised by how much easier it was than she thought it'd be. It wasn't easy, but she answered a lot more than she thought she would. By the end of the day, though, Toru's brain was fried as she walked alongside Izuku. "Honestly, Hagakure, your morning sounded pretty rough. I'm glad you were able to help that girl. Yeah. She looked really cool. I don't know why someone would pick on her for that," Toru said as they left school. Izuku sighed, "Kinda wish I could have seen her. It's not unusual for people to have mutations that don't have anything to do with their quirks, but from what you said, you'd almost think she had a mutation or transformation type quirk, not an emitter like acid." Toru giggled. "I'm sure you just wanted to check out the cute pink girl. It's okay, you can be honest with me, Midoriya." Izuku looked over at Toru. "I do not. You're the one who was checking her out with how detailed your description of her was." Toru blushed and scoffed dramatically, "I never. I would never do such a thing dash." Izuku held up his notebook. "I wrote what you said, and there's a paragraph and a half about how nice and cool her eyes are." "Well, they are. You weren't there, Midoriya, you didn't see how cool she looked." Izuku shook his head as they walked before pulling his phone out. "We're gonna have to make a detour. Villain attacks in 2 different areas. They're blocking the roads." Toru groaned as she followed Izuku down their new course. "I'm surprised you don't want to go watch them." Izuku shrugged. "I could, but I want to get home and do some training. I haven't used my quirk in a while, so I need to get a feel for it again before school's out." "Did you talk to Kayama already?" Izuku nodded. "She'll start teaching me after school, so I may get a bit busy." Toru sighed dramatically. "Whatever will I do without my best friend around 24/7? How will I cope with his absence?" Izuku blushed and shoved her lightly. He was going to retort till his face scrunched up. "Ugh, what is that smell?" Toru wanted to make a joke, but the smell hit her, and she nearly gagged as the sewer drain behind them exploded off, and a mass of sludge came crawling out. "Oh, a meat suit, come here, kid." Izuku yelped as the sludge jumped him and started trying to force its way into his mouth. Toru felt herself freeze with panic as her friend was being suffocated by a sewage monster. Izuku's eye glanced over at her, and a shock ran down her spine as she rushed in and punched the eyeball of the monster. The sludge villain pulled back and howled with anger. Izuku took that moment to shove his hand into its mouth before a thick green smoke started to come off Izuku's arm. Toru realized he was using his quirk and backed off before the gas could reach her. The sludge monster started to list and loosen its grip on Izuku as it fell asleep. Izuku pulled himself free and staggered away before vomiting. Toru rushed over and started patting his back just before a hulking figure jumped from the sewers. "Do not fear, for I am here." "Oh, he's knocked out." The 2 teens looked on in shock as All Might smiled down at them. "Young ones, am I to assume you 2 took down this dastardly villain?" Izuku was a little too starstruck and also still vomiting to speak. Toru cleared her throat. He tried to get inside Midoriya, but I punched him in the eye, and Midoriya used his quirk to put him to sleep." All Might looked between them as he grabbed a discarded soda bottle. "Well, good work, you 2. I'm impressed. I had been chasing this monster through the sewers, but the system is quite complex, and I lost track of him. I'm glad you weren't hurt." Toru grabbed Izuku's backpack as the boy finally pulled himself together. All Might, sir, can we get an autograph? Ah, of course. Who is this going to? Sir. Grinned as she pulled out Izuku's hero analysis notebook, Izuku Midoriya and Toru Hagakure. All Might took the notebook and scrawled out his signature and wrote a short message for them. Well, young Midoriya, young Hagakure, what is it you two wish to do? Izuku, finally able to speak and process the world around him, spoke up, we're both aiming to go to UA and become heroes. All Might's laughter boomed through the streets. Well, with how you handle this villain, I'd say you're doing a good job. I hope to see you out here on the streets one day as future heroes. Now I must be off. As quickly as he showed up, All Might was gone, and Izuku squealed as he opened the notebook and saw the autograph. Oh my god, thank you, Hagakure. Toru laughed weakly as she felt her legs shake. Oh man, I think I'm gonna fall over. With the adrenaline and fear gone, Toru's legs nearly gave out. Izuku caught her, and the girl quickly demanded a piggyback ride. Izuku relented and put his backpack on his front before crouching and letting Toru climb on. I can't believe we ran into a villain, fought it, and ran into All Might. That and how my morning went. Today's been pretty intense for me. Izuku chuckled, yeah it has. Hopefully, it'll be easier tomorrow. Toru sighed as she laid her head against Izuku's fluffy hair and said quietly, yeah, hopefully. Nemuri tapped her finger on the steering wheel. The paparazzi apparently didn't have anything better to do, so they camped outside her apartment, which meant she had to take the car and drive off somewhere. Then Izuku left a bit later to meet up with her. Part of her just wanted to get the whole thing over with and out in the open, but the other part wanted to keep Izuku safe and out of the public eye till he got to UA. 3 years would be a long time, but it's not like every day would be like this, so they could probably pull it off. She saw Izuku approach and unlocked the door as he got to it and hoped in. So, where are we going? Nemuri started the car and sighed. We need to train your Quirk, but we can't exactly flood the apartment with gas that knocks people out. It might get into other apartments, so I'm taking you somewhere special so we can train. Izuku looked at her curiously, somewhere special? Nemuri smiled, you'll just have to wait and see. As the two rode, Nemuri laughed while Izuku told her how ecstatic Toru had been about the grades she got on the finals. It's good that your study sessions paid off. Glad to see you two weren't just messing around the whole time. Izuku blushed, it's important to take breaks and let your mind absorb the info. If you just study for hours, you'll get worse results. It's like working out, you know. You need to take breaks and recover for good progress. Nemuri nodded as she hummed as she smiled, whatever you say, Izuku. Toru groaned as she wandered around. Izuku was busy, and her brother was off with his new girlfriend, so she didn't have anyone to hang out with. Her mom had the day off and had started to get on her nerves, so she left intent on finding something to do. Toru hadn't paid much attention to where she was going through and only stopped when she smelled garbage. A brief panic overtook her as her head shot around, looking for the sludge monster only to see huge piles of trash. Oh, it's Dagoba Beach. Man, this place is. If it was a beach again, I could have some fun here. She stared at the garbage for a while before feeling compelled to walk down the steps to it. She was careful to watch her step as she moved through the piles of garbage. This place is like a labyrinth. Midoriya would say it's a great place to train stealth and probably some strength training. There's a lot of heavy stuff here. An idea struck her, and she pulled her phone out to text Izuku. Hagakure, Midoriya, do you know Dagoba Beach? Midoriya. It used to be a nice beach, but the current carried trash to it, and the city slacked off on cleaning, so eventually, people started to illegally dump stuff there. Now it's a huge issue no one wants to take care of. Hagakure. Yeah, that place. We could train here. It's like a maze, and there's a bunch of heavy stuff, so stealth and strength training. Midoriya. That's a great idea. I'm almost to wherever Nemuri is taking me, so I'll text you when I'm done, and we can figure out the details. Hagakure, sounds good. Good luck with your training. Toru smiled and slipped her phone back into her pocket before continuing her trek. Eventually, she came out to the shoreline and stared out towards the horizon. Wow. It's so pretty here. The invisible girl nearly jumped out of her skin when someone coughed to her left. She looked over and saw a skeletal man sitting on top of a washing machine. She caught a glimpse of blood on his handkerchief as he put it away. "Ah, sorry, I didn't know anyone was here." The man raised a hand. "It's all right. I wasn't expecting anyone to come here either. It's a nice place even though it's not as beautiful as it used to be." Toru nodded. "My mom always said it was a nice place when she was a kid, but now." The man grunted. "It's been a long time since this could be called a beach." The two stood and sat in silence for several moments before Toru spoke up. "Why are you out here?" The man chuckled. "I like coming here. It was a special place for me before all this." He gestured to the garbage around. "If you don't mind me asking, why are you here?" Toru smiled and scratched her head. "Oh, you know. Was wandering around and ended up here. Figured I'd look around. My friend, I will probably be coming back to do some training." "Training? What are you training for?" Tashinori asked. He saw her posture straightened and could almost feel the smile she was probably giving. "We're training to be heroes." "And a garbage dump is where you decided to train?" Toru chuckled. "Hee. But it seems like a good place. We can both work on stealth and strength training while cleaning this place up a bit. I don't know if we'll be able to get everything." Toru leaned over, looking past him. "'Cause I think that's an SUV, and there's no way we would be able to move that." Tashinori chuckled. "No, I don't think you could, but perhaps your actions will inspire someone who can. We can only hope." "Oh, I'm Toru Hagakure. It's nice to meet you. Figure I should introduce myself since we may run into each other again." She held up an invisible hand towards him. Tashinori smiled at the invisible girl he had seen twice before as he reached for her hand. "I'm Tashinori. I do hope you dash." His brain froze as he grabbed a closed fist. Toru did her best not to giggle but failed to keep it in check. She devolved into laughter, and Tashinori joined in, realizing she had pulled a joke on him. "Sorry, I can't help myself sometimes." Tashinori shook his head. "It's quite all right. An old friend of mine would love to see an aspiring hero who can crack a joke." "Well, I better get going. Don't want my mom to freak out. I hope to see you around, Mr. Yagi." The skeletal man nodded. "I hope your training goes well, young Hagakure." Izuku pet an eyebrow as they stepped out of the car. Is this it?" Namuri nodded as she approached the old brickwork building. "Yep, welcome to the Kiyama Gym." Izuku stopped. "Wait, what?" Namuri smiled and motioned for him to follow. "Come on and see." The two entered the building, and Izuku was surprised by how well it was maintained. The exterior needed some work, but the inside looked fine. The equipment lining the walls and floor looked old but well cared for. Izuku jumped a bit as a loud, deep voice boomed. "Namuri, is that you? Why, I thought the great hero Midnight was too good for this old gym nowadays." Izuku watched as an elderly man stepped out of an office room in the back. His short dark purple hair and blue eyes reminded him of Namuri. "It's good to see you again, Uncle Nobira. How's Auntie?" The older man waved his hand. "She's doing fine. Mentioned you yesterday, wanted to know if you'd forgotten all of your family." Izuku watched Namuri's face slip into a sad smile. "Of course not. I've been busy is all." Nobira looked past her at Izuku. "I'll say, don't you think he's a bit young?" Izuku's face went red instantly as Namuri smacked hers. "Uncle, it's not like that." She took a breath and pointed at Izuku. "This is Izuku Midoriya, my adopted son." Namuri motioned to Nobira. "Izuku, this is my uncle Nobira Kiyama." The older man smiled. "Wow, Namuri went and got a kid. It's nice to meet you, brat. You behaving yourself for your new mom." Izuku nodded and stammered. I am. It's nice to meet you too, sir." Nobira waved his hand. "Gah, don't call me sir. We're family, it's Nobira or uncle. Got it?" Izuku nodded quickly, still feeling a bit overwhelmed at suddenly meeting one of Namuri's relatives. "Yes, I mean of course, uncle and Nobira." The man smiled and motioned for them to follow. "So what brings you here other than introducing the new family member?" Namuri smiled as they entered the office. "I was hoping to use the gym for some quirk training." Nobira gave Izuku another look over. You trying to be a hero? Izuku nodded. Why yeah, ever since I got my quirk, I've wanted to be a hero. Nobara nodded, alright. I've got a room separate from the rest of the gym you can use. Nemur, you know where it is. Nemuri nodded as she stood, yep. Come on Izuku, let's get to work. The separate room they got to use was pretty barren, all things considered. The thing Izuku did notice was there were a lot of vents and fans as well as a couple filing cabinets. Nemuri chuckled, it's for getting rid of the gas from our quirks. Nemuri walked to the center. Come on, let's see what your base is. I'm guessing you can release gas from any spot on your body. Izuku nodded as he followed, yeah. I've never tried to release it from my whole body at once, though. That's alright. I've never needed to do that before, so I doubt you will. For now, I just want to see how much gas you can put out at once, so. Nemuri pulled open a drawer of a metal filing cabinet and pulled a gas mask out. I want you to just go all out until I say stop. Alright, I'll do my best, Izuku said as he watched Nemuri slip on the mask and motion for him to start. Izuku took a deep breath and held his arms out, and focused on his quirk. Nemuri watched as a thick dark green fog started to slowly pour from his forearms and hands. The pace started to pick up, and the room was slowly but steadily getting filled. Nemuri quirked an eyebrow as she noticed how the gas wasn't flowing how she thought it would. It seemed to cling to Izuku and swirl around him till it was about a meter away, then it dispersed and behaved normally. Nemuri motioned for him to stop before asking, "Are you consciously making it stay near you?" Izuku scratched his cheek as the gas dispersed more quickly now that he wasn't using his quirk. No, I don't think so. It seems to just kinda do it on its own. Nemuri pulled her mask. Alright. Let's test something. I noticed when I saved you from Bakugo you didn't faint after inhaling my quirk. Let's see if it's the same for me. Izuku held his hand up as Nemuri stepped closer, so just let out some, right? Nemuri nodded. Try to catch me if this goes poorly. Izuku nodded before forcing his quirk into his palm and letting push out towards Nemuri, who took a breath and was hit with an unfamiliar feeling. She staggered back, feeling a wave of tiredness washed over her. Izuku moved to catch her, but Nemuri held a hand up and yawned. Oh, I'm fine. Wow, is this what people feel when they get hit with my quirk? Izuku chuckled. Why yeah, it does. Nemuri shook off the drowsiness and nodded. Alright, let's run through some more tests. Izuku nodded, and Nemuri ran him through several tests to gauge his quirk's limits and skill level with it. He rapidly switched from pouring gas from different spots on his torso and arms. His delay was a bit long, but it would shorten as they trained. They learned he could store up and release a big burst from different spots on his body, though they were smaller than what Nemuri could do at his age. After several more tests, Nemuri turned up the fans and SED the gas from the room before taking her mask off. Alright, well, I expected you to be farther behind than you are, so that's good. It'll take a couple days, but I'll get a plan set up for the summer. Oh, Hagakure found Dagoba Beach. She suggested we use it for stealth and strength training while also cleaning the place up. Izuku said as they made their way out of the back room. Nemuri smiled. Some community service on top of a workout? Sounds pretty heroic. I'll work it into your training. Now come on, we gotta find a way around the paparazzi at home. Izuku and Toru stood by Dagoba Beach. They had their workout schedule set. The two of them would work out here for 3 days a week every other day. The days they weren't here would be for rest or non-strength training. Toru smiled before looking over and pinged her head to the side. That wasn't their last time. Izuku stopped and looked at the dumpster. Weird. Who do you think put it there? That would be me. I got it put here a couple days ago. The two teens turned to see a skeletal man standing by an American pickup truck. Toru waved. Oh hi, Mr. Yagi. Why'd you put a dumpster there? The man walked up. Well, I figured you could use a place to put trash, and when I'm here, feel free to put larger things in the back of my truck, and I'll get rid of them for you. Well, thanks, Mr. Yagi, Toru said before looking at Yusuke's confused face. Oh right, Midoriya, this is Mr. Yagi. I met him here at the beach. Mr. Yagi, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's my best friend. Izuku blushed a bit as he gave a small wave, and the man chuckled. It's nice to meet you, young Midoriya. I hope you two have a productive training session. With that, Mr. Yagi left them to their workout. The two started small, just trying to clear out an area for them to set up. Once they had a good clear spot, they moved on to sorting the garbage. We should probably bring garbage bags next time, Izuku said. There's a convenience store down the street. I can see if they sell them. Toru said as she piled up some plastic bottles. Let's both go. We can grab some waters and stuff. As the two walked, Toru said, Man, we forgot to prepare a few things for this, didn't we? Izuku nodded. I think we were just a bit too eager. We didn't think everything through, but hey, at least we're doing this now and not when we're exhausted and smell like garbage. They entered the store and started looking for what they needed. As Izuku came back to the front, he nearly ran into a pink girl who smiled. Wow, sorry didn't see you there, green bean. Izuku blushed a bit. No, sorry I wasn't paying attention. Izuku nearly dropped the water he had when he heard Toru gasp. Hey, it's you. Ashido, right? The pink girl smiled. Oh hey, it's the invisible girl. Your name is Hagakure. Toru nodded. It's cool to see you again. Izuku smiled. Oh, this is the girl with the cool eyes you were talking about, right? He flinched as Toru punched him, and Mina laughed. Thanks. I think my eyes are pretty cool, so who's the green bean? Toru cleared her throat. This is Izuku Midoriya, my best friend. Midoriya, this is Ashido, the girl I helped before school. Izuku smiled shakily. It's nice to meet you. Mina nodded. Same, so what are you two doing with? Water bottles and garbage bags. We're cleaning up Dagoba Beach. It'll be a good workout, and it'll help the community. Toru said. Nice. I'd offer to help, but I'm here picking up stuff for my sister, so I don't got time, but hey, how about I give you two my number, and you can text me when you'll be there next time? Mina said, flashing a smile that made Izuku and Toru blush. The three quickly exchanged numbers before Izuku and Toru left to actually start their workout. The night after their first workout left Toru lying in her bed groaning. Parts of her hurt that she didn't realize could hurt. The beach cleaning definitely used muscles she didn't use often, and with such a varied amount of lifting and dragging they had to do meant all of her hurt. All she wanted to do now was go to sleep, but her phone chimed, and she considered ignoring it until it went off again. Toru rolled onto her side with tremendous effort and grabbed her phone before laying on her back again and opening it to see a new group chat in her messages. Ashido, it's me. Here to make sure I got these numbers right and to chat with you too. Midoriya, hello Ashido. You got the numbers right though Hagakure was groaning a lot after our workout, so she might be passed out by now. Hagakure, I'm here. It just took a moment to get my phone. Hi, again Ashido. The three spent some time texting. Toru found it strange how quickly Mina was willing to hand out her number to a couple people she didn't really know, but Toru was also finding it really easy to talk to Mina. The pink girl had even agreed to show up for their next workout session. As it turns out, she also wanted to be a hero. Before any of them knew it, almost an hour went by before Mina said she had to go help her mom with dinner. Toru huffed as she stared at her ceiling. She enjoyed talking with Mina and Izuku, but now it was over, and she was bored and sore. Before she could sulk for long, someone knocked on her door. Toru groaned loudly, "Come in." Achi poked his head in. "Yo, how was your day?" Toru groaned, "Everything hurts." "Well, that happens when you work out." Achi laughed as he sat down on the edge of her bed. "Find anything interesting in the dump? Maybe a body?" Toru squirmed, That's so messed up. It was all just junk. Though something interesting happened when Midoriya and I went to the convenience store. Oh, do tell. Was there a villain attack? Or some weird customers? Toru giggled. No, remember the pink girl I told you about? Achi nodded. Yeah, you wouldn't shut up about how cool her eyes were. She tried to punch her brother but couldn't muster the energy to actually reach him. We ran into her at the store. She traded numbers with us, and I just got done texting her and Midoriya a bunch. Sounds like you got a new friend, Achi said, poking her forehead a little off-center. Yeah. She's really cool. She even agreed to join up with us next time we're at the beach. Achi laughed as he stood up. Does my sister have a crush? Toru blushed hard and was thankful her brother couldn't see it. No. I don't even know her that well. I'm glad I'm making another friend is all. Her brother chuckled. I know. Besides, you're not allowed to get a crush on anyone unless your big brother gives the okay. Toru groaned. Look, you're so extra sometimes. Achi winked as he left. It's why you love me, little sis. Namuri smiled. So why are you smiling so much? Izuku stopped eating. Am I smiling a lot? Namuri hummed. Yeah, I'd say so. You got home and then started using your phone a bunch, and you're still smiling after putting it down. I told you how Hagakure saved that one girl before school ended. Namuri nodded, and Izuku continued. We ran into her before our workout, and she gave us her number. The three of us were talking for a bit when I got home. Her name's Ishido, and she agreed to join up with us on our next workout. Izuku looked up and sighed, seeing Namuri's smug face. Wow, Izuku, you got a girl's number the first time you met her? Hagakure is a hell of a wing woman. Izuku blushed. Come on. It's not like that. I'm just making another friend. Which is interesting. Namuri smiled softly. I'm glad you're making more friends. Hopefully, you'll keep doing that as time goes on. Izuku nodded. I hope so too. The next time Izuku and Toru were at Dagoba Beach, Mina joined them a few minutes before they started and showed off of her acid quirk, which Izuku found amazing like he did every quirk. He took several notes and started muttering up a storm about possibilities until Toru elbowed him in the ribs. Izuku apologized before Mina waved it off, and the three got to work. Several hours and most of their trash bags later, the three collapsed on patch sand they had cleared. Mina groaned, Look, I'm all sweaty. I don't think I've ever felt this gross before. Toru nodded, same. Why did we agree to this again? Izuku groaned as he stretched. First of all, it was your idea, Hagakure. Second, we need to be fit to stand a chance at UA. The girls groaned but didn't argue. Mina stared up at the clouds. You guys said you had days off. When are they? Toru hummed. I think 2 days from now. Is it 2 days from now, Midoriya? Yeah. Why are going to whoever it was you said trained you in stealth tomorrow, and Namuri and I are doing quirk training. Then we rest the next day. Ms. Kyuchi. Toru said as she weakly reached for a water bottle. Mina raised an eyebrow. Who's Namuri? She's my foster mom. Izuku explained as he pushed the water bottle towards Toru. She and I have similar quirks, so she's helping me catch up to where I should be. I kinda didn't use my quirk for a long time before she adopted me. Mina hummed and knew she shouldn't push that topic too much, so she hopped back to her original reason for talking. You guys want to hang out on your day off? Toru drank half the bottle of water before saying, Sure. I'm game. How about you, Midoriya? Izuku sat up. Why? I'm game. What do you have in mind? Mina smiled as she got up. It's a secret for now. I'll text you the deets later. The three teens made their way off the beach and said their goodbyes before going their separate ways. Izuku arrived at the meeting spot Mina had told them to and wasn't surprised to see Toru was already there. He tried not to stare too much as he saw her. Toru was wearing a light pink and white striped sundress that stopped above where he guessed her knees were. It had thicker shoulder straps than the usual style. The dress was pleated and had 2 little bows on her hips. Toru's hands were in the dress's pockets, but Izuku could see her usual silver bracelets. She wore a pair of beige-strapped flat sandals. Toru spotted Izuku coming and had to hold back her giggling when she saw the red shirt with white text that read, Cold Soup. Along with that, he had on a pair of black cargo shorts and his usual red shoes. Hey Midoriya. Izuku smiled, morning. Ishido isn't here yet? Toru shook her head, nope, not yet. Speaking of Ishido, is it weird how quickly we became friends? 'Cause I consider her a friend. Izuku shrugged. I don't know. I consider her a friend too, and it's not like we knew each other very long till we consider each other friends. Toru hummed before leaning to the side and muttering, oh wow. Izuku turned and again tried not to stare too much as Mina ran up with a huge grin on her face while apologizing for being late. Mina was wearing a black tank top with a loose-fitting holy white crop top over it and a simple silver necklace around her neck. Her dark wash bluesman shorts drew the others' attention to her toned legs, and the two teens quickly pretended they weren't about to start staring at them. To finish it off, she wore a pair of black sneakers. Toru recovered first. No problem, I usually end up getting places early anyways. Why, you look good by the way. Mina grinned brighter somehow. Thanks, it took a bit to find the right outfit today. I like what you two are rocking as well. Although Midoriya, what's up with the shirt? Izuku blushed and cleared his throat. It's one of the weird shirts I own. Toru nodded. He has a bunch. This is the first time I've seen the cold soup shirt, though. Mina giggled as she started walking, motioning for them to follow. Well, I like it. Izuku managed to say thanks without tripping over his tongue, which he felt mildly proud of. He felt a bit nervous, and not just because his stupid teenage brain kept dragging his eyes over to his two friends who were chatting happily, but because he was still processing how a couple days prior, Toru said he was her best friend, which was wild to him. He hadn't had a best friend since he was 4, and that had ended horribly. This was different though. He was certain Toru wouldn't end up like Bakugo, and he was pretty confident Mina wouldn't either. She already knew his quirk and had still invited him to hang out, so things were going well. Toru nudged Izuku gently. Midoriya, you there? You got quiet on us. Izuku jumped a bit and blushed as he saw both of the girls staring at him. Sorry. Just lost in thought and all that. Namuri had me training pretty hard yesterday. Guess I'm still recovering. Mina nodded. I know what you mean. My dad helps me with my training since I get my quirk from him. He's so laid back when he isn't working, then we train, and he's such a taskmaster about it. My hands are usually raw for a couple days after. Toru axed the conversation about training before it could really start because this was an off day, so even talking about training was off limits in her book. The conversation then turned to heroes and the ones that inspired the teens. Mina grinned as she said, "Oh, I've got two that I love. Xeno King is so cool. He's mutated but has an emitter quirk just like me, and I really like that he has a YouTube where he dances to music. He's what introduced me to the idea of being a hero and also got me into dance." Izuku scratched his chin. Dance lessons make a lot of sense for you. You said you could produce your acid from anywhere, so being flexible and agile like a dancer would make sense. It definitely would give you an edge in combat. Toru sighed as Mina chuckled. He's kinda rambling. Toru nodded. Dip. He'll keep doing it for a while too, unless we stop him. Mina grinned as she slowed her pace to be next to Izuku before poking him in the ribs. The boy jumped and let out an eep that sent the pink girl into a fit of laughter as Izuku blushed and apologized. Toru spoke once the other two had calmed down. So who's the other hero you like? Oh, Midnight's the other one. Toru thought she was going to have to catch Izuku had he nearly tripped over his own feet. And Midnight? He asked as he reimagined his balance. Mina nodded. Yeah, she's so confident and kinda CC, and she knows it. There's something empowering about owning your body like that. Knowing what you got and not being afraid of it. I think that's awesome. Toru giggled. I can see that. You know Midoriya is a fan of Midnight's as well. Mina smirked. Every teenage boy is. Izuku blushed. And no, just no, not like that. I was always told I was going to be a villain because of my quirk, but Midnight has such a similar quirk. I see her as proof that I can be a hero too. Mina smiled softly and patted Izuku's shoulder. Sorry, you had to deal with that. I'm glad you found a role model of sorts, though. Izuku nodded. Why yeah. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Mina gave a grand gesture as she announced, "Welcome ladies and gents to the Kiyoshi Shopping Mall. Opened a few months ago, it has some of the best stores ever. I figured as a first time of us all three hanging out, it would be a good idea." Toru and Izuku both shrugged, and Toru said, "I don't think either of us has really been to the mall before, but it sounds like a great idea." Mina gasped, "Never been? Well, I'm glad you're both on board because I'm going to show you just how great this place is." Mina took her two friends into the mall to show them all they had been missing. Izuku was surprised by the hero merch stores but refrained from buying anything. He was so used to not having much in his room it felt weird to change it now, But he did send a few pictures to Yasuda and told her about it. Toru was ecstatic at the variety in clothing stores and was quick to find things to try on. Mina was a ball of energy that kept up with Toru easily, and Izuku found himself feeling more energetic and willing to follow along with them. The three ate lunch in the food court before Mina suggested seeing if there was a movie that looked interesting to the three of them. The other two agreed, and they headed to the movie theater in the mall to see what was playing. Izuku was surprised that when he suggested the hero movie that was playing, Mina had agreed with him, stating her sister had gotten her into these kinds of movies and had said this one was worth the watch. Toru relented and agreed to see it as well. Once the movie was finished, the three teens left the theater and wandered around a few more stores and window shopped till deciding to call it a day and go their separate ways home. Nemuri bit her lip as she stood on top of a roof and stared at her phone. She was done with her morning patrol, and she knew 13 wasn't busy, so it should be a simple text to ask if they wanted to spend some time together. Nemuri sighed as she stared at her phone. We're more than work associates, right? Are we friends? I know they've said some things before and they wanted to go out for tea. Nemuri was about to curse her inability to be an adult about this. She nearly dropped her phone as it went off. She fumbled with it for a second, and her heart picked up as she saw 13 had texted her. 13, hey, I was wondering if you'd like to get some lunch. I figured you were getting close to being done with morning patrols and might be looking for something to eat. Nemuri wanted to scream as she pumped her fist. Luck was on her side today as she shot off a confirmation that she would like to have lunch. Nemuri felt a bit bad she couldn't actually be the one to ask, but she wasn't about to let this chance slide. Nemuri quickly headed back to the agency building she shared with Present Mike to change. Nemuri's civilian clothes drew a lot less attention than her hero costume since she wore glasses, put her hair up, and usually wore oversized sweaters or shirts that hid her figure. She was kinda glad that the place 13 had suggested was close by. Nemuri had meant to check out the little cafe, but she never found the time during the school year. Nemuri entered and looked around for 13. She frowned when she didn't spot them and was about to pull her phone out when a familiar voice spoke up. You got here quicker than I thought. I figured I'd be able to find a good spot before you showed up. Nemuri jumped a bit and turned to see 13. 13 raised an eyebrow, and Nemuri bit her tongue, remembering their time getting tea. They had asked for Nemuri to refer to them as Haruki if they're not at work. Haruki, yeah, I got here kinda quick. Smooth Nemuri, you're really a master at conversation when they're around. She stopped worrying when Haruki smiled softly. It's all right. Come on, I see a good spot over there. Should keep too many people from noticing you. They sat in a secluded corner of the cafe, away from the few other customers. They looked over the menu and ordered quickly. As they waited, Haruki asked, So, how's work been so far? Nemuri hummed, pretty slow. A few rowdy customers but nothing I couldn't handle myself. How's your day off been? Haruki chuckled. Oh, slept in for a whole 10 minutes before I remembered the chores I needed to get done. Spent my morning putting my apartment in order, and now I'm getting to have a nice relaxing lunch with you. Nemuri blushed a bit as they smiled. She managed to pull herself together enough to keep the conversation going. They avoided talking about work anymore and stuck to more mundane topics. Nemuri couldn't help but talk about how happy she was that Izuku had made another friend and was apparently hanging out with them today. Haruki smiled. You seem to have a handle on the whole mom thing now. I'm glad to see you're doing so well now. Nemuri chuckled. I wouldn't say I have a handle on it now. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do if he comes to me wanting relationship advice. Oh, the great Kiyama doesn't know how to give relationship advice? I thought you'd have the best advice. Their food arrived as Nemuri blushed a bit. She spoke up once the waiter had left. Well, I've kinda dated a bit, but when I got into UA, I didn't have time. Then I became a hero and a professor, and you know how busy we get, so I'm rusty when it comes to dating. Haruki smirked. Well, I think you're doing great so far. Nemuri stopped short of shoving a piece of French toast in her mouth and stared at Haruki. It. Haruki put their elbow on the table and rested their chin in their hand. I'm just saying, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind calling this a lunch date. Nemuri looked down at her loose shirt and baggy shorts. I feel kinda underdressed for a date. Haruki smiled. I think you look cute. Nemuri blushed at the compliment. It's a very Kayama look. I don't get to see it enough. Alright, Nemuri, be cool, you got this. Probably. Nemuri smiled. I guess you'll just have to ask me out more often. I don't think that'll be a problem, though I'd love to see what you do for a date. Nemuri bit her lip. How about I text you later today, and we can find a day we're both off, and I can take you on a date. Haruki grinned. Sounds like a plan. Now, why don't we actually eat before the food gets cold? Nemuri smiled as she looked at her outfit. She had decided on a mid-calf length gray skirt, a pair of brown strappy sandals, and an oversized light blue t-shirt that showed off her left shoulder and the black strap of her bra. Nemuri put her hair up into a ponytail and grabbed her black half-frame cat eyeglasses. She nodded in approval as she grinned, staring at her reflection. I look good. She checked the time before slipping her phone into the pockets on the skirt and got ready to leave. As she passed the living room, she saw Izuku in the kitchen finishing up the food she had asked for. How's it coming along? Basically finished, so, not that I mind doing this, but why did I make a picnic basket for you? Nemuri blinked. Oh sure, I never told you what I was doing today, did I? Izuku shook his head. Nope. What are you going on a date or something? Nemuri nodded. Yeah, I am. Izuku froze as he looked up. What? Nemuri explained what happened, and Izuku's jaw dropped. What? How do you forget to tell me about this? It seems like a big deal, right? Nemuri blushed as she covered her face. I know, and I'm sorry, okay? It just didn't feel real, maybe? I don't know, but I told you now, so it's all good, right? Izuku sighed. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna tell Yasuda, though I should get a pretty good reaction out of her. Izuku finished the picnic basket. There, it's done in time for your date. Fine, I trust her not to go blabbing it all over the net, Nemuri said as she grabbed the basket and ruffled his hair. Thanks for the help, Izuku. I owe you one. Izuku hummed as he left the kitchen. Have fun. Haruki smiled as they spotted Nemuri and approached. Oh god, she looks so hot. Be cool. You did great last time. You can keep this up. Probably. Kayama, hope I didn't make you wait long. Nemuri took in Haruki as she smiled. They were wearing a pair of beige cargo shorts, a pair of black sneakers. Nemuri tried not to chuckle as she saw their NASA shirt under the brown bomber half jacket. It's okay, I wasn't here long. Though aren't you going to be hot with a jacket on? Haruki shook their head. No, I'll be fine. It's not too hot today, and besides, I get cold easily. Nemuri chuckled. Same. Now how about we get going? Haruki nodded as they followed Nemuri. Sure, but where are we going? Nemuri held up the basket. I hope you don't mind if we start with a picnic. There's a really nice park around here. That sounds lovely. I'm more than okay with it. Nemuri led Haruki to the park, where the two found a quiet spot and set up. The two chatted aimlessly as they enjoyed the food Izuku had put together. Nemuri sighed as her phone rang and muttered, Please don't be work. Haruki grew concerned as they watched Nemuri's frown worsen before she stood up. I have to take this, I guess. I'll be right back. Haruki nodded as Nemuri walked off, answering the phone. Mother. Toru sighed as she approached the beach. She wasn't sure why, but last time they were here, Mr. Yagi had asked to speak with her when she had a chance. He didn't specify what, just that it was important. I hope we didn't screw up in some way. Maybe he has to pull the dumpster and won't be able to come around? That'll Isuke. He's such a nice guy, but it won't be the end of the world. She found the skeletal man sitting on the tailgate of his truck as he finished up a phone call and stood. Young Hagakure, I'm glad to see you could make it today. No problem, Mr. Yagi, but what's so important, and why couldn't the others hear about it? Tashinori motioned towards the beach. Mind if we walk before that conversation? Sure. Toru followed the man down the steps to the beach. You three have made some good progress for the short time you've been working. I'm impressed. Thanks, it's been hard work, but it feels rewarding, you know. The older man nodded as he looked around. Did you know our meeting on this beach wasn't the first time I saw you? It was the third. Toru raised an eyebrow. Really? Sorry, I don't think I remember seeing you before the beach. Tashinori laughed. It's quite all right. The first time I saw you from across the street. I was about to go assist young Ishido when you snuck up on those boys and gave her a chance to get away. Though I do wonder if throwing acid on them was a good idea. Toru chuckled, remembering the day. So when was the second time? Tashinori stopped walking as he said, that would be the time you and young Midoriya beat that sludge villain before I could arrive. Toru stopped a few feet from Tashinori before turning, wait, what? But the only person who was there dash. The invisible girl's jaw hit the floor as the emaciated, skeletal man whose health she and her friends worried over suddenly grew into the symbol of peace. All Might smiled down at her. I do apologize for not catching that villain before he could reach you. Though I am glad you and young Midoriya did not get hurt. Why? You look like a skeleton most of the time. Why? All Might deflated back into Tashinori and lifted his shirt to show his scar. This injury I got a few years back. Nearly killed me. Took most of my stomach and one of my lungs. It's not even fully healed after all this time. As it stands, I can do hero work for 6 hours a day. Toru felt like her knees were going to give out. Why are you telling me this? Because young Hagakure, my time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end, and I have chosen you to be my replacement. If you agree, I will train you, and when the time is right, I will pass my power on to you. The whole statement made the invisible girl fall onto her, but though the last part caught her attention, wait, what? Pass your power on to me? What do you mean? Tashinori sat down as he said, you are friends with young Midoriya? So I'm guessing he has brought up my quirk before. Toru nodded, remembering a time he had read a new theory on All Might's quirk and spent nearly an hour mostly talking to himself about why the theory didn't hold water. Yeah, it's a mystery and you don't talk about it. That's correct. I avoid the topic because my quirk is unusual. I was born quirkless, but I gained this power when I caught the attention of my master, and she passed the quirk on to me. This quirk is called One for All. It stockpiles power and can be passed from one person to another. I have chosen you to be my successor. Why me? This was going too fast. Toru felt like she couldn't process what was going on. You have shown tremendous heroic spirit by stepping in to help young Ishido when everyone else turned a blind eye. You fought against a villain that was trying to harm your friends, and you came up with the idea to clean this beach not only to strengthen yourself but to help the community. Toru blushed a bit under the praise and was glad no one could see her face. I've observed you while you were here, and I am convinced you will be a great successor. Your positive attitude and heroic nature will take you far, and with my power, you could become the next symbol of peace. Before you agree, though, there are more things you deserve to know. Toru gulped. Wait. Before. Whatever you're going to tell me. What about Ishido and Midoriya? Why not either of them? My quirk is light refraction, but all I can do is be invisible and now this. Toru held up her arm and a small flash of light made Tashinori squint. How is that supposed to be symbol of peace material? Wouldn't adding your power to their quirks be better? It is true they are both good candidates, but I believe you are the one. What do you have to tell me? Tashinori sighed and started to tell her a story of two brothers and a line of succession determined to bring peace and end a war that had been raging in the shadows since the first generations of quirks. Haruki frowned as they watched Nemuri. She had been sitting on a bench talking to her mother for about 5 minutes with a permanent scowl on her face. Several times the woman pulled the phone away and looked like she wanted to physically harm it or throw it into the duck pond. Eventually, Nemuri seemed to have had enough and hung up before taking several breaths to calm down before coming back over. Nemuri sat and gave the most strained smile Haruki had ever seen as she said, "Sorry about that." Haruki hoped their smile would help ease Nemuri. "It's okay. How about we just get back to our date?" Nemuri seemed surprised. "Why, you're not going to ask about that?" Haruki shook their head. "No. You seem tense and like you don't want to talk about it, so I figured you wouldn't want me asking. I'm happy to just be here with you and try to help you, not think about it." "Oh, that's not fair." Nemuri whined internally. "They're too good." Nemuri smiled more genuinely. "I would definitely prefer that right now." "But now come on, You were telling me how Midoriya told you about this Ishido girl who looks up to you. Namuri chuckled. Yes, it was quite interesting to hear about. Toru stared at her hands, or at least where they should be. That's a lot to take in. Tashinori nodded. Yes, it is. I can give you time to think it over. I know I can trust you to not talk about this even if you don't agree to it. Toru chewed her lip. Speaking of talking about it, you have people who know about your quirk, right? Tashinori nodded. A very small, very trusted group who knows about the truth of One for All. And what about me? Tashinori tilted his head. What do you mean? If I take your power, will I be able to get a sorta inner circle like that? Tashinori nodded. You would naturally be introduced to those who know. Toru waved her silver bracelets. No, not me being introduced. Will I be able to bring in people I trust? People I know, not just meet people you trust. Well, yes, I suppose, though I would remind you to be very careful of who you tell. Toru nodded. I want to call Ishido and Midoriya. She cut Tashinori off before he could speak. I think they deserve this opportunity as much as me. They're the two most heroic people I know, and if neither takes it, then I need them to know about it. Midoriya is the smartest person I know. He'll be invaluable. Ishido is the kindest person I know, and they're more determined than anyone else I've met. Toru stood. They're my best friends. If you're not okay with this, then I'll have to decline. Tashinori stood up and dusted himself off. I see you're very determined about this. Very well, I know they're good kids and you trust them, so please call them and we can explain everything. Izuku was bored. He wanted to hang out with Toru and Mina, but they didn't plan anything and he wasn't sure what to suggest either. His phone buzzed, and he saw a message in the group chat from Toru telling him and Mina to come to the beach and that it was important. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the message before confirming he would be on his way. Toru was a bit exaggerated in her way of talking, but this felt different, so he hurried to get ready and headed out to meet up with his friends. It didn't take long to arrive at the beach. As he did, Mina ran up behind him and patted his shoulder. Hey, a green bean. Any idea what Hagakure wants? Izuku shook his head as they headed down the steps. He spotted Tashinori standing with Toru. No idea. Toru smiled and waved, making sure to put as much pep into her voice as she could. Hey, glad you two got here so quick. This is kinda gonna be a lot, so we may want to sit down. Wadash. Izuku was cut off by Tashinori suddenly exploding into all might. Tashinori felt a bit odd telling this story twice in such a short time, but if he received a successor that was one of these three, he'd tell it as much as need be. He gave them a moment to digest the info about All for One and One for All. After a moment, Toru said, So, I called you guys here because I think either of you would make better successors than me. Mina blinked. What? Honestly, I feel like you would be better, Hagakure. You're the one who brought the three of us together and started this whole beach cleaning. All Might only knows us too because of what you did. I think you should be the one to get it. Izuku nodded. I agree with Ishido. Hagakure, I wouldn't be where I am without your help. I'm grateful, but I think you should. Take this. I'll help you as much as I can. Mina hopped to her feet. Me too. We'll work together in this. Toru wanted to cry as she pulled her friends into a hug. Thanks, you too. Tashinori smiled as the three teens hugged. Toru pulled away and stood up. What do I need to do to get your power? Train like hell, the man yelled, making the three teens stare in confusion. My power is 8 generations of energy and strength. If I gave it to you now? Worst case, your body is ripped apart and you die. Best case, you shatter the bones in your body when you try to use it. So what kind of training does she need to do? Izuku asked as he got up and stood by Toru. Honestly, keep it this beach thing. When that's done, I'll set up a plan for you three. Young Hagakure may be the one getting the power, but I may as well train all three of you. I'd say at this pace, by the end of your first year of high school, you should be able to receive my power. For now, keep at it and remember you three keep this a secret. The teens nodded, and Tashinori left them to speak about all of it, and they did. It took some time, but the three teens fully digested and came to terms with what they had gotten involved in. I can't believe you thought about letting us take this instead of you, Mina said as she leaned back against the wall by the stairs. Izuku nodded, yeah, Ashido is right. Hagakure, you're the best one for this. Toru groaned, yes I know. She bit her lip, since we're all in this together. You can just call me Toru. Toru's silver bracelets jingled as she covered her face as Mina smiled. If you call me Mina, then sure. Toru nodded, sure. The two girls looked at Izuku, who blinked. He knew he was blushing hard. Sue him, he was a teenage boy. Izuku's fine. Despite Mina's grin, the other two could see her cheeks turning lilac as she said, we'll do Izuku. Now since the three of us are such great friends, why don't we go do something? I was bored sitting around at home. Could use some lunch if you two are hungry as well, Izuku said. Toru got up, sounds like a plan Izuku. Let's go get some lunch. Haruki slipped their hand into Nemuri's as they walked through the park. They had finished their picnic and were walking around the park. Nemuri flinched a bit, and Haruki spoke softly, sorry, do you not want me to dash? No, I'm sorry. I just spaced out. I am like this. Nemuri gave their hand a gentle squeeze. I'm guessing despite my best efforts, your phone call is still bothering you? Haruki regretted their phrasing when they saw the brief panic in Nemuri's eyes. No, you're doing great. This is the most fun I've had in a while. It's just, of course, on a day like this where I'm feeling really good, she would call just for us to have the same argument. If you don't mind, it may help you relax again if you talk about it. I'd be willing to listen. Nemuri nodded silently, and Haruki asked, so what are you and your mother fighting about? Nemuri took a deep breath and made sure no one was around. Midnight. My parents don't approve of my hero persona. It does make a statement, but don't they know why you are the way you are when you're Midnight? Nemuri nodded, doesn't make a difference. I'm from a small conservative town. Midnight behaves in a way that goes against how they think a proper lady should act. Haruki nodded. I can see where the conflict comes from. What was your childhood like? Nemuri hummed, rebellious. I never fit in back home. I was the weird girl who said weird things and did weird stuff. I had ideas and thoughts that a young lady shouldn't have. She chuckled. I cut my hair short once. Like shaved the side of my head and everything. My dad was furious, and my mother nearly had a breakdown. Haruki laughed. Well, I'm glad it was a one-time thing. I like your long hair. It suits you. Nemuri blushed and squeezed their hand. Thanks. That was in middle school, and after that, Dad decided to send me to an all-girls boarding school. He figured that it would put me in line. Haruki smiled as Nemuri grinned. All it did was teach me about my preferences in women and help me come up with the idea of Midnight. After high school, I went to UA and became Midnight. We had a huge argument about it, and now I barely talk to them. They usually call whenever there's a new rumor about me or if they feel determined to try and convince me to give up this sinful life I lead. Well, I'm glad you haven't. I wouldn't have gotten to meet you if you'd just done whatever they said. Do they not realize Midnight is a persona and not how you actually are? Nemuri blushed and cleared her throat. I tried to explain it, but they didn't seem to understand or care. I've honestly thought about giving up on trying to make them understand as well. Haruki nodded. I see. Family can be difficult sometimes. I hope they understand one day. Before you decide to cut them off completely. Yeah. Me too. It'd be nice to have my parents back. Nemuri whipped her eyes. Thanks, Haruki. I do actually feel better now. Haruki pulled her closer. It's no problem, Kayama. Nemuri. If you're okay with calling me that, I wouldn't mind. Haruki squeezed her hand. I'm more than okay with it, Nemuri. Despite sitting in their own rooms in their own homes on a day off, Izuku and Toru had the same terrifying thoughts of what to do when they saw a message from Mina. Mina, hey, you guys want to come over tomorrow? My mom's bugging me about bringing my friends over for dinner. The two teens had mini panic attacks before remembering they had done this minus the dinner before. They both checked with their parents before sending in confirmations. Mina sent back her address, and the three started talking about other things. The next day rolled around, and Toru found Izuku by the train station. So, please tell me you're freaking out as much as me. Izuku nodded as they boarded. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't tried to come to either of our houses yet. Maybe she's nervous? If this goes well, she might ask if she can come over. Toru and Izuku sat down as he asked, shouldn't we be the ones to ask her if she wants to come over? Oh right, that's how you do that, isn't it? Toru said as the train started moving. The two chuckled quietly to themselves. The train ride was quick, and in no time, the two teens were standing outside a large two-story house. They walked up and rang the doorbell. Mina quickly threw the door open, and her friends had to try hard not to stare. The pink friend stood in the doorway wearing a black tank top and pink and black zebra print short shorts. Oh, did you two have any trouble getting here? Toru shook her head, then remembered she needed to talk. Nope. No issue getting here. Mina smiled. Awesome. Come on in. Dinner will be a few more minutes so we can hang out in my room. Izuku and Toru followed Mina into the living room where two younger kids were playing video games. That's Yuta and Yukino, my adorable and horribly annoying younger siblings. They're twins. Yuta and Yukino both had the same curly pink hair as Mina and the same horns, though neither had the black scara or pink skin that Mina had. Yuta stuck her tongue out at Mina, who did the same in return. Yukino's eyes went wide as he stared at Toru. So cool. She's invisible. Mina chuckled and pulled her friends along. Ask about it later, Yukino. Her brother whined about wanting to know more as Mina pulled her friends to the kitchen. Inside were two adults, one a large man with curly black hair pulled back into a short ponytail. He lacked any horns, but his skin was pink like Mina. His eyes were gold, but the scara was white. The man smiled as he looked at them. Ah, Mina, these must be your friends Hagakure and Midoriya. Mina nodded. Yep. Guys, this is my dad. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ishido, Izuku said as he tried not to fidget. Mr. Ishido laughed. You can just call me Azuchi. Azuchi looked to the woman who was bouncing between several pots. Dear, why don't you slow down for a moment and say hello? Besides, you shouldn't be working so hard. Let me take over for a bit. The woman turned and pouted. Just because I'm PRD doesn't mean I can't cook. This baby isn't even in the way yet. The woman was about the same height as Mina and had long curly pink hair down to her lower back. Her eyes were black with sparkling pink irises. She had 4 horns sticking up through her hair just above her forehead. Toru thought it looked kinda like a crown. Her skin looked like porcelain, and she had a bit of a bump in her stomach that rubbed gently as Azuchi sighed in a tired way before he took over the cooking. The woman gave a toothy grin as she looked at the teens. Name's Fukuyuki, but you can just call me Yuki or Mom if you're feeling brave. Yuki laughed as the 3 teens blushed. She couldn't see the invisible girl's face, but she could tell. Alright you kids, get out of here. We'll give you a holler when dinner is done. Mina groaned as they headed to the stairs. Sorry about my mom. It's fine. The other two said as they stopped by the stairs when someone came down. The girl was clearly a few years older than them, and unlike Mina and her mom, this girl was tall like their father but lean and athletic. She had curly black hair that was tied back into a short ponytail. One of her eyes was sparkling pink while the other was gold, both with the black scara. Izuku noticed a shorter set of 4 horns above her forehead. Oh, it's Mina and her best friends. You know she talks about you two all the time. Izuku tensed as the girl ran a hand through his hair. Oh wow, this is as fluffy as it looks. Mina, you should so ruffle his hair. He looks so cute right now. Mina swatted at the girl. Fukumo! Cut it out. You're being embarrassing. Fukumo pulled her hand back and laughed. Oh, so mean to your big sis. What happened to my sweet little alien queen? Mina's face turned lilac before she hid it. Oh my god, please don't bring that up. Toru giggled quietly. Alien queen? Fukumo nodded. Mina loves the movie Alien. She wants to call herself Alien Queen when she becomes a hero. Mina groaned loudly and grabbed Izuku and Toru's hands before tugging them up the stairs. As they walked up, Toru asked, So how big is your family? Mina chuckled as, I have an older brother as well. His name's Nikita, but he's at university, so he's not here right now. Other than him, you've met everyone else. They got to Mina's room, and when she opened the door, It was somehow surprising and precisely what they expected it to be. Izuku spoke up as they entered. Well, at least we don't need to ask about your favorite color. Or pattern type, Toru muttered. The room's walls were white, probably because Mina's parents wouldn't let her paint it pink. Mina made up for that by decorating with her two favorite colors. The bed was pushed against the wall opposite the door, and it had a thick black and hot pink zebra stripe comforter on it, as well as a few pillows of various shades of pink and purple. Next to the bed was a hot pink nightstand with black trim. The three teens entered and saw the black and pink dresser by the window, which was covered by heavy pink and black zebra print curtains. Mina plopped down onto the edge of her bed and motioned to a small light purple table that had a couple black and bubblegum pink striped cushions. Have a seat. Toru and Izuku sat down, and Mina smiled. Sorry about my family. They're all kinda wild. Toru giggled. It's okay. Mine's pretty crazy as well, though there aren't nearly as many. Izuku leaned back and put his hands on the floor. The orphanage was pretty crazy when I was there. I helped take care of the younger kids, so I'm used to it being a bit crazier, though now that I live with Nemuri, it's quite a lot of the time. The three chatted, and Izuku learned that much like himself, Yukino was super interested in quirks. Toru chuckled. If only you brought a notebook. The girls stared in confusion as Izuku reached back and pulled a notebook out from behind his shirt and pulled a pen out of his pocket. I always bring one with me in case I see a quirk or new hero in action. Mina grinned before falling back onto her bed and laughing. Izuku blushed as Toru started laughing as well. Yeah, I know it's weird, but I don't feel right if I don't bring one with. Toru whipped her eyes and took a deep breath as she calmed down. No, it's fine. That's your latest one, right? So our entries should be in them. Izuku pulled the notebook closer to himself as Mina tilted her head and asked, Wait, entries? On us? I thought you only did those on heroes. Izuku blushed. You and Toru are future heroes, so I made entries. It also helps keep track of your growth and come up with new ideas. Mina looked from Izuku to Toru and she asked, Have you seen your entry? Toru nodded. Not recently, but I've seen it before. Izuku slowly moved to put the notebook back under his shirt as Mina said, How hard will it be to get it away from him? Shouldn't be too. He won't use his quirk on us right now, so we can totally overpower him. Or, Izuku interjected, why could just not look at them? I can tell you the details later. He draws the person of the entry. He won't show you that if we don't take it from him. Toru said as she and Mina stood. Izuku tripped over his own foot as he tried to scramble away. The two girls quickly pinned him, and Mina grabbed the book. Got it. She scrambled away to her bed, and Toru hopped on to look over her shoulder as Izuku buried his face into the floor. They found Toru's page first, and Mina whistled. Oh, is that an outfit you actually wore? Toru nodded. Dip. We hung out one day, and that was my outfit. It looks really good. These are some cool ideas, Izuku. Mina said before flipping through a few newer heroes and some updated ones from the top 10. Eventually, she found hers and grinned as her cheeks were dusted with lilac. I look good in this piece. Yeah. That's from the first time the three of us hung out, right? Izuku groaned as they went over Mina's page. He wanted to die, but also, it felt really nice hearing them praise his work. Eventually, they returned his notebook, and the two girls ruffled his hair gently for being a good sport. Izuku's face turned redder as they kept petting his hair and started commenting on the fluffiness. Mina smiled as she ran her hand through Izuku's hair. Oh, that reminds me too, what's your hair like? Toru looked up as she kept playing with Izuku's hair. It's a pixie cut. I have straight hair, or so I'm told. I found a stylist with a quirk that lets her visualize how she wants hair to look, and then she can encourage the hair to grow or cut itself. Izuku finally picked his head. That sounds really niche and kinda cool. I wonder if it uses the nutrients of the host to make it grow or if she loses something when she makes your hair grow. Mina pushed his head back down. Enough nerding out about quirks. I'm sure you and Yukino will talk each other's ear off later. Mina stopped speaking, and her hand froze as her cheeks slowly turned lilac. Toru's hand was gently petting her, making sure to avoid her horns. Wow. Your hair is just as fluffy as Izuku's. Izuku glanced up and locked eyes with Mina, who looked lost. He smirked. Oh, can't handle getting what you give? What I don dash. Mina was stopped again as Izuku reached up and ran his hand through her hair. Wow, it really is soft, Izuku said. He was trying to play it cool, but just like Mina, he was blushing hard. Toru giggled, curly hair is great. I wish I had it sometimes, but it would be such a pain to take care of since I'm invisible. Izuku and Mina looked at each other before nodding. Quick as they could, the two reached out and managed to land on Toru's head. The invisible girl's posture stiffened, and she pulled back. Mina nodded sagely, while curly hair is very fluffy. Straight hair is just so silky and smooth even when short. Izuku nodded, why yep, and a pixie cut is quite popular these days. Even when you can't see her, Toru is stylish as ever. The invisible girl screamed as she waved her arms before trying to cover her face. Ah, enough. Mina started giggling shortly, followed by Izuku, then Toru. The three teens laughed and hoped they weren't blushing too hard about the whole thing. Dinner was amazing and embarrassing for the three teens. They were the center of attention, and Mina's family decided since Toru and Izuku were Mina's best friends, they were open game for teasing. The two managed to dish a bit back as well, thus getting Yuki's respect as a reward, followed by her making them blush and stumble over their words. Yukino was in awe of Izuku's notebook, and the green-haired teen gave him some pointers on analysis. Yukino promised to start his own notebook and show Izuku the next time he came over. Fukumo revealed that she was on the track team for her high school and was looking into becoming a physical therapist. Fukumo and Yuki had the same quirk of empathetic vision. When they made eye contact and spoke to someone, they could see the emotions of the target. This led to the twins wanting to show off their quirks. Yuda's quirk was called empathetic touch. It allowed her to feel the emotions of those she was touching. Yukino's quirk was called empathetic voice, which allowed him to project his emotional state onto those he was talking to. No one was sure if Izuku's excitement about the quirk talk was thanks to Yukino accidentally using his quirk or if the green-haired teen was just that excited. Once dinner was done, the twins quickly returned to their game while the rest sat around and kept talking for some time. Eventually, though, it grew late and the teens decided to head home. As the trio stood in the doorway, Mina smiled, "Thanks for coming over, guys. That went really well. Maybe next time, I'll come over to one of your places." Toru perked up, "We can hang out at my place next week. My brother's heading out on a camping trip so we can use his game console and stuff. We can have dinner at my place some other time. Namuri's schedule is a little all over the place between school years," Izuku said as he put his shoes on. Mina grinned brighter, making the other two smile. "Sounds like a plan. Text me when you guys get home, okay?" Her friends nodded, and Mina quickly pulled them both into a hug before they could start heading out. "See you guys around." Toru and Yusuke returned the hug before headed out towards the train station. Midnight stood by Eraserhead as the police went over the details of the raid. Intel suggested a few villains were gathering for some kind of meeting. The details of what specifically would go down were scarce. As the meeting wrapped up, Midnight flicked through the list of known quirks as she asked, "So how's it going with your kid?" Eraser shrugged, "He's doing good. I've been training his quirk up, and he's starting to talk more." Midnight pet her head to the side. "He wasn't talking much before?" "No, his parents wouldn't allow him to speak unless they said he could. It's taken some time, but he's talking more and more every day." "That's terrible, but I'm glad you're making progress." Eraser grunted in response, and the two fell into silence for a few moments. Midnight kept staring at him, and eventually, Eraserhead let out a low groan. "How's your kid?" Midnight clapped her hands together. "I'm glad you asked. He's doing good. He's made a couple friends and seems to spend more time out with them than at home. Not that I'm really ever home either. A social life is good for teenagers. Hopefully, school will help Shinso get a social life." This coming from Mr. Antisocial. Eraser glared at her. "You, Hizashi, and Emi are more than enough. I don't need more noise in my life." Midnight placed a hand on her chest in mock horror. "Noise? I'm hurt, Eraser. I thought we were better friends than this." The erasure hero pushed off the wall as the police announced they were moving out. Come on, we got villains to take down. Midnight sighed as she followed. I'm gonna have to pick up something on the way home for dinner. Hopefully, this doesn't take too long. The raid was quick and overall quiet. Eraserhead, with a gas mask on, slipped in and neutralized everyone's quirks before midnight with the help of a hero who could control wind, flooded the warehouse, and within a minute, all the targets were unconscious. The warehouse was aired out, and the police and heroes moved in to start arresting. Midnight stood by the hero with the wind quirk. He was a fairly new hero in the area, and this was his first raid since his work studies. Midnight laughed. They won't always go as smooth as this. Stay on your toes for now. Just because we're wrapping up doesn't mean dash. The boxes near them burst apart as a man ran at the heroes with a knife. Midnight shoved the newer hero out of the way, and the knife buried itself into her shoulder. She gritted her teeth and quickly grabbed his wrist and twisted it, making him release the knife as she threw him to the ground. Midnight shoved her hand over the man's mouth and released her quirk from the palm of her hand. He was out instantly as she fell on her but and gripped her shoulder while trying not to jostle the knife and biting back curses. Eraser and the medics ran over as the hero she shoved got up and apologized for not paying more attention. Midnight waved him off. It's fine, you're still new just. This hurts. Just use it as a lesson and don't let it happen again. The young man nodded and thanked her for saving him as the medics took her away. Eraser restrained the man who stabbed her as Midnight was taken to the hospital to get stitches. Izuku woke up the next morning and checked Namuri's room. She hadn't come home last night. As he walked into the living room, he saw he had a voicemail from her. He put his phone on speaker as he clicked play. Namuri's voice spoke and he could tell she was a bit nervous. Hey Izuku, so I'm at the hospital right now. Don't worry, I just had to get some stitches in my shoulder. Got stabbed during a raid on some villains, but again, I'm fine. I'll text you the hospital I'm at, and I should be getting released in a day or so. It'd be a lot sooner, but Recovery Girl is in Osaka giving a seminar, so she can't come help me out. Anyways, come see me soon. It's super boring in the hospital, and I want to hear about how your dinner went. Izuku stared at his phone before playing the message again to make sure. He bit his lip as he felt a knot in his stomach form. Namuri got hurt, which he knew was something that could happen, but knowing it could happen and actually having it happen were very different. He was glad it didn't sound bad, but still, he was very quick that morning in getting ready and eating breakfast. He texted Toru and Mina that Namuri was in the hospital, she was okay, and he was going to visit. Namuri smiled as Izuku entered her hospital room. Hey, Izuku. How'd you sleep? Izuku frowned. Fine. How are you? Namuri winced as she moved her right shoulder a bit. Got a few stitches in my shoulder, but other than that, I'm good. How was the dinner? Did you get along with Ishido's family? Izuku sat down by her bed and nodded. It went really well. Izuku told her about the dinner and even about the girls getting his notebook, which Namuri found hilarious. She also managed to get him to talk about petting Mina and Toru's heads, which made Namuri cackle before gozzling her shoulder and having to bite back a curse. As Namuri calmed down and Izuku stopped blushing, the door slid open, and before Izuku turned to see who it was, he saw Namuri's face break out into a smile. Izuku looked and saw a person entering as Namuri said, Haruki. I wasn't expecting you to show up so soon. Haruki smiled as they shut the door. I had some free time, figured I should make sure you're okay. I'm guessing this is Midoriya? Izuku stood. Ah yeah, I am Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Haruki chuckled. Nice to meet you as well. Namuri talks about you constantly. Izuku saw Namuri blush and fiddle with her sheets. He smiled, seeing a chance to get back at her. Really? Because at home she talks about you all the time. All good things, I promise. They both chuckled, seeing Namuri's betrayed face. I get stabbed, and now you two are picking on me? How low can you go? Haruki smiled and looked at Izuku. You know, with how much she does talk about us, I feel like I already know you pretty well. Izuku nodded. Same. Though I have to ask about your suit and your quirk if you're okay with talking about work stuff while you're out of costume. I wouldn't mind at all. Though maybe we shouldn't right now. Namuri looks like she's going to start pouting. How about I give you my number, and you can text me later or call. Also, It'll help us keep track of what Nemuri is saying about us. Nemuri gasped as they exchanged numbers. I can't believe it. You've been in the same room for all of 30 seconds, and you're setting up ways to keep tabs on me and scheme. It's only because we care so much about you, Nemuri. Don't worry, we won't plan anything too devious, Izuku said as he put his phone away. Nemuri huffed but smiled shortly after. She hadn't planned on these two meeting right now, but it worked out, and now she didn't have to worry about introducing them to each other. She just regretted that now they were going to gang up on her to get payback for the teasing she's done to them. So, how's Nemuri? Toru asked as she and Mina set down a microwave in the back of Toshinori's truck. Izuku tossed a bag of garbage into the dumpster. She's complaining about her arm hurting every so often, but other than that she's fine. Mina whipped her hands. So you never went into detail about it, but what did she do to get hurt? Toru stiffened and looked at Izuku, who smacked his forehead. He hadn't thought about the fact that Mina didn't know who Nemuri was apart from his foster mom. It wasn't because he was hiding it from her, it just hadn't come up since they met. Mina raised an eyebrow at him as Izuku groaned before saying, I forgot I never told you. Toru found out by accident, but it never came up since we met you, Mina. Nemuri is a hero. She got hurt during a raid on some villains. Mina's eyes widen. Oh wow, that's so cool. What's her hero name? Maybe I've heard of her. Izuku chuckled and mumbled, Oh, you've heard of her. Toru giggled as Izuku took a deep breath. She had been waiting for this for so long. Izuku looked at Mina and said, My foster mom is Midnight. Mina blinked in confusion, and Toshinori looked up from his phone. The pink girl recovered first and waved her hands. Wow, hold up. Midnight as in the R-rated hero? Known for being super CC and controversial and also personally one of my inspirations for being a hero. Izuku nodded. Yep, that's her. We met during the latter portion of my last year at junior high. She trained me a bit and just spent time with me before. Izuku bit his lip, and both the girls looked on in concern. Mina hadn't heard much about his time before, knowing Toru, and Toru hadn't heard any more than Mina. Izuku tended to just avoid it or be vague. Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is she adopted me, and now we're here. Toru and Mina looked at each other as Izuku quickly headed back to the beach to collect more garbage. After he was gone for a few seconds, Mina said, He keeps avoiding talking about anything before meeting you. Toru nodded. The only thing I've heard was from some woman that was like an aunt to Izuku. She said something about Izuku being very forgiving and that he didn't have to be. She also apologized for everything, whatever that means. Mina hummed, We probably shouldn't push him on it. He'll open up in time, right? I hope so. Come on, let's get back to work, Toru said as she headed for the beach. Shota sipped his coffee and stared at the waffles on his plate. When did he get a waffle maker? One of his cats scurried into the kitchen, shortly followed by his son. Oh right, Hitoshi likes waffles. Hitoshi poured a cup of coffee and grabbed the plate Shota had made for him before sitting across from his foster dad. The two ate in silence for a bit before Shota said, You're starting high school today. Hitoshi grunted as he chewed his waffle before swallowing it. Hopefully it goes well. Shota nodded, It's a new area for you. No one from your old school should be here. New faces with the same old comments. Shota glared at his waffle. He knew what the kid meant. It wasn't just his parents who were terrible, it was everyone else as well. Shota understood what it was like for everyone to look at him like a villain. Nemuri had said the school had a good record, and her kid would be going there, so hopefully, it'll be better. He should probably tell Hitoshi to keep an eye out for the kid. If he could remember what Nemuri said he looked like. Shota looked up as Hitoshi stood. The kid downed the rest of his coffee and slung his backpack over his shoulder. I'm headed out. Have a good day. Shota nodded as he pushed a cat away from his breakfast. Have a good day. Hitoshi was not expecting things to be any different than usual as he approached his school. He was going to go see what class he was in, then go there, and eventually, they'd learn about his quirk, and they'd make the jokes and comments. Then the talk about villains would start, and he'd be alone, just trying to get through the day. He didn't get why Shota wouldn't just let him be homeschooled. It seemed like the much easier option. He winced a bit as a girl was particularly loud in voicing her displeasure. He glared at the trio: a pink girl with horns, a plain-looking guy with green hair, and an invisible person. The pink girl groaned, "We're not all gonna be in the same class." This is this. The green-haired guy held his hands up as he chuckled. "It's okay, Mina, you and Toru are in the same class, so it'll be okay. We'll still see each other a bunch, so it'll be fine." "Well, yeah, but I mean school shenanigans. I was looking forward to being a trio in our first year." The invisible girl Toru patted the pink girl's hair. At least Hitoshi is pretty sure she did, as he watched Mina's hair distort and shift. "We can hang out at lunch, and besides, our classes are nearby, so we can bother him whenever." Hitoshi groaned internally. He hoped he wasn't in the same class as that guy. Maybe he was cursed or had actually been a villain in his past life. It had to be karmic retribution for something, or perhaps the universe hated him. Hitoshi sighed internally as the green-haired guy sat down behind him a few minutes before the bell rang, starting their first day. Izuku was excited and also super nervous, which was a mixture of feelings he was getting used to. He was starting high school and he had two of the best friends ever, but they were in a different class than him. He was glad, though, that they were together. Mina and Toru would have each other's back in case things started to go like junior high went. Izuku scratched his chin as he thought about how Mina had been harassed outside of school, but she had never told them about her being bullied in school. Maybe she hadn't been, or she's not ready to talk about it. Not that he was any better. He avoided that possible conversation like the plague. Now, though, it was lunch, and before he could pull his phone out, the door swung open, and Mina entered shortly, followed by Toru. Neither seemed bothered by the stares of startled students as they marched up to Izuku as he grabbed his bento. Mina grinned. "Ready for lunch?" Izuku stood up and nodded. "Yep. You gonna see what the school has to offer?" Mina nodded enthusiastically. "I'm risking it, and if it doesn't work out, then I'm sure you and Toru will be gracious enough to give me some of yours." Toru poked her head around Mina. "Hold on, I didn't bring enough to be sharing." Mina shrugged. "Guess I'll just eat more of Izuku's then." Izuku sighed and pushed both the girls along as he tried not to blush. It was bad enough just dealing with them sometimes, but now he was dealing with them while his new classmates very obviously stared at them. Mina had some luck with the food at school, much to Toru and Izuku's relief. The trio found a place outside and ate while talking about how their first day had gone so far. Izuku was relieved to hear that neither of the girls had run into any issues with their classmates. He reassured them that nothing had happened to him either. They decided on a spot to meet up after school and went their separate ways as the lunch PRD ended. Izuku saw a few people standing by the purple-haired kid who sat in front of him. He could hear they were talking about the guy's quirk and how it worked, so Izuku paid a bit more attention to it as he sat down until one of the guys said, "Wow, brainwashing. That'd be a pretty scary quirk for a villain to have." That statement seemed to be the general feeling among the others. It bothered Izuku. From what he heard, brainwashing sounded like a hero's dream quirk, but no one seemed to see that. They just saw something that could make them do something against their will. Eventually, after some joke about staying on the kid's good side, Izuku stood and said, "Are you all dense or something? This guy's quirk would be amazing for hero work. The ability to end a confrontation with almost no collateral damage. How can you just joke about him being a villain when he's obviously not comfortable with that?" Izuku pushed down his embarrassment as he realized he just chewed out a bunch of his peers on the first day of class in front of the rest of his class. One of the boys jumped when the bell rang, and their next PRD started with the teacher telling everyone to sit down. The rest of the day went by quickly, and Izuku did his best to not think about it too much. When the final bell rang, Izuku started packing up before stopping when the guy in front of him turned around and said, "Hey, thanks for what you said earlier." Izuku looked up, surprised. "Oh, no, it's a fine. I know what it's like to get picked on because of your quirk." "Yeah, it is Sikis. I'm Hitoshi Shinso." Izuku Midoriya. The two boys stood and headed for the door as it opened to reveal Toru and Mina. Izuku smiled. Shinso, you want to walk with us to the station?" Hitoshi shrugged. "Sure. If you don't mind." Mina grinned. "Oh, making friends already? You hear that, Toru? Pretty soon Izuku's gonna forget all about us and be Mr. Popular. Izuku blushed as they made their way down the hall. I am not. Shinso nodded. Yeah, he probably won't with how he snapped at the class today. The girls stared at Shinso with wide eyes before looking at Izuku. Toru's bracelet jingled as she pointed at Izuku. This guy? The sweet bean himself snapped at the class. Izuku's face turned another shade of red. I didn't snap at the whole class. Just like 3 or 4 of them. They were being mean and comparing Shinso to a villain, so I stepped in and told them how great he'd be as a hero. He called them dense, Hitoshi added. The 2 girls laughed and poked fun at Izuku. Hitoshi sighed internally as they kept walking. He had done a lot of talking for him, which was odd, but he could tell Izuku was genuine when he thought Hitoshi could be a hero. Usually, this kinda loud group would just bug Hitoshi, but on the off chance they'd be fine with him around, he could probably get used to it. Hitoshi was pulled from his thoughts as the pink girl, Mina, asked, So what's your quirk anyways? Fear bubbled up in his chest. Girls always hated his quirk the most. As he was getting ready to say it, he saw the excitement in Izuku's eyes light up with excitement, which was confusing. Brainwashing. If someone responds to me, I can brainwash them and make them do just about anything. He waited for the fear or disgust, but Mina just nodded. I see why Izuku got defensive. That sounds like a cool quirk for a hero. Huh. Hitoshi hadn't meant to voice that out loud. You guys aren't disturbed or worried I'd use it on you? Toru covered her mouth, so she didn't laugh as Izuku chuckled and said, Well, my quirk lets me produce a gas that puts people to sleep. I'm used to people accusing me of stuff. Toru piped up, I was called a thief in junior high because I'm invisible. Mina pointed at her face. I'm mutated, and I make acid that could melt you into a puddle. I get picked on sometimes as well. Besides, you're not trying to be a villain, right? Hitoshi shook his head. No, it's my dream to be a hero. Izuku piped up, then that makes you one of us. We're all trying to be heroes as well despite what everyone says. Hitoshi's legs stopped moving as he stared at the 3 strangers in front of him. They all stopped and looked at him, confused. Izuku asked, You okay, Shinso? Yeah. Just, this isn't how I was expecting today to go. You guys aren't what I thought you'd be. Hitoshi shook his head and started walking again, thanks for being understanding. Toru shrugged as they all started moving, no problem. We all kinda get what you've been through, and I think I speak for all of us when I say if anyone gives you trouble, we'll back you up. Hitoshi grinned a bit as they walked. Maybe school wouldn't be as bad as he thought. Hitoshi was headed in the opposite direction of the other 3, so they said their goodbyes. As they walked, Mina bumped her shoulder against Izuku's, So kinda last minute here, but can I hang out at your place for a bit? Izuku blushed a bit. Huh? WI? Mina sighed. Well, I've never been there for one also. Fukumo's partner is there spending the day with her, and they get all PDA when they haven't seen each other in a while. I just want to give them some space and not see them sking each other's faces off on the couch. Izuku chuckled. Sure, you can stay. Though there's no guarantee, you'll see Namuri. Mina's cheeks were dusted with lilac as she huffed. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind until you said something. Toru's smile faltered a bit as the other 2 chuckled. This had started happening more. Her friends would be talking to each other, and she'd feel this pit in her stomach. Nothing was different, really, but Toru would just see the 2 of them smiling and looking at each other and feel odd, but not in a good way. Not like when they looked in her direction. She wasn't sure what this feeling was, or maybe she was just telling herself that so she didn't have to admit what it was. Toru. The invisible girl jumped a bit, hearing Izuku's voice with concern woven in it. He looked at her, almost making eye contact. You okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. What were you guys talking about? Mina smiled softly. I was asking if you want to come with and hang out at Izuku's place. Toru blushed a bit and kicked herself mentally. Yeah, I'd like to. I'll text my parents on the way. Mina's soft smile turned into a grin. Good. Now come on, I want to see if he's got anything embarrassing in his room. Izuku sputtered. No, I don't have anything. Oh, why so quick on that? Defense, you hiding something, green bean? No, I'm not Pinky. I just don't want you tearing up my room. Toru chuckled a bit as Mina gasped and looked at her. Did you hear that, Toru? He called me Pinky. I think I might be offended. The three quieted down their antics as they got on the train and headed to Izuku's place. As they entered Izuku's apartment, he asked, You guys want any tea? Mina slipped her shoes off and sped up a bit as she said, yeah, sure. I'm just gonna go. Mina took off into the house, and Izuku sighed as he took his shoes off. Toru looked at where Mina had run off to before asking, Not gonna go after her? He shook his head, Nope. Because in 3, 2, 1. Mina groaned loudly, There's nothing in here. What the heck? Izuku patted the pink girl's head as she walked back in. Told you. Now go make yourself at home. I'll make some tea. Mina and Toru went and sat down on the couch, where they started talking while Izuku made tea. As he worked, he watched the two girls sitting on the couch talking and laughing about something. Izuku smiled a bit, but it faltered as he felt a pit in his stomach form as the two. He was glad to see his two friends getting along so well, and yet. Izuku shook his head and poured the tea. He was probably just overthinking things again. The three spent some time sitting around going over their first day of school and their training. They were making good progress on the beach, and by Izuku's estimate, they should have it cleaned by the end of the first semester. Then they'd start whatever Toshinori's training regime would be. The three teens wondered what kind of stuff the #1 hero would put them through. After almost an hour, Mina decided she had given her sister enough time and was ready to head out. The three of them headed for the station, and as they walked, she noticed how close her friends stood by each other. Mina felt her mouth pull into a frown before quickly pushing it to the side. They knew each other longer. Of course, they were close. Her feelings were just being weird. They were her best friends, and she would be dead if anything changed that. Mina forced a grin as she laughed at the joke Izuku managed to crack. As she laughed, she was able to ignore the pit in her stomach. Midnight frowned as she sat at her desk in the teacher's office. The hospital visit had been the last time she got to see Haruki outside of work, and it was grating on her nerves. They had to be professionals at work, and Haruki was always in costume, so Namuri couldn't even look at their beautiful face. Though that was probably for the best. She didn't need to get behind on paperwork. Midnight groaned and planted her head on her desk. Present Mike looked up and raised an eyebrow. What's got you down in the dumps? Another scathing article about your qualifications as a hero and teacher. Midnight huffed. I wish. That would be easier to deal with. No, I'm just frustrated, I guess. Oh, what? Do you finally have a boyfriend or something and you want to see them, but the schedule just doesn't work? Present Mike's smile faltered a bit as Midnight blushed a bit and looked away. Not exactly that. But close. Huh. Present Mike's boosted voice cut short as Eraserhead's eyes lit up across the room. The sleep-deprived man grumbled before laying down under his desk again. Present Mike huffed. You and Shota never tell me anything. I swear the only person who keeps me updated is Emmy. Midnight huffed. Well, it's just not something I thought I needed to tell my friends yet. The relationship is still new, you know. I wanted to make sure it was gonna stick at least for a while before introducing them. Present Mike shook his head, honestly. So you can't see them because of your jobs? I see them a lot, but it's on the job, so I can't be. You know myself. Oh, another hero then. Who would you see a lot while on the job? Your patrol routes cross with a few others, but you spend most of your time here, so. It's one of the faculty, right? Midnight glared at Present Mike. You keep digging, and I will put you into such a deep sleep you won't wake up till you're 80. Present Mike held his hands up in defeat. Hey now, listener, I won't dig, no need to break out the threats. The door slid open, and Midnight looked over to see 13 entering. They stopped and gave a small wave that Midnight returned. She tensed, though, as she heard an abnormally soft come from Mike's desk. She glared at him and whispered, Not another word from you, cockatoo. Present Mike made the motion of zipping his lips shut as Midnight got back to work. Nizu sipped his tea as he glanced at a monitor with security footage from the teacher's office on it. He smiled a bit, seeing Midnight wave to 13. He was happy that two of his staff were managing a relationship while still keeping things professional. He'd hate to have to bring them in and boot up the old interpersonal relationships in the workplace PowerPoint. It was horribly outdated, but he didn't have the time nor care to update it. The skeletal man across from him coughed, and the dean of UA looked over as he spoke. I found a successor. The rat, bear, dog creature's ears perked. Oh, already? I suppose I'll need to find a different hero to teach heroics when Vice retires. Toshinori held his hand up. Vice has 3 years left, right? I do plan on taking over still. My time as a hero is coming to an end, but I can still teach, and besides, I'm almost done with classes for my teaching license. I'd like to put it to use. Nizu chuckled. He already knew Toshi wouldn't back out of teaching at UA. Well then, please tell me about this new symbol you wish to train. Toshinori told Nizu about Toru, Mina, and Izuku and how after offering the power to Toru, she had insisted her friends who she believed would be better choices be given the offer only for them to turn it down, claiming Toru was the most qualified. He agreed to train all 3 teens and added the knowledge of Izuku being Midnight's adoptive son. Nizu smiled. I see Namuri's boy, and these other 2 sound promising as well. I'm sure they're applying to UA? Toshinori nodded. Yes, sir. All 3 of them wish to apply. With how the tests usually are, I believe Midoriya and Hagakure would do well in the recommended. They may, but you know the rules, 1 recommendation per person, you cannot recommend them both, Nizu said as he sipped his tea. I am aware, sir. I believe it would be good for Midnight to recommend her son. Nizu smirked. I will. See if she's thought of that. Though this is still a few years away, things may change. Who knows what One for All will do to a girl who can refract light. Toshinori sighed. Yes, I am. Concerned about what it could do to her. Being quirkless, I only inherited the raw power. My master's quirk was amplified to the point where she was the fastest hero in Japan. Nizu felt a full-on grin spreading across his face that made the symbol of peace tense. I will have to compile a list of possibilities for what One for All could do to light refraction. Thank you for this enjoyable side project, Toshinori. Toshinori gulped as he stood. It's nothing, sir. Now I need to get going. I have a school project to finish. Nizu laughed at the idea of the symbol of peace making PowerPoints as the man left the dean's office. Namuri sighed as she adjusted her sweater. Today was always tough, but it was almost over. She just needed to go to Hisashi's place and spend some time with the others. Then she and Hisashi would drink way too much. Shota would complain, and Emi would laugh. Then Namuri would wake up in her own bed or on the living room floor, and she'd go about things normally. You okay, Namuri? Namuri looked at the couch, seeing the concern in Izuku's eyes, and her heart clenched. Why, it's just a rough day today. I'm gonna be at a friend's place tonight, so you're on your own for dinner. Izuku smirked. Is Haruki the friend? Namuri blushed, but her face broke out into a small smile as she laughed. Thank you, Izuku, and no, it's not. It's just a get-together of a few of us. We'll be reminiscing, I suppose. He still looked concerned, but he didn't press the topic. Well, have fun and try not to get stabbed. Namuri groaned as she headed for the door. I get stabbed once after adopting you, and now you bring it up all the time. The 2 laughed and said their goodbyes. Emi fidgeted as they approached Hisashi's place. Okay, so I feel like I ask this every year, but are you really sure it's okay that I'm here? Namuri smiled as her green-haired friend. Yes, it's okay, Emi. We're not just reminiscing about Oboro. It might be the anniversary of his death, but we do this for everyone we've lost over the years. You're our friend, and you knew some of these people, so it's okay, and besides, despite not showing it, Shota does enjoy having you around. Emi giggled, her nerves fading as she smirked. Of course he does. I'm wonderful to be around. It's just a matter of time till he sees that I'm the perfect wife. It might help if you didn't frame all your confessions as a joke. Also, as adorable as your Quirk quick draw game is when you approach, it's not the best way to start things. Namuri grinned as Emi blushed and fumbled on what to say. Before the woman could recover fully, Namuri opened the door to Hisashi's place and loudly announced, "What's up, fuckers?" Hisashi's voice lost all its OMF as Shota's eyes glowed. Oh, come on. You never let me have any fun, Shota. Before Shota could grumble about his loud friend, Emmy smirked. Hey, Shota dash. She stopped and clicked her tongue as she felt her quirk be erased. You're too quick on the draw, Shota. I can never get a laugh out of you. Shota shook his head and released his quirk. You all are crazy, and I wonder why I hang out with you. The noisy trio laughed as they started the evening. Hizashi and Namuri started working on dinner while Emmy cracked jokes to try and get Shota to laugh. As they talked, the conversation turned to Oboro and Emmy smiled. Oboro sounds like he was a wild guy. I wish I could have met him. Hizashi laughed. You two probably would have given Shota a hernia after 3 days. Shota groaned. I'm still glad you didn't go to UA. Emmy pouted. Well, I'm not all my best friends are from UA. Namuri and I would have ruled the school. Hizashi chuckled. You and Namuri probably wouldn't have gotten along. She had such a huge crush on Dash. The voice hero yelped as Namuri punched his arm. Shut it, you cockatoo. I did not have a crush on him. Oh. Emmy cooed. You had a crush on Oboro, didn't you? That's so cute. Were you all blushy and flustered around him? The smiling hero ducked as Namuri chucked a spoon at her. The R-rated hero's face had a faint blush as she crossed her arms. I'll have you know that I never lost my composure around him. Except all the time. You nearly fainted when he called you by your first name. Shota stated in his usual tired voice. Namuri's face turned bright red as she hissed out, How do you know that? You weren't even there. Your situational awareness was bad back then. I was in the tree above you trying to sleep. Emmy doubled over, laughing along with Hizashi as Namuri buried her face in her hands. Hizashi pulled himself together as he said, Well, she's keeping herself much more composed around Dash. The voice hero yelped as Namuri swung at him, What is wrong with you? Hizashi squealed as Namuri chased him into the living room. Your loud mouth that has no filter is my problem. You haven't even had a drink yet, and you're spilling all my secrets. Shota groaned and used his scarf to separate the two toddlers in grown bodies that were his friends. Emmy, take over cooking. I need to lecture these two. Emmy snapped a salute. Will do, and afterward, I want to hear who Namuri is crushing on nowadays. Dinner was finished shortly after Shota's lecture, and the group sat down to drink and eat while they told stories about those they'd lost and those who were still around. Before the end of the night, Emmy had managed to learn that Namuri was crushing hard on Haruki and had gone on a couple dates. Izuku yawned as he switched the TV off. He had stayed up late, kinda hoping Namuri would be back before he went to sleep. He was just worried about how down she seemed when she was leaving. Before he could head to his room, someone knocked on his front door. Izuku approached cautiously before checking the peephole, then blinking and opening the door slightly to reveal the smile hero Ms. Joke in casual clothes with his foster mother hanging off her. Emmy smiled. Hey, you must be Izuku Midoriya, right? Man, you are as cute as Namuri said. Emmy ruffled Izuku's hair as he blushed and tried to process what was happening. Oh, your hair is so fluffy. Izuku stepped back as he opened the door. Ms. Joke dash. Emmy waved her hand. Just call me Emmy or Auntie if you like. Okay, Emmy, why is Namuri drunk as hell? Emmy giggled as Namuri gave a half-hearted cheer. Well, we were reminiscing about some lost friends. And Hizashi usually drink more than Shota and I. Since I'm good to go, I decided to get her home. Hizashi? Shota? I don't think I've heard her mention those names. Emmy blinked in surprise as she helped Namuri inside. She doesn't talk about us? That's weird cause she wouldn't stop talking about you. She kept trying to get into a competition with Shota about his kid. Izuku slipped Namuri's arm over his shoulder and helped guide her to her bedroom. Namuri landed on her bed with an oof. Emmy clapped her hands. Well, I'm gonna head out. Nice meeting you, Izuku. Get Namuri to talk about us more. I'm sure the others would like to meet you as well, so talk about that, yeah. Izuku waved as she left. He stared at his foster mother and realized she didn't talk much about her life outside of hero work. His meeting Haruki when he did was an accident. Izuku sighed, deciding this was a problem for tomorrow. Before he could leave, Namuri grabbed his arm. Izu. Yeah? You need some water? Namuri shook her head then groaned, "You're the best kid. I'm glad I bought you." Izuku chuckled, "You didn't buy me, you adopted me." "Ga, same difference. You're my kid now. I have a family. And I made it my way so they can SCK it." Izuku tilted his head as he thought, "They?" He patted her head, deciding to just bring it up tomorrow. "Good night, Namuri." "Good night, Izuku." Namuri was already snoring softly as she let go of Izuku's wrist. Izuku was putting the finishing touches on breakfast when Namuri trudged in, groaning slightly. Izuku smiled and put down her plate first. "Good morning." Namuri smiled, "Thank you and good morning." Izuku chewed his lip before sitting down across from her and saying, "So, I met Miss Joke last night. She brought you home. Did you get an autograph?" "And no, I was helping get you to bed. You were pretty out of it." Namuri blushed, "Sorry. Probably not the best thing to see your foster mom drunk and probably stumbling over herself." Izuku shrugged. "You didn't vomit or say anything embarrassing, so it's okay. But I did realize because of what Emi said that I don't know much about your life outside of you being a hero." Namuri stopped short of eating a bite of rice. "Oh, right, I guess I don't talk about it that much. Do you want to know more about me? Outside of being a hero and whatnot?" "Yes. I would like to, but probably not before school." Namuri smiled. "Dinner. I'll tell you some stories from before I met you." Izuku nodded, "Sounds good." The two chatted while they ate, and Izuku revealed what Namuri had said while she was drunk. The pro-hero blushed, but when Izuku pressed her on who they were, she promised to tell him another time. Izuku sighed as he and his friends sat down in the shade of a tree to eat lunch. "Namuri came home drunk last night." "Huh," Toru said, looking up from her bento. "Why was she drinking?" Izuku shrugged. "Reminiscing is all she said before leaving. On the plus side, because she was drunk, I got to meet Ms. Joke, but I didn't get her autograph." Mina snorted. "Ms. Joke had to drag Midnight back to her apartment because she was wasted? What did those two get up to?" Hitoshi blinked. "Wait, is your mom Midnight?" Izuku stared at his friend before sighing. "I'm not sure why, but I assumed you knew she's my adoptive mom." "No, I didn't. Also, your comment about reminiscing reminded me that my dad said something similar last night." "Did he come home drunk too?" Toru asked as Mina used her chopsticks to swat Toru's away from her bento. "No, but he was definitely a bit down and also irritated but somehow happy." Mina blinked. How does that work?" "Well, he grumbles a lot and looks pissy, but if you listen to what he's actually saying, you realize he's not mad," Hitoshi explained, leaving the other three confused. "What did he say?" Izuku asked, staring at Toru, who had been caught trying to steal from his lunch. "I was kinda half awake. I only caught a couple names, Hizashi and Emi." Izuku blinked. "Ms. Joke told me to call her Emi since she and Namuri are friends." "Shinso, who's your dad?" Hitoshi swallowed his bite as he watched his friends inch away from the invisible girl. "Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead." Izuku nearly dropped his lunch. "Eraserhead? He's your dad." "Adoptive, but yes," Hitoshi explained as he moved his lunch out of Toru's range. Mina groaned. "Prue, what is up with you? I saw you this morning scarfing down food before school, and now you tore through your lunch, and you're trying to get all grabby with ours." Toru sighed dramatically as she laid on her back. "I've been doing extra Quirk training. I'm so exhausted and hungry because of it. It takes a lot of focus and energy to refract light, you know." Izuku shook his head as he finished his bite then passed the bento to her. "You should just ask Toru, you know will help you out. Also, you might want to cool it with the extra training. We'll be starting Mr. Yagi's training regime at the end of the term, remember." "Mr. Yagi?" Hitoshi asked as he watched Mina fork over some food as well to the invisible girl who was bouncing with joy. "He's our personal trainer. We ran into him while cleaning up Dagoba Beach, and he offered to train all three of us," Mina said. Hitoshi hummed, and the conversation moved on to small talk about nothing important for the rest of lunch. Midterms for the first term were bearing down on them. Hitoshi had squirreled himself away to study or train with his dad, so they only saw him at school. Izuku should be concerned by how lax Mina and Toru were being, but they were in the top 5 of their class, so he wouldn't press them too hard about studying. He wasn't in any position to talk, though. Izuku hadn't been studying much either, but not for lack of trying. It was just every year around this time, he couldn't focus on anything other than his parents. Yasuda had been texting and calling more. She always hung closer to him around this time of year, and she had been asking if he'd visit. He knew she was talking about more than the orphanage, though he did make plans to go again and to bring Nemuri and his friends, but that would have to wait. Izuku chewed his lip as Nemuri entered. He spoke before he had time to back out. 2 days from now, can you come with me somewhere? Nemuri stopped in the living room and looked up. You have school, don't you? Where are you going other than there? I'm not gonna go to school then. I want to visit my parents' grave. I haven't been since. Ever really. I was there when they were buried, but since then I just haven't had the time, or maybe I did, but and I just figured I really should go 'cause the anniversary of their death is coming up, and I've never gone to their grave and dash. Izuku was pulled from his panicked rambling and uneven breathing as Nemuri pulled him into a hug and sat next to him. She gently rubbed small circles on his back and said, "Of course I'll come with, and it's okay that you haven't visited till now." Izuku felt tears prick his eyes as he hugged Nemuri and buried his face in her shoulder. I feel like a bad person though. They're my parents and I love them, but I never once dash. Nemuri squeezed him tighter. It's okay. You're not a bad person. It's hard to visit the grave of someone you love. Sometimes you just avoid doing it until you're ready. We'll go and see them, and if you think you can't do it, we'll try again another time, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Izuku nodded into her shoulder as he pushed his tears away. The two stayed like that for a few minutes before Izuku pulled away and smiled, "Thanks." Nemuri patted his head. "You know it's no problem, Izuku." Izuku shot off a text to his friends telling them he was busy as he approached the graveyard. He'd tell them later what he was doing, but right now, he needed to focus. His stomach was in knots, and he felt kinda like he was gonna throw up, cry, or both at the same time. Nemuri squeezed his shoulder reassuringly as she said, "It's okay. Remember, we can leave whenever you need to." Izuku nodded silently, not really trusting his voice. The duo walked through the empty graveyard until he found the family grave. Izuku stared at the names Hisashi and Inko Midoriya. There was a little blurb about them being loving parents and wonderful people. Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes. The short sentence to describe his parents didn't do them enough justice. The whole tombstone front to back could be about them, and it wouldn't be enough. Izuku was only 6, but in the short time he had them, he knew they were the best parents in the world. Nemuri's hand on his shoulder steadied him, and Izuku took several deep breaths before smiling as best he could. The smile crumbled almost immediately as his legs gave out. Nemuri caught him and helped him sit down as he started to cry. Nemuri sat beside him and held him close as he let it all out. All the frustration and anger and sadness he had directed at himself for not coming sooner was let out as he sobbed into his knees. Eventually, the tears ran out, and the two sat in silence till Izuku looked up at the grave and said, "Hey Mum. Sorry I haven't visited sooner. This is Nemuri Kayama, aka Midnight, and don't worry, she's a lot different out of costume. She's a really good mom to me. She's been taking care of me for a while now." Nemuri stayed silent as Izuku talked. The boy spoke about everything from his experiences at school before and after meeting Nemuri to Yasuda and how good the orphanage was. Nemuri smiled a bit as he went on and on about his friends. He also talked at length about still wanting to be a hero and how excited he was to be training with Nemuri on how to use his quirk. After a while, Izuku glanced at her and said, Thanks for coming with. Did you want to say anything?" Nemuri pulled him into a side hug as she looked at the tombstone. "I think all I have to say is thanks to the both of you for being great parents and bringing this sweet nerd into the world. I'm glad to have met him." Izuku whipped his eyes and smiled. "I promise to come to visit more. Sorry, it took me so long to get here." Nemuri gave him another hug before they left the graveyard. Nemuri chewed her lip as they sat in the car. Izuku looked over, confused when she didn't start it up right away. You okay, Nemuri?" "Yeah, just I avoided talking about who they were when you asked before. Izuku nodded. It's okay. I wasn't expecting to know everything about you after one talk at dinner. Namuri took a deep breath. This trip it reminded me of how things used to be. The they that I referred to are my parents. I haven't seen them since high school, and the last time I talked to one, it was my mom, and we argued the whole time. You don't get along with them? Is it because of the whole midnight thing? Yeah. Namuri chuckled. That's a big part of it. They also disapprove of my preferences when it comes to partners. I grew up in a conservative environment and was the odd girl who didn't fit in. Namuri sighed, placing her head on the steering wheel. Things just kept getting worse as I refused to get in line with what my parents wanted, but I don't hate them. Namuri sat up and started the car. She had a hard look in her eyes as she said, until we can come to an understanding, they don't get to know about my new family. Mina, Toru, and Izuku sat in a clearing on the beach. They had made tremendous progress on cleaning and were simply enjoying the sight of their progress for today. Toru shifted as she asked, So, what did you do yesterday? When you didn't come to school? Izuku sighed and rested his chin on his knees. It was the anniversary of my parents' death. I went with Namuri, and for the first time ever, I went and visited them. It was a lot. Mina wrapped her arms around Izuku, and Toru followed suit. The two squeezed him as he tried to wipe his tears away. Thanks you too. No problem, Izuku. We're here for you whenever you need us. Mina said as they kept hugging him. Eventually, Izuku started to fidget as they didn't let go. He tried to squirm his way out, but the girls held strong. Come on. Let me go. We'll never let you go, Izuku. You're our friend, we'll always help you out. Toru said as she adjusted her grip to restrict his arm. Izuku grunted as he tried to free his arm, only for Mina to restrict his other arm. Izuku took a deep breath and attempted to stand up as they hung on him. He nearly got to his feet, but the sand shifted, and the three teens went tumbling into the sand. As the three of them laid there groaning, they quickly dissolved into giggles and laughter. Should I come back later or what? The three teens looked up to see Toshinori at the top of the stairs. The teens looked at themselves piled up on each other and blushed before quickly separating. Toshinori smirked as he descended the stairs. You're all making wonderful progress. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. Pretty soon, we'll be able to start your training regime. Toru said as she pumped her fist. Toshinori nodded. Yes, and I will be expanding your training. But did something happen? Izuku asked as they got up and brushed themselves off. Toshinori sighed. I spoke with Nizu, the dean of UA. He knows about One for All. I showed him my plan, and he suggested lengthening the training before transferring the quirk. His first reason was to make sure I have as much time as possible at my current output while still giving young Hagakure plenty of time to adjust and gain an understanding of the changes One for All will bring. Toshinori grunted as he sat on the steps and looked at the invisible girl. The other reason is the amount of power I'll be handing over to you. Nizu predicts that my peak before my injury will be roughly 80% of your output when you first get it. The girls looked surprised, and Izuku was busy writing down what was said as he asked, Did Nizu theorize what it would do to her quirk? Toshinori pulled a slip of paper out and handed it to Izuku. Here's what he thinks will happen. By the way, young Midori, I told him about you, and he seemed interested in your thoughts on it. Izuku blushed as he took the paper. The dean of UA is interested in my thoughts on quirk theory and analysis? He looked at Mina. See, can you pinch me real quick? This can't be real. Mina giggled and pinched his arm, making him flinch. Ow. Okay, this is real, and that's amazing. Toshinori chuckled before looking at Toru. I apologize, but the second term of your second year is when he thinks you should get it. That and me regretfully having to cut down on my hero work a bit should let me maintain the symbol of peace's effect on crime while making sure I can still react to bigger crises. Toru nodded. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to get this power. I will take it when I need to, but the longer you get to stick around, the better all might. It'd be nice if you could still be working when we make our debut as heroes. Toshinori chuckled. I will certainly try. He coughed into his handkerchief, and the teens saw the blood before he quickly put it away. but I may have to retire before then. The teens looked at each other before moving on with the conversation. Toshinori gave them some tips on cleaning the beach, and Izuku promised to give Toshinori a notebook he could take back to Nizu. That night the three teens were texting about their mentor. They were all worried about his health, but they weren't sure what to do. Izuku suggested research on what people who lose their stomachs have to do to live a normal life and try to come up with a way to help Toshinori. The others agreed and decided to spend some free time seeing what they could do for Toshinori. Midterms came and went quickly, with everyone doing well. With the stress behind them, Izuku and Hitoshi found themselves waiting at the station for Mina and Toru. Hitoshi yawned as he rubbed his eyes. So we're going to the orphanage you used to live at to help out and just say hi and stuff? Izuku nodded. I did a lot while I was there. Yasuda was like a big sister to me. I like stopping by to make sure everything is okay. It also helps to remind the younger kids that they'll get adopted eventually because if it could happen to me, then it'll happen for them. Hitoshi hummed and looked over his shoulder. Your girlfriends are coming. Izuku blushed. They're not dash. Not my girlfriends. Yeah, I know, but now you're blushing, so they'll tease you about it. Izuku cursed under his breath as Mina smirked. What's got you looking like a tomato, Izuku? Izuku sighed. Come on, we'll be late. Toru giggled as they walked. Oh, deflecting. It must be super embarrassing. Izuku did his best to ignore them as they walked the rest of the way to the orphanage. Yasuda sipped her tea as she sat across from Namuri. I'm glad there haven't been issues with the check-ins. It would SCK for Izuku to be forced back here. Namuri nodded. I wasn't worried. I'm an awesome mom. How are things going here? Good. We've got a few new arrivals. 2 4-year-olds and a 1-year-old all related. Namuri frowned. What happened? Mom was a villain apparently. She's got a desirable quirk, so she pumped out some kids in the hopes of selling them. Yasuda sipped her tea. Heroes raided her base and arrested her, then dropped the 3 kids off here. Namuri shook her head. That's messed up. Are they adjusting well? For the most part. Moabi's taken to them, so she's been keeping them busy and making sure they're okay. I heard her telling stories about her big bro Aizu. The 2 women chuckled quietly until someone knocked on the front door before opening it. Yasuda stood up. That's probably Izuku. Let's go embarrass him. Namuri smiled. Wonderful idea. Lead the way. Yasuda grinned as she came around the corner. Not only was Toru with Izuku, but there was a pink girl as well now who was poking at him and making him blush. There was also a really tired-looking boy who was sitting back and enjoying the torment. She liked his new friends already. Izuku, you just keep showing up with more and more people, don't you? Izuku flushed a bit. Why, this is Mina Ishido. The pink girl smiled and waved. And this is Hitoshi Shinso. The tired boy waved. Guys, this is Yasuda Azuki. She was like a big sis to me. I pretty much raised him into the wonderful boy he is now, Yasuda said as they walked to the living room. Namuri smiled at Hitoshi. So you're Shota's kid, right? Hitoshi nodded. You're Midnight. He complains about you a lot. Namuri scoffed. Bet he complains about Emi more. Yeah, he does, Hitoshi said, taking a seat in one of the chairs, leaving Izuku and the girls on the couch. Namuri barked with laughter. I'm gonna tease him about that next time. As the group sat around and talked, the couch trio mentioned their personal trainer, Mr. Yagi, for the physical side while they did Quirk and other training individually. Hitoshi mentioned training with his dad and learning how to use his capture scarf. Namuri talked about work, and as Yasuda was going to tell them about the kids, Moabi appeared. The shark-tooth girl smiled wide as she yelled, Aizu, and jumped into his lap, squeezing him tight. Moabi opened her eyes and saw Toru. Big sis Toru. She quickly moved over and hugged Toru. Then she saw Mina. The shark girl's eyes went wide, and she whispered, Wow. So pretty. Mina's cheeks turned lilac as the others chuckled as Izuku pulled Moabi to his lap. You want to give big sis Mina a hug? I bet she'd like that. Moabi nodded shyly, if she's okay with that. Mina grinned and pulled Moabit to her. Of course. What's your name, cutie? Moabi, the girl said proudly, showing off her shark teeth. Moabi's shouts attracted the attention of the other kids. And in no time, it was chaos. Hitoshi was sitting in his chair smirking as the other three teens were swarmed until Toru said, "Hey, what about Hitoshi? You guys should go say hi to him, he's Big Bro Eyes' friend as well." Hitoshi glared at the invisible girl who, unknown to him, was sticking her tongue out at him. The kids pestered him about his quirk, and when he told them, he was expecting them to be scared, but the kids just started asking him to brainwash them, so they knew what it felt like. While the kids were distracted, Yasuda took Izuku and headed down the hall. While they walked, she explained they were going to see the newest members of the orphanage. They were young and a little scared, so she hoped Izuku could talk to them and try to help. Yasuda knocked before opening the door. The twin girls were sitting on the floor drawing as their baby brother slept. The twins had black hair with white streaks scattered in it. Their eyes were a deep purple as they stared up at Yasuda and Izuku. Yasuda knelt as she smiled. "Hey, this is Izuku. Moabi has told you about him. He's here to say hi. Do you want to say hi to him?" The twins looked at each other for a moment before nodding. Izuku smiled and sat down. He started talking to them by asking what they were drawing. Yasuda stayed nearby but let Izuku interact with them. The twins were cautious and a bit wary, but they opened up to him a bit and were full of smiles by the time they had to leave. Toru sighed as she stared at her ceiling. Yesterday had been fun. It was nice getting to see the kids and Yasuda. She was feeling down, though, and she knew why. Yesterday Mina had been leaning on Izuku and touching him and playing with his hair more than usual. She felt a distance between them, kinda like she was invisible sometimes. Toru groaned at the stupid but technically true statement. She was invisible. All the time, whether she wanted to be or not. Toru wanted to throw something, but when she reached for the nearest soft object, she ended up with a green stuffed rabbit in her hands staring at her. Toru blushed and held it close to her chest. "This is so stupid. But little sis is moody. What's wrong?" Toru looked over to see Achi smiling as he entered. Toru squeezed the rabbit. "It's nothing. Just stupid feelings I don't understand." Achi smirked as he sat at her desk and rotated the chair so he could look at her. "Well, I am older, so I've dealt with a lot of stupid emotions. Maybe I can help you out." "I don't think you can help me with all of these." Toru sighed as she stared at the wall. Her older brother's smile softened. "Feeling self-conscious about your invisibility?" Toru nodded. "Why, no one can see me. Maybe I wouldn't be worrying so much if they could actually see my face." "They? Could it be Midoriya and that Ashido girl? You know, the two you never shut up about?" Toru glared at her brother, who just smiled. Because he couldn't see her glaring. Toru huffed and stared at the ceiling. "They're my best friends. And they seem to be getting closer, and I feel like I don't know, fading into the background sometimes. I just want to be closer to them. They treat me so well and I enjoy them being around, but I'm just not sure what to do." Achi nodded as he watched his sister. It was hard to gauge exactly how she felt, but he was pretty sure he knew. "Are you jealous of Ashido getting closer to Midoriya or the other way around? Or are you just scared of them leaving you behind if they get into a relationship?" Toru tensed. All of the above? I don't know. The idea of them without me makes my chest ache. They're my best friends and I don't want to lose that. When I see the way they look at each other, I want them to look at me like that. Sounds like my dear sweet little sister is crushing hard on her two best friends. Toru's head snapped over to her brother as he got up. "What? I do not." "Well, I mean I do, but I can't, right? It's not like I'd be able to date them both." Achi grinned as he stopped in the doorway and looked at her. "Who said you couldn't?" Izuku stared at the TV as the news played, but he wasn't paying attention. The orphanage visit had gone really well, but Hitoshi's joke before the girls showed up was stuck in his head. He admitted that he liked both of them, but he also knew that was never going to happen. He'd seen how they looked at each other and how they interacted. They liked each other and would probably find that out soon, then be a couple. Which would hurt, but he'd dealt with worse. As long as they were happy, he would be fine. Izuku took a deep breath and nodded as he told himself he'd be fine. He was already lucky enough to have a new family and to have amazing friends. If that was all he got, he'd be fine with it. The ache in his chest and the pit in his stomach would go away, and he'd be totally fine. Mina sat down by Fukumo, who was watching the news. I think I'm crushing on my best friends or one of them. Maybe both. I can't tell. Fukumo snorted as she glanced at her sister. It's both, trust me. What? How can you tell? Fukumo groaned dramatically as she rolled her head to look at her sister. Because I'm your big sis. You won't shut up about those two, and honestly, those outfits you wear when they come over. You're showing off just enough to make them stare but still be able to function as people. Mina's cheeks turned lilac as she sputtered for some kind of rebuttal, but she had nothing. She knew what she was doing. I will. Okay, sure, but I can't just dash. Yes, you can. Those two stare at each other as much as they stare at you. Fukumo looked back at the TV. Just sit both of them down and tell them how you feel. They'll spill the beans, then you three can start getting to the fun part. Mina's cheeks darkened at her sister wiggling her eyebrows. She grabbed her phone. I mean, you make it sound so easy, dash. 'Cause it is. Fukumo shook her head. When I realized I had feelings for Yasu, I just told them and look at how well it turned out. I have an amazing partner, and I didn't have to deal with a bunch of drama and dancing around the subject. Even if you all aren't into each other like that, it'll be better for your relationships to just get it out in the open. Mina huffed as she got up. Fine. I'll think about it. Hitoshi was watching the cats play as Shota made coffee for himself. They both looked over as Hitoshi's phone started vibrating. He picked it up and sighed as he saw 3 messages from his friends. None of them had used the group chat, and they had all said basically the same thing. They were just now admitting to crushing on the other two. Hitoshi went one by one and sent back, "Demon, that's crazy," before putting his phone back down. My friends are idiots. Shota grunted, That's usually the case. Hitoshi adjusted his seat so he could look at Izuku. There was a bit of time before class, and Hitoshi needed to figure out if he should get involved with his friend's feelings. So about that text last night. Izuku nodded. I need your help. To do what? Decide who to ask out or dash. To get Mina and Toru to go out with each other, Izuku said as he kept writing in his notebook. That was not what Hitoshi thought he'd say. Your message didn't imply that. Izuku sighed. I texted you because I needed to say it in some way. I didn't want to tell Namuri or Yasuda because it'd be this whole thing, and they'd probably not like my plan. Alright, but still. You admit you're crushing on both of them doesn't add up to you wanting them to date each other. I know they both like each other, so if they date, then they'll be happier, and as long as they're happy, I'll be fine. My feelings will go away after some time, and I can keep being their friend. It's the best option. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed. He knew this kind of talk. He had talked like this before. Not about dating but different subjects with the same attitude. He knew Izuku had been bullied. It was one of the first things he had learned about his friend, but he didn't know the extent. If it was anything like what Hitoshi went through then, he knew Izuku was playing off the possibility of his own happiness out of habit. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Izuku shrugged. I'm not sure yet, but I'll work something out. Can I count on you for help? Sure thing, man. I'll need to see what the girls are trying to do, then I'll probably have to work something out. If I don't, they'll be dancing around each other for years. I can't handle seeing that. As the 4 teens went to their usual lunch spot, Toru pulled out some money. I'm gonna go buy some drinks. You guys want anything? The others took her offer, and she grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder. Great. Come with me, Hitoshi. I'll need help carrying it. Hitoshi groaned internally as the invisible girl dragged him away. As they stood at the vending machine, Hitoshi said, So this is about the text? You need my help or something? Toru sighed, Yeah, I want to talk to them about it, but I'm also panicking at the idea of trying. I get that it's supposed to be hard or whatever to tell people you like that you like them, but it can't go that bad, right? They're your friends. What are you nervous about? Toru fidgeted as she selected the drinks. I like them like a lot and I can see that they like each other, but well, I'm me. Why would they be interested in me the way they're interested in each other? I don't really have much going on in the looks department. Hitoshi shook his head. I really don't think those two are that shallow. Why not start with telling them about your insecurity about your looks? See how they respond, then work from there. Toru handed him half the drinks. This. Not a terrible idea, I guess. I'll try to tell them later. Just gotta work up the courage. Can you help me out after as well? Hitoshi sighed, sure. Why not? Hitoshi eyed Mina as they walked home from school. She hadn't approached him at all, and now the group was about to go their separate ways. As they got to the train station, Mina said, I gotta pick up something for my dad, so I'm headed this way today. See you guys tomorrow. Izuku and Toru waved as they headed to their train. Hitoshi and Mina walked in silence until they boarded and sat down. So Hitoshi, about the text last night. What do you need me to do? Minagun. I plan on telling them. I'm confident about Izuku, and I have a feeling Toru feels the same as I do, but I want to confirm it, so I need to get her alone. I want you to distract Izuku on our next day off. While he's busy, I'll spend some time with Toru and see how she feels, then go from there. Hitoshi smirked. He was happy to hear that Mina had a good plan. He was still concerned about Izuku, but hopefully, that would get resolved when the girls acted. I can keep him busy for you. Good to hear. I'll text you if I need anything. Mina got off at the next stop and went to pick up the stuff her dad asked for. Mina looked at her phone as she waited for Toru. Hitoshi's plan to keep Izuku busy today was suggesting they test the limits of Hyoshi's quirk while also letting Izuku see what it's like to be under the influence of brainwashing. As she waited, Mina checked herself over again. Hot pink Converses, blue skinny jeans, and a black tank top with a bubblegum pink zipper half jacket. The acid girl spotted her invisible friend approaching. Toru was dressed in a pair of rose-colored sneakers, a black overall dress that ended just above her ankles, and a white long-sleeve shirt under the dress. All in all, Mina thought she looked adorable as she waved to the invisible girl. Toru was freaking out internally. Mina looked really good and hot, and now she felt kinda silly for wearing this dress. Hey, sorry if I made you wait. Mina shook her head. You didn't. Also, that's a super cute outfit. I love it. The acid girl grinned, seeing Toru fidget a bit. Thanks. I like your outfit too. Thanks. Now come on, Izuku's busy being a quirk nerd with Hitoshi's, so let's go have some real fun today so we can brag tomorrow. Toru giggled as she followed Mina. What did you have in mind? I figured we'd hit the arcade, then get some lunch, maybe do some window shopping to see if there's anything nice out there and just go from there. Sound good? Yeah, that sounds fun. Toru bumped her shoulder against Mina's shoulder as the two headed for the arcade. Once inside, Mina cracked a smile. So I heard from Izuku you two came to an arcade before, and he lost more than he won. You must think you're pretty good at this kind of thing. Toru's posture straightened. I know I'm good at this. You want me to show you how good? Mina laughed. I accept the challenge. I'll even be nice and let you pick the first game. It was a tough challenge with one of the girls taking the lead only for the other to close the gap, and by the time they had played nearly every game, they were tied. The girls stood before their last challenge. Silently, Mina was cheering. It was Dance Dance Revolution, her absolute favorite game. She had always wanted to take dance lessons but had never found a place close to her home, so DDR was her replacement. How about a couple warm-up games, then we'll get on to the actual challenge? Mina suggested. Toru nodded as she said, Sure thing. It'd be terrible for you to lose because you weren't warmed up yet. Mina laughed as she queued up an easier song. The two got started, and Mina was a bit surprised by how Toru did. The invisible girl's score tied with Mina's. The acid girl cranked up the difficulty, and they went again, and yet again they tied. This repeated yet again, and Mina stared suspiciously at her invisible friend/crush. You have a lot of experience with this game, don't you? Toru giggled. Achi's girlfriend likes this game. We've played a lot. Then I don't need to hold back. Mina set the hardest difficulty and picked a song as she rolled her shoulders. She asked, Ready, Toru? Toru pumped her fist. I'm gonna beat you this time. Unbeknownst to the two girls, they had gathered a crowd with their escalating battle that kept ending in ties. The first song went to Mina, who won by a hair. The second went to Toru by a smaller margin than the first, and the third song tied. The crowd groaned, startling the girls who realized they were being watched. Both of them were panting and starting to feel the fatigue of so much dancing. Toru spoke up, one more than no matter what we're done? Mina nodded, you're on. The battle was hard-fought, and there were many upsets and close calls, but by the end of it, they tied again. Both girls stepped down feeling exhausted as the crowd dispersed. Mina leaned on Toru, let's get some lunch. I'm really hungry now. Toru nodded, yeah. Mina looked over as her invisible friend trailed off. What's up, Toru? There's a cute stuffed animal over there. Mina spotted the crane machine and walked over with Toru shortly behind. That pink one is so cute. Mina smirked as she looked at the hot pink chibi alien with big black eyes and little antennas sticking out the top of its head. You gonna try and get it? I'm no good at crane machines, Toru said as she chuckled. Oh well, then that means if I get this little guy, I'll win? Mina said as she put some money in the crane machine. Toru was torn between possibly getting the cute stuffed animal and losing the arcade contest as she watched Mina work the crane into position. Mina stuck her tongue out a bit as she concentrated, and Toru noticed Mina had a similar look to Izuku when he was focusing on something. Toru sighed internally. The two people she was crushing on hard could get really intense when they needed to. Mina's face shifted to a grin as the alien was caught and dispensed. Mina grabbed the alien and presented it to Toru with a smirk. As the alien queen, I will allow you to take one of my subjects with you to keep you safe. Toru covered her mouth as she laughed and took the stuffed alien. Thank you, Mina. This will look great in my room. Mina smirked. Oh, gonna put it next to that green rabbit that sits on your bed? Toru was glad Mina couldn't see her blushing as she spoke softly. Well, I mean. Yeah, they're special, you know. My best friends got them for me. It was Mina's turn to blush as she watched Toru fidget. See, come on. I'm hungry, let's get some lunch. Toru followed Mina as they left and looked for somewhere to eat. They found a ramen shop and decided to head in. The duo sat towards the back and ordered. As they waited, Mina watched Toru play with the stuffed alien's arms. She got the feeling something was on Toru's mind. You okay? You seem distracted. Toru took a deep breath and steeled her nerves. She had been planning to bring it up, so now seemed good. I'm invisible. She looked up at Mina's confused face. Sorry, it just bothers me sometimes. I wish I could turn this off. I don't even remember what I look like. I don't know what color my eyes are or my hair. I haven't seen my own face since I was 4. It's SCKS that people can't look me in the eyes. They're always just a little off when they do. Mina smiled softly as her cheeks flushed lilac. I know I can't ever fully understand what that must be like, and I'm sure I'm off right now while trying to look at you and sorry about that, but just know I'm here for you no matter what, and so's Izuku. You're our best friend, and just 'cause we can't see that cute face doesn't mean we like you any less. Toru felt her heart clench as her cheeks burned. Thanks. That means a lot. Sometimes it just bothers me. I'll try to remember what you said whenever it does. Mina grinned, and Toru relaxed as she looked at the pink girl. Glad to hear. Their food came, and they dug in right away. The two chatted about nothing important as they ate and paid once they were done. Mina led the way to the mall, where the two girls set about looking around the clothing stores and trying on random things they found. By the time they left, they both had some new clothes and even a couple shirts for Izuku that fit his sense of fashion and humor. By the time it was getting close to the end of the day, the two had found themselves in a park and were simply sitting and enjoying each other's company. Mina took a deep breath as she prepared the next phase of her plan. She knew fairly well how Toru felt about her and Izuku, so it was time to get verbal confirmation then move on to phase 2. Toru, do you have a crush on Izuku? The invisible girl stiffened as Mina kept talking. I'm pretty sure you do, and I do as well, but I want to hear you say it. Why I do. I have for a bit. Mina nodded, and Toru's stomach flopped as she started fretting that maybe she had misread some of Mina's actions right up until Mina asked, and what about me? How do you feel about me? Toru looked at the pink girl, seeing her face was more lilac than pink, and she was looking anywhere but at Toru. The invisible girl swallowed, feeling her own face heat up. I like you as well. I've had a crush on both of you for a while. Mina's face broke out into that big grin that Toru was loving more and more as she saw it. The acid girl sighed with relief. That's good. B because I've had a C crush on both you and Izuku for some time now. I don't really know when it started. Toru sat there stunned as she stared at Mina. This is not how she thought things would go. It wasn't even really how she hoped things would go. Toru cleared her throat as she realized there was still more to be said. What do we now? Well, I have a plan. I just need to text Hitoshi and get his assistance. Mina pulled her phone out as she kept talking. We should tell Izuku and see how he feels. If you're both okay with it, I'd like to try all three of us dating. Toru nodded slowly. I'd like that too. When are we gonna talk to Izuku? Well, if he's still with Hitoshi, then we can just do it now, and if not, we'll get Izuku to come to the beach before school tomorrow. A few seconds after Mina shot off her text to Hitoshi, she got a call from him. Mina answered and put it on speaker. Hitoshi, why are you calling me? Toru with you? Yeah, I am. You're on speaker. What's up? Hitoshi sighed. Alright, so I brainwashed Izuku, and I'm making him do push-ups. I didn't specify how many, so who knows how long he'll be out of it. Mina, you and Toru confessed and are gonna talk to Izuku now, right? Yep, that's the plan. Alright, well, he'll probably be annoyed that I told you this when he finds out, but all three of you texted me that night and told me you were crushing on the other two. Both the girls blushed. I asked him first what it was about, and he said he wanted my help but not to help him talk to you two but to push you two together and leave him out. He was talking like it wasn't a possibility that even one of you would be interested. He said he could tell you both liked each other, and once you were dating, his feelings would go away, and it'd be fine. Hitoshi paused for a moment before continuing. Sorry, thought he stopped for a moment. Anyways, I don't know what happened to him much beyond he was bullied when he was younger, but the way he talks, it's like his happiness isn't something that should be considered. You two are the ones trying to date him, so I figured you should know. Mina and Toru looked at each other and Mina said, he never talks about the time before meeting us. He might try to deny how he really feels when we go to him. Toru bit her lip before saying, we could confront him. Tell him we know what he told Hitoshi. Try and get him to admit to it. Mina hummed, if we aren't careful, we could push him away. I think we should try. We'll regret it, and so will Izuku if we don't bring it up. We're his best friends. We need to make sure he knows how we feel and that he can be honest with us. Mina smiled. Hitoshi, send him to the beach. We'll be headed there in a bit. Sure things, by the way, when this is done, you all owe me. We'll take you to a cat cafe. Mina shot back quickly. The line was silent for a moment before Hitoshi said, alright, I have one I want to check out. You'll be paying. Sounds like a deal, and thanks, Hitoshi. This is why you're the best wingman for all of us. Hitoshi just grunted before handing up. The girls looked at each other as they got up, and Mina said, alright, before we go, there's one more thing I gotta do. What dash? Toru stopped as Mina grabbed the sides of her face and quickly leaned in, kissing Toru. Mina was off a bit, but the acid girl quickly adjusted their awkward first kiss before ending it. Mina's cheeks were on fire as she chuckled nervously, sorry about being off a bit. I figured if I grabbed your face, it'd be easier to aim. Toru stuttered and looked at the blushing pink girl as she said, it's fine. Yeah, that was really. I don't mind or anything. Mion smirked while still blushing hard. Are you sure I wouldn't mind trying again? Toru stepped back and muttered, and maybe later. Mina's smirk faltered as her heart clenched hearing how soft Toru's voice was. See, come on, we gotta make sure Izuku doesn't force himself to be alone. Hitoshi looked at his phone after hanging up and sighed before releasing his quirk as he came back to the room Izuku was in. The green-haired teen fell on his face as his arms gave out. He groaned. Oh, they hurt. How many did I do? Hitoshi shrugged. Don't know. I had a phone call, so I left. By the way, the girls want to meet you at the beach. Mina said she had something to talk about. Alright, give me a minute and we'll go. Nah, they need to talk to you. I'm not invited. Besides, I need to feed the cats and myself. Izuku waited for the feeling to get back into his arms before he thanked Hitoshi for the day and headed to the beach. As Izuku made the way to the beach, he wondered what they could want to talk about. It could be one for all stuff since Hitoshi was told not to come, but it wasn't like Toru would be getting the power tonight. A part of his brain was worrying that it could be about their relationship. He knew he didn't do the best job hiding his feelings, but he had hoped he'd done enough to keep them from bringing it up. Izuku got to the beach and headed down the steps, finding Mina and Toru already waiting. The two girls sitting close to each other on the sand. Izuku smiled a bit as he said, "It's getting late. What did you guys need to talk about?" Mina and Toru got up as they turned to look at Izuku. Mina spoke up first. "Toru and I admitted our feelings to each other today." Izuku kept his smile up, but his chest felt tight as he said, "That's wonderful. I had a feeling something like this would happen." "That's not all, Izuku," Toru said as she approached. "You also know how you feel." Izuku's smile faltered. I don't know what you're talking about." Mina frowned. "Hitoshi told us, and I'm glad he did because we feel the same. Toru and I both like you, Izuku, and we are both fine with the three of us being a thing if you are, but we need to know why you were going to try and keep yourself out of it." Izuku felt annoyed that Hitoshi had told them everything, but it was overwhelmed by a mixture of emotions. Shock and confusion at hearing that the two girls he had feelings for felt the same. He felt a bit overwhelmed and terrified at the idea that they wanted to hear about what led him to make his choice in trying to avoid letting them know. Izuku backed up as he stammered, Well, please, Izuku. You don't have to tell us everything just. Why would you want to keep yourself from the chance of being happy?" Toru said as she stepped back. The girls were giving him plenty of space, which helped keep him from freaking out more. Izuku took a few deep breaths as he clenched his fist and steeled his nerves. "I lost my parents when I was 6, and before that, I had lost my only friend. He bullied me from then until I met Namuri, and she saved me. As the years went on, and I kept getting older, and people kept passing me up when they came to adopt, I got convinced that no would or could see care or love me." He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes. I know I had Yasuda, but she works at the orphanage, and some days when it was bad, I would think that she only cared because she was paid to take care of me." Izuku sat down as he rubbed his eyes, trying to stop the flow of tears. I never thought I'd have a family, but I got one. Even with that, I never thought people would actually care about me the way you two are saying you do. I figured it would be better to avoid the possible disappointment of you not feeling the same way. If you two were happy with each other, I could let my feelings fade away and just move on." He heard them move, then felt two pairs of arms wrap around him. Mina spoke softly, "I'm sorry you felt that way. You've been through so much, Izuku, and even if you don't think so, we think you deserve to be happy. So if you want, we'd both like you to join us and see if this can work." Izuku wiped his eyes and blinked away his tears as Toru said, "You're wonderful, Izuku, and you've helped both of us grow so much. You were my first friend in forever. You've made things so much better in my life. Please know you deserve happiness, and we want to give that to you." Izuku sniffled and smiled as he let out a half-hearted chuckle. I can never win when you two team up against me." Mina giggled, "Of course you can't beat us. We're your best friends. So what do you say? You want a couple cute and CC girlfriends?" Izuku blushed as Toru swatted Mina's arm. "Why, I'd like that." Mina grinned. "Good, now to kiss him." Why don't you do it first?" Mina rolled her eyes. "I kissed you, so you kiss him, then he kisses me. It's simple." Toru was blushing hard, and she could see the other two were completely red or lilac. She took a deep breath and whispered, "He." Izuku looked over about to ask what when he felt soft lips press against his. Izuku tensed but managed to return the gesture before Toru pulled away. It was awkward but full of emotion. Mion whistled, "Wow, that looks kinda weird." Toru groaned, "Shush you. Hurry up, Izuku, and kiss her. I feel like my face is gonna explode." "Oh, I'm alright." Izuku looked at Mina, who was blushing and fidgeting now that he was looking at her. He hesitantly leaned his head down as Mina closed her eyes. The two pressed their lips together, and as was the trend with the three teens, the kiss was awkward and inexperienced but brimming with potential and the feelings of those involved. As they separated, Izuku said, So what now?" Mina took a moment before she said, I guess we go home tonight. We have school tomorrow. We can figure out how things will go from there. The other two nodded, but none of them moved to break the hug. They ended up staying on the beach, simply leaning into each other for another hour before finally going home, wondering what their future would bring. Nemuri smiled as Izuku came in. She was working on breakfast as he sat at the table. Good morning. After a moment of silence, she looked up to see Izuku staring at his phone. You good, Izuku? Yeah. Just yesterday kinda feels like it didn't happen. Nemuri tilted her head to the side as she finished putting breakfast together. You were with Shinso, right? Practicing his quirk. Maybe you're suffering a side effect from being brainwashed for so long. Izuku's face flushed a bit as he said, no, that's not it. After I was done with Hitoshi, I went to the beach. Mina and Toru wanted to talk to me. Oh, what did the girls want to talk about? Nemuri said as she put breakfast on the table and sat across from Izuku. She was smirking as Izuku cleared his throat and fidgeted. They confessed to each other yesterday and then confessed to me. Nemuri's eyes widened with surprise. She knew the three were close, but she hadn't really expected this. Izuku continued as Nemuri slowly started eating, and we're gonna give the three of us together a try. You know, see if it can work for us. Huh. Nemuri slowly chewed some rice. I didn't think my kid would try a poly relationship in his first year of high school. Why yeah, I wasn't expecting it either, but my original idea was a no-go, so. Oh, what was your original plan? Nemuri watched her son flinch and suddenly become very interested in his food. Izuku, what were you planning to do about your relationship with them? Izuku squirmed under her gaze for a few seconds before giving in and telling her. Nemuri sighed and leaned across the table and gave him a half-hearted smack on the top of his head before ruffing his hair and smiling. I'm glad those girls talked you out of it. Why? Now I just have to figure out what to do in a relationship. Nemuri chuckled as she sat down. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're a good kid, and you care about those girls. You'll figure it out pretty easily. Now hurry up and eat before you're late. It's rude to keep your girlfriends waiting. Izuku blushed as he started to eat. How long are you gonna tease me? As long as you're my kid. Now eat up already. 13 entered the teacher's lounge and spotted precisely who they were looking for. Midnight, are you busy? Midnight sat up, blinking slowly. Huh? Oh, here, 13. Do you need something? 13 chuckled. Were you trying to take a nap? Yeah. I've been doing a few late-night patrols, so I've been kinda tired. What did you need? The second years are doing joint rescue training. Eraserhead is busy disciplining some kids, so I need someone to help manage Vlad. He's been feeling competitive, which I don't need in rescue training. You wanna help me out? Midnight hopped to her feet. Yes. Yeah, I can help. I don't have anything to do for now. Good. 13 popped their helmet off and smiled as they leaned closer. Try not to stare at me too much today. We don't want the students to start spreading rumors. Midnight blushed and looked away. It's just hard not to look at you, even in your costume. 13 chuckled and kissed Midnight's cheek. We are still on for tonight, right? Why, yeah, we are. Dinner at your place at 6:30, right? Yep. Now come on, let's go teach the students. 13 said as they slipped their helmet on and headed for the door. Izuku drank some water as Toshinori sat next to him. Izuku was cutting his beach cleaning short since the next day. He was scheduled for some intense quirk training with Nemuri. So the three of you are dating now? That's a thing that people do. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Have you never heard of poly before? The symbol of peace shrugged. I was very focused on being the symbol of peace. Relationships beyond work associates and a few close friends were outside of my norm. The two sat in silence for a bit before Toshinori said, I am worried about young Hagakure. The stress of a relationship as well as the responsibilities she will have as the ninth holder and my successor. I do hope she can handle it. Izuku smiled. It's because of the relationship she has with Mina and me that she'll be able to handle anything. We'll be here for her no matter what. Toshinori smiled. I am glad that you three have each other. It is hard for heroes out there. Even in these peaceful times. It'll get rough when I retire, but I will make sure at least you three are prepared. We're all very thankful for your help, sir. We have something for you. I'm not sure if you're already doing something for this, but Izuku pulled out a stack of papers. We did some research and came up with a diet and workout routine for people with similar conditions to you. Toshinori took the stack and looked through it. I may have seen similar things, but I'm very busy with hero work, so most of these routines don't account for it. Izuku smiled. I took that into account. There are variations depending on the amount of time you do hero work as well as how difficult you had to work. There are a couple charts that will help you calculate what kind of routine to do between hero work as well as what kind of meals to eat. As Toshinori took a closer look at the paper, Izuku said, "The three of us are concerned about you. Sure, you're the symbol of peace, but you're also our mentor. We'd like you to stick around to see us make it into the top 10. Toshinori coughed into his handkerchief, but instead of putting it away immediately, he looked at it. He stared at the blood and thought about the 3 teens he's taken under his wing. He was their teacher. It was his job to worry over their health and make sure they weren't pushing themselves too hard, but here they were worried about him and putting in all the effort to make a flexible diet plan to work with being a hero. Thank you, young Midoriya. I will do my best to improve my health. I do want to see you 3 succeed as heroes." Izuku hopped off the tailgate of Toshinori's truck and stretched as he said, "Good. I'm gonna go check on the other 2 and make sure they're actually working." Namuri sat at the small table Haruki had in their apartment. She watched as Haruki put the final touches on dinner. Her partner, which was a thought that made Namuri smile every time she thought or said, had been bragging about their cooking for weeks. Their schedules finally lined up again, so here they were finally going to see how good Haruki's cooking is. It was also the first time seeing Haruki's apartment. Namuri wasn't surprised by the general space theme in their living room. A few posters of satellite photos or pre-Quirk quotes from scientists were up on the walls. A glass shelf was positioned by the TV. It had models of the various satellites and shuttles that people had used before the human race was forced to focus on quirks to keep the world from falling apart. Alright, and it's done. We've got tempura udon for dinner tonight. It was my dad's favorite dish to make whenever my mom was at work. Hope you like it," Haruki said as they placed down the bowls and plates. Namuri took a deep breath. "It smells wonderful. I'm sure it'll taste great." Namuri took a few bites before wiggling in her seat. "This is great. Your cooking really is as good as you say." Haruki smiled. "I'm glad you're enjoying it." The 2 talked while they ate. Namuri blushed as Haruki flirted and teased her. They were being more forward than usual today, not that Namuri was against it. She smiled and managed to give back a bit of what she got. The 2 washed the dishes and settled onto the couch. Haruki put in some cheesy hero movie that they poked fun at as they cuddled closely. As the credits started to roll, Haruki gently pulled Namuri closer and kissed her softly. The 2 lingered for a moment before separating slightly. Haruki locked eyes with Namuri as they said, "This is okay, right?" Namuri leaned in, pressing her lips to Haruki's as she cupped their cheeks. As she pulled back, Namuri pressed her forehead to Haruki's. "Yeah. This is more than okay." Haruki smiled good. They bit their lip, which Namuri thought looked really hot. "Do you want to keep doing this?" Namuri nodded and kissed Haruki again, making it linger longer than before. They separated and Namuri whispered, "Yes, please." "Good," Haruki said before they kissed her again. Izuku looked up from his breakfast as Namuri came in. She looked at him, and Izuku noticed she was a bit flustered as she came home. He gave a smug smile as he saw a couple marks on her neck and collarbone. "How was your date last night?" Namuri blushed harder. "Shut up. You're not supposed to be smug, you're supposed to be the one who gets teased." Izuku chuckled. "My mom's a great role model. She showed me how to be smug and act confident. Also, my girlfriends tease me a lot, so I'm learning how to do it to others." Namuri huffed. "Well, I'm glad my boy is learning so well, but remember your actions have consequences." Before Izuku could question her, Namuri snatched his toast off his plate and ran off to her room. Izuku sighed and ate what was left of his breakfast. He finished up and left a plate for Namuri minus toast on the table before heading out to meet up with Hitoshi. As Izuku walked down the sidewalk, his eyes flicked down alleyways as he passed by. It was an old habit from junior high. He was just glad it would be a helpful habit when he became a hero. He stopped in his tracks as he saw a few people standing in the alleyway. A girl who looked a couple of years older than him was standing with her back against the wall while a few people surrounded her. Izuku couldn't hear them, but he could tell they were giving her trouble. As he approached, the girl with her back to him spoke. "You bitch. Did you really think you could get away? We're gonna F you up. Take anything valuable and leave you here to bleed out." Izuku saw the flash of metal as the girl drew a knife. Izuku sprinted in before a plan had really formed. The girl who was talking noticed and turned to say something. Before she could get a word out, Izuku delivered a swift punch to her diaphragm and grabbed her face with his free hand as she dropped the knife. With the air knocked out of her, the girl instinctively se in a breath as Izuku released his quirk from the palm of his hand. The guys with her all stepped back as she fell unconscious. Izuku glared at them. "How about we don't keep fighting? Take your friend and leave." The two guys nodded and picked up the girl before dragging her off as Izuku sighed and the tension left his shoulders. He probably could have done that better, but that girl seemed serious when she drew the knife. "Wow, that was pretty cool, Mr. Hero. Thanks for the save." Izuku jumped a bit as he looked at the girl. She was grinning as her yellow cat eyes looked him up and down slowly. Izuku smiled shakily. "It's nothing really. Why were they harassing you?" The girl shrugged as she started walking out of the alleyway. "She was so not cute, so I can't remember. Unlike you, Mr. Hero, you're cute, so I'll remember you." Izuku blushed a bit as he followed her out. "Do you want to go to the police and tell them? I can walk you to the station." It's not worth it. How about I buy you something to drink as payment for saving me, Mr. Hero?" Izuku scratched his cheek. "You don't have to, really. I was just doing what was right, and my name's Izuku Midoriya." The girl gave a Cheshire grin showing off her fangs as she turned to look at him, making the messy blonde buns her hair was tied into wobbled a bit. "If you don't want a drink, how about a kiss?" Izuku's hands shot up. "Drink is fine." The girl laughed. "Ah, no fun, Izu. Guess it can't be helped. Come along then. I'm Himiko Toga, by the way. Since you saved me and you're so cute, you can just call me Himiko." Izuku nodded as he followed her towards a convenience store. This girl unsettled him, but it could just be because she was very forward, and while he was getting used to his girlfriends, he hadn't had a stranger hit on him before. Himiko grabbed a couple sodas and headed to the counter, where Izuku watched her with concern as she pulled out a couple different wallets and rifled through them before having enough to pay. She tossed one to him as they walked out. "Here you go, Izu, your boring reward for saving me." Izuku blushed. "I don't need a reward. I just like helping people." Himiko smiled, so pure of heart. "You'll make me swoon acting so cool all the time, Izu." "Why? Well, I need to go. Get home safe, alright?" Before Izuku could start walking away, Himiko pulled out a phone. "You're probably gonna want your phone back, Izu." Izuku patted his pockets as he looked at her, shocked. Himiko giggled. "Don't worry, I put my number in it. I'll call you if I ever need a hero again." Izuku stared at his phone as she gave it back. "How did she get into my phone?" Himiko giggled and waved as she started to leave. "See you around, hero." Izuku gave a small wave before heading off to meet up with Hitoshi. Himiko was an odd girl, but she seemed nice enough. Hopefully she won't get into trouble again.